Good morning. Hey. What do you mean? Oh, mine's good. Did you watch mine? When I was live or after? So, yeah, because the phone saves the video, and then when you get to an area with internet, it catches up. So I always tell people if you don't like the stuttering, don't watch it live. Wait 10 minutes that I'm live, and then set the video back. Because if you're 10 minutes back, then it's already caught up. Yeah, I killed T-Mobile. I think I completely killed T-Mobile on my live stream. Yeah.
Lies, I don't know who you're talking about. Dude, that is scary and real. Yeah. You also not gonna feel your hand for 3 weeks. Steve? Yes. The hourly is looking better for the afternoon on rain chances. The wind in the afternoon has me 17, 30. Anything over 25, it's out of that. But be more flexible. Yes. So, if for some reason things kind of didn't happen, always like anything drops. It takes about an hour. About half hour, drop to half hour.
I got it.
Good morning, Amanda.
I hear a man.
Good morning. I hear you.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'll get this pulled over.
Look at that snazzy shirt.
Hey, yeah. You're correct. That she is Mountain Time. We are Central.
Central. Last night, Randy said 6:15 started, and okay, I'm here though.
Did he confirm, Randy?
He did.
He did?
Well, he said
Okay.
6:15 sounds like fun.
He did
So,
say that. He
take it
did. Yeah, 6:15 sounds like fun. Gordo is also having fun. It's barely dawn. You can see his patio in the background.
Yeah.
Huh? No. No. Okay. Well, we'll go to you then for the sun. You're channeling the sun, right? So you can fill in. Well, you're filling in. You said. It hasn't been fun. All right. We'll wait to see if.
I'm guessing folks in Dayton had a good time last night. The room is not that full yet.
It's starting to fill out. Hey, there's Randy. I can hear him.
Good, good.
Ooh.
Morning, Randy.
Got my coffee. We need more people in the room.
That's what I was saying. It sounded like it looks like everyone had a very swell time last night wherever they went to after the doors closed.
They're all over at some Airbnb down in a few 807s or something.
Yeah. Josh, you have room. Well,
Got Steve Game, Los, Life
Okay.
Terminal.
do you like typical around the table, go to everybody, whoever you get to come in,
Mhm.
say hello to the crowd, kind of things. Okay.
Yeah, I've also
I
got
didn't-
fun is going to be relative. A news story that I'm going to be talking about.
Oh, fantastic.
I just asked ChatGPT what a group of YouTube streamers is called, and there's no official name. I saw everybody around Ray's booth on Thursday. There's got to be.
Oh my gosh, there were so many.
It's that we got to come up with a name. Maybe we can go to the audience to figure that out.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's a good. Go. Do you need to? You're good. You can stay. Carlos, do you need to be anywhere too? Should I bring you up earlier? Okay. I'm definitely not going to be talking till 2:30. This laptop, I went and put.
I was wondering if
It is tell you. All right, what time do we got? Oh, we can get started. Okay, hello everybody. I understand that the line was pretty long, so people will be meandering in. Appreciate you coming out. Hopefully having fun. Hamvention day 2. Yeah. So it was threatening some rain today, but it looks like it may be pretty nice. In fact, it rained a little bit yesterday, and I got a lot of opportunity to go through the area because it wasn't humid. I was just, and it was actually really nice. We'll talk about it later because I wouldn't maybe do some of your guys' comments if Jen's in there because that's what feels. But want to say a big hello and thank you to the Ham Nation hosts hopping on. We'll start with Amanda on the top of the pyramid. How you doing, Amanda?
Good morning from Colorado, a couple hours earlier over here. And well, I've been following everybody's adventures on X and on Facebook. And I got to say, I have some gems for Ham It or Can It when it comes up next week, by the way. I can share some today, too, later on. But anyhow, it looks like everyone's having a fantastic time, a great turnout. Steve, wonderful job at the AWRL education booth. And thanks for morning, and I you have a safe weekend.
Thank you again, Anna, man. Very early now in California.
A very good morning to all. But you know, Josh, we need to find out who's there. So everyone in the audience, on the count of 3, as if this were a pileup and you're going to break the pileup, let's hear your call signs. Make them loud. 1, 2, 3.
That guy
Oh, there.
pile up. He knows the secret.
That's it. A tail ender.
The
Good,
delayed
good
call.
work. Well, anyway, your Ham Nation team, you're seeing us live and direct. I'm in California, and we could be there. Good game is in the education. Excited because our opportunity. So back to you, Josh. And Josh, thank you for your great Ham Nation leadership with Amanda right there.
Thank you, Gordo. And just so everybody is aware, next year we're probably going to move things a little bit later in the day because I always forget we got a total different time zone thing. I'm used to being on the West Coast and flip-flop it around. I'm not used to being the early one. So, yes, thank you, Gordo. And Randy's joining us as well. How you doing, Randy?
Good morning. Good morning. K7AGE from the Go Beach, Oregon ham shack right on the Oregon coast. 1 mile in, 1,100 feet up. And I have my coffee. You know, it's my soon up. So run like a big wave comes in. A lot of out there. Unfortunately, but I'm going to often show here at the same weekend as Field Day, so maybe I'll see a bunch of you there. So,
are you working any interesting DX, Randy, while you're back home over there on FT8?
Oh, I think I worked a couple this week. It's been a little slower, but I can't remember right now. I have.
Now I will mention. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Randy. What was that?
I have CRS. So.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yes. Now, I will mention Don can be with us today. He is busy. He's actually working right now because it's, yeah. So anyway, big thank you to Don as well, although he can't be here. I should have got Flat Don. I saw Flat Don actually at George's booth. Halibut. Tamitha is not, but she was last year, so Tamitha. So I will be making up all the weather forecasts for the space sun weather. It will not be real. We'll just go off the cuff and say, you know, the bands are open, everybody. I'm going to just wave my hand and it'll happen. Hopefully that fixes everything. But with that said, we do have a couple of and friends in the house. So I think, Steve, why don't you come on up and we'll talk with Steve for a little bit. Let's see if I can do this live and just sync a mic up. Steve Goodgame, K5 ATA. We have, let me see if this, test it if the folks on the phone can hear you. Go ahead, see if they.
Test. CQ.
Okay, good. So the folks call here, but TV. So how has it been going?
Good. Growing for 5 years since I've a lot of you guys. I can't thank you enough for the last 5 years. Booth. Old people aren't really welcome in the booth because it's geared entirely towards kids. So, but no, seriously, if you come by, you'll see a crowd of kids building little flashlight kits, having a good time. And you know you're winning when the kids are coming back to teach the other kids how to do these things. So that's what we had yesterday. Is some of the kids that built earlier in the day were coming back and helping the other ones and bringing their friends, and then promptly going next to the booth and scrolling Amazon to find what kits they could build next. So that's what we're after. But a little bit of news. While I thank you guys for the support over the last 5 years, effective on July 3rd, I'm actually going to leave the league. And I'm going back into a classroom. There are a lot of reasons for it. One of them being, well, several of them being Mississippi. I'm going back and make more Padawans. Followed me in the past, all my kids in the class. So I'm going back to education room. Forward to it, but I'm also, I can't say relaunching because my YouTube channel never went away, but while employed at the league, I was not allowed to post to my YouTube channel, but I don't have to follow that rule now. So we're back to doing that. So I look forward to being able to freely hop back on calls and whatnot and do that. So, but seriously, thank you guys for the support with my time at the league, and keep supporting Gordo as our national instructor. He's doing an amazing job out spreading the word to our instructors out teaching licensing classes. So, but that's all I got. If y'all have any questions about any league or non-league stuff, I'm happy to answer those for you.
I do have one, and I'll put you on the spot a little bit on this one because I did, between all help, like how much
Matching fun, because we had some donors that would like match during the YouTube telethon and whatnot. I would guess in total all the fundraisers $50,000 plus.
50,000. Wow. Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent.
So that's not an insignificant amount of money. Obviously, I mean that's when you consider it costs me about $4,000 a teacher to bring them in and to equip them. That's pays essentially for an entire group of teachers. That's one class. So that's huge. So thank you guys for that. So.
Yeah. Thank all of you and people, online obviously made that happen.
And obviously thank you, Josh, to the other viewers.
I did ask for questions. I'll run if anybody has Steve regarding.
I can read too.
Otherwise, we'll hit out too. Now, we're going to be taking off. Hanging out, we'll take a.
Yeah, I'll hang out for a few minutes here, and then I have to get back because
Thank you.
there's kids waiting for me, so you can find me at the AWRL booth. So
Yeah,
thank you
excellent.
guys.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you. All right, next we'll have Carlos. Why don't you come on up too? Because every year we have Carlos. He's a ball of energy, hilarious, good friend of mine. We hang out at the Airbnb together. But he's always trying to do something exciting every year that's completely out of your hands, really. If it all works out. So I'm going to mic you up so the call can hear. But here, go ahead and get it on the mic there.
So people, if you don't know, I jump out of airplanes for fun and pleasure. And, I get paid every once in a while. And I take a radio power couple. And, of course, in date Midwest, if outside, not You know, Hamvention is one of the weirdest places to come and go through the boneyard and find things.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I know I was gonna say, hey, when we go to Q&A, what's the coolest find you got? Did you get a cool find?
I got the weirdest, coolest find. You guys want to see the weirdest find I found in the boneyard? The things that you never expect to see.
Yeah,
Like,
I would love
like-
to see it.
like,
Yeah, want to see it? Okay.
What's something you wouldn't
Yeah.
expect to see? What's something you wouldn't expect to see at Hamvention in the boneyard?
Not
randomly.
at Hamvention, but I was at another Hamfest and they had a portable wind tunnel.
A portable wind tunnel.
I'm not kidding.
I've seen those. I've never flown in one.
It was the Northrop Grumman parking lot, Hamfest. So it back of a truck, some wind tunnel. Oh yeah, can't hear him, but see what did you find? What do you think you found?
And not only that, it's in great condition. It had a sign on it said "Used only once, never opened." I got a steal on it. So I'm hoping it works. I'm going to do my first jump with it today.
Well,
Maybe tomorrow. We'll see if it works.
And then maybe it can go up for sale again. Used twice, never opened.
Exactly.
Maybe.
My rigger has a policy. So if you don't know, a rigger is the person that's in charge of repacking the reserve. I can pack my main myself, not a big deal. But the reserve has to be packed by an FAA certificated rigger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, every
Okay.
180 days. And she has a really nice policy. She says if it doesn't open, she'll give you your money back.
That's kind of her.
I mean, that's very sweet of
That's service that you can
know,
count on, really.
her. The estate can count with the next.
Yeah, absolutely. Shoot, you. It looks smaller.
Stayed out the rain and then shrunk up.
So can I grab it right
Yeah,
that top thing?
by all means. There's
So I don't think everybody understands how heavy.
That's not a handle. That's
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 this.
a magnet. It's just going to open right up on you.
Oh, this is wait. No, you have a lighter. This is lighter.
No, that's the same one I
It's
used
the
last
same
year.
one?
Yeah, I have
Really?
actually have a lighter one. So this is a 170 square feet wing. So just for the sake of knowledge out there, you can buy parachutes in different sizes, right? You make parachutes to fit the person that's going to fly them on the skill set of that person. So that's a 170 square foot wing. The bigger the parachute and the less weight they're slung under it, the slower it flies. And that's
Okay.
the biggest parachute I own is 170. My other one is 135, and it's much smaller, and it also weighs about 4 pounds less because there's a lot less fabric involved in making it and in the parachute itself.
Okay.
So
Thing that people don't about your with shooting because people don't understand, but a lot of video here, but the shooting with radio and under
complexity of it. My videos don't go into the depth and complexity of what it is I'm doing. I try to keep the videos short on purpose.
Yeah.
But there's so much work that goes that's involved in getting ready and prepared and then a right mindset to do what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is not normal in skydiving, and therefore I have to go outside of the normal skydiving channels to prepare myself for it. If you're, for example, doing a discipline called flocking, and that's where you take...
That's where you put the snow on the Christmas tree?
Exactly.
Okay.
I think that's... Isn't that... you adjacent to each other. People that do that, so you're able to coach you.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
3,000 now. And I can't go to anyone else and get advice on what I should be doing better with my system. So I have to internalize all of that and make sure that what I'm doing is 100% safe, because I have plans for tonight and they don't involve the morgue or the hospital. So I have to land safe.
Yeah, I guess for radio, right, we do a lot of trial and error.
Yeah.
But you want to minimize that latter
I have
part.
near zero tolerance for error. in
Yeah,
what I'm doing. I
probably good.
The error that I have tolerance for is non-life risking error.
Right.
So using an antenna that I'm not sure about, okay, not a problem.
Yes.
So the antenna doesn't, transmit right. It's a big deal. Like, and if we're talking about into my, I just know absolutely positively why I'm not parachute system and slinging an antenna from it because I depend on it. My life depends on it.
That was always every ham that I've ever seen engage with you is like, why don't you just run the wire up into the canopy area? You just run it up in there. What's your problem? It's above your head.
I get that at every single ham fest.
Every time I've heard
Every
time I've heard
time.
it. Yeah.
That
So I can only imagine how many times you get that question.
That and what time are you jumping? Well, I have no idea. I have no control over the drop zone. They tell me when they're going to take me
Yeah.
up. I don't tell them we're going to take me up.
Excellent. Yes,
So-
yes. Well, thanks
So I
for
have a
coming
question
out,
for
and
you.
he'll be
Invite?
around too for some Q&A with you guys after. But yeah, thank you,
I'll be here,
Carlos.
man.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for
Yeah,
the
thank you, thank you.
I have
Where
one-
will you, if you're going to jump?
Jump out HR Discords and sketch the toads parachute and put it on this in the. I think there's also Parachute Mobile HF in there. So
Okay.
I'll put it on those places. No, I cannot post to your specific page. And no, I cannot send you an email about
He will
it.
be text messaging every one of you,
Exactly.
and he's going to get an FCC fine for robo-dialing.
Yes.
Thank you, Carlos. So, glorious hosts, are anything you want to add, or should we go to Amanda for Ham It, Can It, or What Am It
Well, I had
Live edition? What do you think?
I had one, Neg.
Yeah, go
I
for
had
it.
one question for him. Yeah. If he's dropping down over a park and operating, does that count for POTA?
Oh, there's say that again.
Park and operating is POTA?
So Carlos is saying yes, it counts as a
Oh,
POTA. So
I sort of-
have you
said a
ever
park goes
activated then
vertical.
a park? Okay. So you do your best to stay. You have to kind of fly in the vicinity of the park, kind of thing. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Anybody other Gordo or anything you want to add to that, or Amanda? Do you want to share those beautiful images live?
I'm ready for some Ham It or Can It, and I have to give one shout out to Shannon
Okay.
because she is in the crowd and I did not see her. That girl has us because it's busted up. Shannon, loved to hear this morning.
Okay. Second. Can share going. So hold on.
Okay.
Um.
For those of you that aren't aware of what Ham It or Can It is, I take photos from social media accounts, very random, and we either ask what it is, we discuss it, we ham it, saying a thumbs up, we love it, we love what you posted, or we say can it, get a new idea. So a little bit of bashing, a little bit of putting on a pedestal. The choice is yours when you post it. Just remember, if anyone wants to get their stuff grabbed, use the hashtag ham radio. That's where I find most of my things.
Almost. Let's see. Does that work? Come on. Come on now. Hey. See it? Oh, you're
Okay, so of your weekend somewhere, no hands in self checkout. What did you all do in Xenia? No hands in self checkout. Are you really not that trustworthy, people? Come on. Okay, so evidently this sidewalk has been a problem for y'all ever since Greene County has been in service to you, and voila. It is fixed. How excellent is this? Is everyone happy? Give us a round of applause if you're happy that it's fixed. No,
every year we've
obstruction.
had that problem. Every year. Yes. I didn't even think about that, but
Alright.
yes.
Well, someone was happy enough to point it out. If you can't exist,
right, Carla.
More than you know should have been on. But thank you, David. I hope you're having a good time there. I think you're there. Let's see. Jamie Copeland. He has stickers, so find him in the crowd. I don't know who he is, but he's got stickers while he's at Hamvention, and everybody loves a good fun sticker. Do they not?
I love
okay, what else do I have?
That's great.
Yes, that is cute. Hamvention 2026 looks more like an IT
wonder
networking fest than a ham radio swap meet. What? Okay, so I don't know the beginning of Hamvention. Was it always just a swap meet and then it progressed from there? And so now we're losing the swap meet part of it. What are your thoughts? I think
No,
it's
this
still
is all
quite
the
the swap meet.
YouTubers. This is all the stream. I don't think network.
So that are sucking all of the IT.
I T-Mobile yesterday. I turned off the live stream and T-Mobile just disappeared. It just died completely. I had to switch
So I
over to
didn't
AT&T for the second
see-
one.
I didn't see any photos of anybody with some like Starlink minis on their backpacks, like carrying around their own. I mean, is that a thing there?
I saw someone walking around with a Starlink, and they definitely were using it for HamSci and for the youth area. They had a Starlink set up, but the impact is real because I mean, you guys can see there's a lot of people here, and they all have phones in their pocket. They're all 5G, and they're completely saturated. Sorry for everyone that has so have a rough.
Well, the
Yeah.
happy have a Starlink or a can of beer. The pack.
Here, yeah.
Where
That
pork
sounds-
chop. Okay, and Brett Glass reached out. He heard your comment about we need to come up with something for the YouTubers because there's not an actual name. A protuberance is his suggestion.
Wow. Brett was
Yeah.
on the spot with that one. That was
I
fast
know.
turnaround.
he sent it
He's
to me
outside.
via
Where is
X.
he? Oh, he's literally right there. He's wait. Hold on, Amanda. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, he's there in the crowd. Shut
Yeah, hold
the
on. Let
front
me see
door.
if I
That's
get the
funny.
camera.
Hi, Brett.
Wave. There he is. He's to the left of the aisle. They're about
I
third
don't.
row.
Oh, I have my camera like okay.
Yeah,
hold on.
That's
I did.
fantastic.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Hi, Brett.
wrong
Nice
one.
to see you. Thanks,
There we
buddy,
go.
for the
Good job.
comment. So okay,
And there's no
that's what I
throttling
got
on
for Ham It or
comments.
Can It. Yeah. I'm gonna look for more this weekend. Be sure to hashtag and a lot more on Wednesday. Mountain Josh's YouTube. Do you two more Josh?
More?
Want to
Sure.
remind Yep, no, two more just comments. I just want to thank Ray Novak, an ICOM, for sponsoring Ham Nation for years
Yes.
since its existence. And none of this would have ever been taking place. This room, these hosts, everybody would not be here today if it wasn't for Bob Heil of Heil Sound, K9EID. And boy, do I miss him. But he would be proud of the work that we're still doing and holding his show name up high. And so I have to thank Josh as well for taking over production of it. And
Thank
all of our viewers.
Thank
Okay. Had this.
Add all going for your booth is back in not gone to out. They have the setup for you to try different headphones. The microphones are set up. Really, really cool booth that they have this year. So really recommend you go check it out if you can. So host, I have a question for you all, maybe starting with Amanda. What is the coolest thing you've either found or purchased at a Hamfest in the swaps?
Oh, mine is definitely an old Philco radio, AM
Oh,
FM tube radio, and it's my favorite find for $20. And
Oh.
it was huge, and we were lucky that we brought the truck that tiny thing it had, because I'm talking, but that
Randy is going to grab. It's like he's fishing. Randy, what is your find fest?
I went to back in the 70s, and that's when we were, building repeaters and stuff. So it was, and the flea market was filled full of Motorola and GE strips. So I think we picked up a couple strips, a receiver and a transmitter or something for a repeater that we were building.
Very good, very good. Of course, for the hosts don't know this, but that vent behind me, it almost is killing their audio into my ears. I'm pretending like I'm working a DX station because it's an S2, S3 coming in right now. Gordo, what's your favorite thing you found at a Hamfest?
Well, when you come to Dayton and you do this, gotta have these. Into a lamp, LEDs, unless you just hang. I mean, so all of you in the audience, you got to get one of these, whether it works or not, and then turn it into a nice lamp.
Agreed. When it started raining yesterday, everybody, the tarps come out, right? And I'm walking with what? Did I miss it?
Well, speaking of big tubes, I think I did find this in a cardboard
Oh
box,
my
so
gosh.
Need somebody's table.
Oh my gosh, Randy outdid me.
Wow.
Good job, Randy. Wow.
It's a win as well as a tube. But so the tarps are going, someone this one more tube. As Alec, I think, I'll mention some of these tubes than he has, and I think he's been coming for over a decade because they keep bringing them out. But so I'm going to go to Q&A here, and unless a host, you have anything you want to mention? But I got one interesting teaser.
I was just wondering.
Yes.
I was just wondering what is the Meshtastic activity like this year, and how's that going?
So interesting. There's a Meshtastic image for Hamvention this year, and what they did that seems really, really nice is they reduced the amount of notifications, so you don't hear that. But they changed it to like the Nokia jingle or something. So it's a little weird. We have a lot of Meshtastic or mesh devices. It could work with MeshCore as well. Here today, in particular, building through area. These mesh devices came full of them than I've ever seen, because we're waving them out here, in front of us. They ran out in like the first day. So he said he's 60% sold through all of the ones that they brought. So if you haven't got one and you want one, what are they, like $40, something like that for the T1000? 50 for the T1000? Yeah, looks like a little credit card basically. And it works great for when you're around, just close in on people, or if you go hiking, stuff like that. It's pretty easy to stay connected. But yeah, anything else, host, you want to mention?
Gordo here.
Yeah.
I hope everybody gets an opportunity to spend some time in the ARRL booth. And new now have 6 on it. The back side for field ready for the content as well, your grid squares. And for those that renew their subscription to the league, you may have an opportunity to see this excellent magazine called On the Air, and they may even have some copies, and that comes out every 2 months, and it's a wonderful publication put together by Becky and her QST team. And of course, QST magazine, most important, they may even have the brand new Gordo Technician class book that is now going to be in stock and ready for testing after July 1st. We're sad to see Steve go. Great job. And instructors with me, forwards the hype and the do I get to instructor access to the Learning Center turns you on to a ton of stuff. Not really a commercial, just all that the nonprofit ARRL does for us ham operators. Back to you, Josh.
Thank you. And indeed, thank you, Steve. We do appreciate it. So, host, are you seeing my screen share? Do you see the?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you see that? No, I'm not you guys. I'm talking to the host. Do you guys see my screen share? Oh, good. Thank you, because I can't see that right now. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about something. This is a bit of a teaser, okay? So let me give you the background. First of all, does anybody know what this is? PRB1? I see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Give me a show of hands
Antennas.
if you've seen this before. Oh, fun with this.
You bet.
Let me pick. I did a couple weekends come out. We played great time. Time goes fire in memory. Right? I'm the first one in the door. Get to my mailbox, open it up, and of course, we got some letters. I have. I'll just show you. Oh, there we go. I can hear the groans in the room. Yes.
I love the courtesy notice. Like, just going to yell at you, but we're going to yell at you nicely.
We got a bit of we got a little bit of an issue here. So I have been cited by my city radio antenna. One. Any. Oh, I'll give you. Here's their here's mine. Now I will be making a video on this, so we're not going to deep dive it. But let's show you. Where is it? Sincere. Oh, thank you so much. Here is their issues or some of their requirements right there. Okay. A number of things, but there's a height limit. There can only be 2 antennas on a roof structure, but there's a really important note. Look at the revision date, 2006, okay?
Wow.
Yeah. Now, okay, so what did I do? Well, I handed it to my wife and said, look what you've done. As Cerritos Turns has caused this because we are to recovers. And I'm not really anybody cash on the citation. Not me. I said, honey, look what we've done here. What are we going to do about this? Well, actually, there is something you can do. It's pretty effective. I will be talking about it in a video, of course. But there are volunteer counselors that the ARRL has a database for in your area. If you find yourself with a citation like I did, you can go to their website, find someone that's local to you that understands your state laws better and help you out. I reached out to 2 lawyers, actually more than that. I had all of them reply back to me. One of them was on vacation and said, I'm on vacation right now, but this is going to be fun. Let me tell you about. Sent me a slide with and so in citing here for a while. Key point talking about the video. Local ordinances, conflicts between amateur radio operators regarding radio antennas, local authorities, restrictive ordinances, etc. The amateur operator is governed by the regulations contained in Part 97 of our rules. Those do not limit the height of an amateur radio antenna, but they require for aviation safety reasons, for FAA adherence, right? So that whole thing. So we're covered under PRB1, and there's some legalese there. I'm not going to, as a YouTuber, you can trust when I tell you legal advice. But the basic understanding, as I have, and we'll do this further in the video, that it is our right, if you will, to accept and for our So if I say, oh, I communication on HF to have H or is commensurate to that, and it shall not be local ordinance level. So this supersedes your county, your city, even your state in a lot of cases, because this is coming from the FCC. So look forward to video on that in the future. But we are almost out of time. What time do we end actually? 10:05. Okay, perfect transition. Don't worry, you're gonna like the video. I guarantee it. On how I dealt with the city, and yes, they have already backed off. Not to say they're done. I expect them to come back, but yes. So let's open it up to questions. Does anybody have any questions? I got a roving mic here. We can do the thing. Then let me get.
Flip your. You want me? Okay.
And
Gotcha.
all right.
All right. So where are your questions at?
I think I saw Shannon had her hand up.
All right, Shannon, it's on you.
Hey, yeah. So I just had a question for Amanda, and I hope I'm not putting her on the spot here. But I just found out yesterday at the YLRL meetup that the 2020. Oh, she can't hear?
She needs the lapel.
Oh, I
So
need
either
this.
restate. It,
Oh, okay.
We need two mics here, guys.
All
Sorry.
right. I'm going to dual mic
Yeah,
it.
you can
All right,
dual
so
wield
I,
the mics.
So I hope I'm not putting Amanda on the spot here, but I just found out yesterday at the YLRL forum here in Dayton that in 2027, the YLRL convention is going to be in Massachusetts at HamX in Marlborough. So I know you are a fellow YLRL lover. For those who don't know, that's the Young Ladies Radio League. I hope, can I entice you to come to Marlborough next year in 2027? And
That's an amazing. This might.
all right, well, so definitely we can group POTA.
Yes, all of the things. Yes, and in August, no less. Sounds good.
That would be great. All right. Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Carlos. I want to ask you about your parachute. I want to know if the brand of the parachute might happen to be the Maxwell House brand, because I hear those are good to the last drop.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
He has drank a lot of coffee. That was actually saved his
That
pins.
was-
And that was
yes,
the point.
you
He
know,
worked up to
that's-
that.
That's a good one.
You
Believe it
got to
or not,
remember that one.
that's one I actually have not heard before. Who else?
More for about 4 hours here. I dive thing. It's down there, state parks and a couple national parks.
As long as they're commercial pilots and the plane is rated for a skydive, I'm in.
I don't. They're not commercial pilots. That's a.
So in order to jump out of a perfectly good airplane, you have I cannot exit unless a pilot is a commercial pilot and the plane is rated for dropping skydivers.
Would you consider a large trebuchet?
Yes. You know, as long as it launches me higher than 3,000 feet, I'll give it a try.
I can only imagine what that would be very big.
All right.
Question over here.
Question for the ones online and the ones I've yesterday years ago when I was waiting for the gate and you never conversation sort of mutual. I find this to be to me at least to be as interesting as the finds you find in the flea market. Has anybody else got any cool stories about things they talked about while waiting for the gates to open?
I'm not too qualified to answer this because I get this thing called a media badge.
We're at the gate.
So I go straight to the coffee in the morning and then I start making videos. Do you have one? Does anybody have one? They want a wonderful conversation?
There was a
in line?
gentleman, as I was walking in this morning, there was a gentleman waiting on a table that, who remembers Floyd from Andy Griffin? All right. Now, this guy's wearing a T-shirt with a picture of Floyd, and the tint is pink. You figure the rest of it out.
Now, I do walking in, and a lot about gonna rain. Will we all be that? It's been fantastic, that bad either.
Yes.
Incidental things that can happen. So yeah. Another question.
Raise your hands if you have a question.
I would find most interesting somebody's most unique trek to get to Hamvention.
Oh.
Now, how many of you are aware of Dipolio? Everyone knows Dipolio. He always takes an interesting adventure to get to Hamvention and picks up friends along the way. That would be an interesting story to hear waiting for the gates to open.
Okay. We have a question here.
Well, actually, a couple of comments. You get to waste a lot of perfectly good airplanes by jumping out of them.
Say again.
You get to waste a lot of perfectly good airplanes by.
Around here,
There's a aviation.
no such thing per air. The new planes, no matter the fact.
The other comment is where I'm at, there's only one antenna restriction. If you put it up, it better damn well stay up.
Yeah.
Okay. Sort of.
Yeah, that citation had nothing to do with an HOA.
Okay.
They just said, "Yeah, we're coming after you." Go ahead, question. Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question for Josh. I know that anytime you deal with city and lawyers, things can get a little expensive. Is everything being handled through the AARL, or are the lawyers you've been talking to working pro bono? Or have you set up like a Give, Set, and Go or GoFundMe to fund this legal activity?
Yeah, so really good question. If you use this, they are a consult lawyer in your area, or two incident or something to be or them or what. My law supersedes your law, and pushed it off on them, and they said, "Okay, we're gonna have our lawyers take a look." They're the city lawyer. Okay, I'll give you a spoiler alert. The city lawyer kids go to school with my kid. I eat Korean barbecue and drink soju with this lawyer. So I'm interested in how it goes. We should see the next dinner. It's going to be fun. Any other questions?
Raise your hand if you have a question.
Over there. Oh.
No
We
pun
got-
intended, but for Carlos, when are you dropping, again, no pun intended, your next drop test video?
You know, Zach is asking this video. If you test of a 50 imported fell 14,000 feet on perfect found it and I heard yesterday that I consider Rob if I can get on it just to see how it survives.
That's excellent.
Okay, did we have another question somewhere? Over here.
I think we got a couple more minutes, and then we'll close out here at 10 o'clock. So everybody, so I can get more coffee.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Keystone VHF Club. They did a dessert poda at Caesar's Creek last night, and it was a blast, and the food was good. And if you missed it, you missed out the best thing at Hamvention.
Did anyone else go to that? Oh, I see some. There you go. Okay, very good.
Man,
very
you
good.
had me at dessert. Do we
Okay.
have any other?
One more
more
question.
question.
Last question. Who wants it? Who up for grabs?
Bueller.
Well, thank you
Sold.
everybody for coming in. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. And hosts, well, let me go back to the host. Hold on. Well, host, thank you. Man, very
Early.
very fine folks. just lucky enough and keep it on. So watching, coming out, it's Hamvention.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Is it an HOA? No. Now, well, that's an HOA. It's literally the acronym. HOA, Homeowners Association. So I was told that there have been people who have been successful. Should you pen URL and see if it really which are that can volunteer time and I was going to say that should help. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Yep, pictures and video.
How's it going, man? See ya.
While we got kids. There you are.
Somebody left one.
Oh yeah, we gotta figure out another.
Time is it?
So then first.
Yeah, actually, I have a countdown timer too. I'll put like or something. Yeah, and then like maybe 5 minutes before I'll like. I'd like to. Can't do much. No, that's fine. Yeah. I don't like. When I can grab the mic, people want to ask questions. I can run around trying to get.
Morning. Welcome to the X4 at Hamvention. We have C7 going on. We use the radios donated by ICOM, and we use the proceeds to fund DXpeditions. We'll be starting here in about 5 minutes. So, thanks. So, okay. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, let's go. We'll need all the time we got it. Exactly. Okay. Okay, guys, it looks like we got everybody here. We're ready to go, so we are going to go for it. So there'll be, remember, there's going to be 3 sessions, each of them like 55 minutes. We should have time for questions and answer. I'll be walking around with a microphone during the question and answer thing, so you could hopefully repeat your question into the microphone so everybody can hear it. Let's go. Thanks. Okay, there you go. There's your timer. Perfect. That's great.
Good morning. I'm Bob W. This is Dennis 8X. If you're famous as a speed to support and Max often, and they'll be signing after the presentation. So without any further ado, we'll kick off. We've entitled this Breaking the Curse, which for any of you that have chased Bouvet for a long time, we think that that's appropriate. I'm not going to bore you with everything that's on this this slide. The key points are: it was discovered back in 1600-ish. It got lost because the French navigator was a really piss poor rediscovered English. Passed around the English, everything below expeditions or in to Bouvet or value here is, if you sum all of those queues up, it's about 70,000 over a period of about 60 or 70 years. We did 102,000 over a period of about 13 days. So a little background, this DXpedition planning began on the ship from the previous DXpedition in 2023 and built from there. Things really ramped up in 2025 with a couple of conference calls, ultimately workshops. This activities that were one met Dennis. one in August over Labor Day weekend and one in mid-September. In the upper left-hand corner there, you see one of the Arctic Lavo tents, canvas tent, probably, I don't know, 12 to 16 feet across, something like that. And Ken thought it would be a really, really good idea if we practice putting those up. And it wasn't quite a fair practice because the winds in Norway were only blowing 10 to 15 that day. When we put them up on the island, the winds were blowing 35-ish. But it was a good thing because we took 6 tents and 5 of them had problems. And it was a heck of a lot easier to get those all missing parts, broken, etc. Needed the full lower left corner. This lunchtime on and sample MREs that you can imagine. That was really good because we had to steel our stomachs for those into the future. Upper right-hand corner was the August one, and we heavily sorted and inventoried and verified everything. So you can see the generators there. The only thing we didn't do was run the generators on that date because they had been pre-run when they were delivered. Lastly, bottom right-hand corner, that was the last group that got together. And you should be impressed. Barrels, blue barrels, the damn blue barrel. Alpha code, it could be food kind of supply. You can see there. You can see the crates that the generators were in. We had about 4 ton or maybe 5 of equipment on top of those generators. So we wanted to make sure that those babies were going to survive. The yellow bag, there were 2 of those, and we were always saying, where the hell's the yellow bag? The yellow bag had all of our coax in it. The team that went, 14 operators, and we would love to have had more, but with some of the delays and so forth that we encountered, we had a little bit of attrition. Solid backup, and 2 professionals, ranger that was a jet and did heck the duration term. We departed on the 20th and returned 28 days later. It took about 6 to 6.5 days sailing, and we had some downtime around the island, both upon arrival. On arrival, we were waiting for the seas to calm down because remember that we were counting on an Aerobus helicopter to move men and equipment on shore. We learned some new words while we were out there. The only one that I will share with you is one that the pilots taught us, and they said, we can't have any and horses. What are you talking? They were white wanted no gaps or very minimum on the boat. And actually on the journey down, the seas were quite difficult. And the helicopter was getting pounded a little bit. And one of the pilots said, you know, I wish you could change your course a little bit because that wind is really pounding the tail of the helicopter. And I'm afraid that it will get bent or it will experience metal fatigue. And we said, well, we don't want metal fatigue in the tail of the helicopter. So enough said there, 1,450 nautical miles down and back. A lot of prep for departure. There's a shot of Dennis in front of the helicopter once it landed on the deck. And there is that Chris finding that we wouldn't have been the surface of the helideck, and it was enough that you wouldn't slip. But I got to tell you, you could slip and fall really quick. And if I could slip and fall, that helicopter could slide right off. You see some of the blue barrels there, the second shot. There's some black ones up close. Those are Jet A1 fuel. And next to them are some blue steel barrels that we had 16 of those that contained the gasoline for our generators. And then behind that, and again on the starboard side of the ship, more blue barrels with equipment. The last photo, you see what looks like a crate covered by a tarp. Those are the blades of the helicopter. No big deal when we sailed, because it was nice and calm in the harbor, and they had a nice set of stairs, kind of like these, only probably 2 feet higher. You can see at home, people took all 3 blades off, very concerned as we, because after flight, they had to put them back on with the white horses that we were talking about, and that was quite a preparation. This is what the ship looked like when we arrived. We spent a lot of time, a lot of time from, I'd say July or August on, planning down to the gnats, but detail. And you know that old saying, the best laid plans of mice and men oft go astray. And our watchword was from the military: adapt and overcome. Our original hope was to be able to fly off of the foredeck and have the container. Remember, I tons of equipment. We had about 8 tons, and have to all the way to the back. Our pilots looked at it and said, no way in hell are we going to fly around that big crane. So our first duty when we got all of the crew there was to unload the container, put it on shore, run it to the back of the ship, and reload it and store it and prep. We were much more motivated on the trip home, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. So this is a shot primarily of the harbor. Paul, ZS1S, and some of the locals were out on a boat. This was the evening before our departure. The upper right-hand corner, just to give you an idea of the deluxe accommodation, is a shot, and it's a feet deep out in the so like this. One bunk looks really kind of narrow, and I said, yeah, they were kind of narrow. Well, how wide was it? I said, it's 6 inches wider than my ass. And a shot of the bridge, which was a great place to go up, especially once we were underway, and view the trip. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dennis.
Thanks, Bob. He's a little bit taller than me. I got to move this down and put my glasses on so I can see. So we spent, as Bob said, we spent about 6 days at sea. A couple of the highlights, there were birds the entire, and there were schools and no idea. That's all. The iceberg, that iceberg was 12 miles away. It was the largest iceberg we saw. It was absolutely huge. They would actually light up the radar occasionally to look for icebergs as we were traveling so that they could avoid them and know their position. We all had to try on emergency survival suits in case we had a ditch off the boat in case of emergency. So everyone was required to try them on, know how to put them on and be prepared, know where they were restored. We had evacuation drills before we even set. So videos, hopefully I'll get them off. This is the home seawars. I don't know if you can hear it or not. This lasted about maybe 2 hours, I think. It wasn't long at best. And this was the only time in the 12 days of sailing we ever saw seas like this. And this was taken up next to the bridge. What was more constant was this, and even this is mild. We had 10-meter swells at times. So between the wind and the swells, that's why the helicopter pilots were really worried about metal fatigue. So as Bob said, we finally arrived at Bouvet. Not only were the seas rough, but the island was, so we couldn't fly. We could only operate operations. We watched the fog, and you found day with 2 weeks. Bouvet at all. And so we waited. So finally, the next day, we had a weather window. And I'll note the majority of our weather windows were an hour, 2 hour. We had one day that was longer than 2 hours, which you'll also notice like, well, wait a second, all these pictures look great. Well, yeah, because the only time we took pictures we could go outside. So this picture here in the helicopter, I'm in the far back, Ken LA7 GIA's in the middle, and Peter, our experienced search and rescue guide, is there in the front. And we're cramped in the back of the helicopter because we had eyes there. So about preparation, 3 of us we had to be prepared. Island. Supplies with survival gear in case the weather turned on a dime, which can happen at Bouvet, and we were prepared. Fortunately, that didn't happen. We had 3 cargo loads and 4 more people come that night, and we put up 2 tents that night because we certainly needed them the next day, which was probably the scariest day for me when I was there. That's a whole nother story. We all were fortunate enough at different times to be able to take a helicopter ride, a tourist ride, and circumnavigate the island. It was amazing. So this picture is taken from the back seat looking through the front glass. No videos on this page, but there's several videos. I think people have seen videos up on YouTube. And then this colony, which was 0J, was so. And that wildlife, it was everywhere. So 3Y0J landed on the beach. Couldn't land on the beach anymore. There were hundreds of seals. So the very first recon flight, as we're coming over, I look down. I'm looking down at the beach, and it's like Seal City. It's like, well, there goes the emergency evacuation. There goes the emergency planning. Let's hope the heli works. It was pretty scary. So this is right after we first set up. We were in a very flat area, which was very fortunate. We had clear takeoff to just about every direction possible. No problems at all as far as near field or even far field obstructions. Everything takeoff. We couldn't. The can just okay separate. No. First day we got there, we said. Next day it rained like hell and it was windy. We probably had anywhere from 30 to 50 mile an hour winds. The tents were shaking. The rain was horizontal. The rain came through the canvas. Condensation collected on the frame, and then it was dripping on us inside. And there wasn't much we could do. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, what the hell am I doing here? I mean, it was just, the tent's just shaking like this. And we're just sitting in there thinking, what the hell? So a couple guys, James W7EY, who's here, who's part of the team, right there, raise your hand, James, and Alex, DL2ALY, got the emergency dipoles out, up some dipoles, ridges that were over the town, got a radio hooked up, and started making the first. And as propagation changed, the dipole came down. James and Alex made some adjustments, kind of cannibalized some other dipole, put it back up in the wind and the rain, and they kept making QSOs. And then Caesar took over. Caesar's here somewhere. Caesar, raise your hand. On 40 CW and ran all night on 40 CW that first night. So we just had to adapt and improvise. So the camp was set up early. You'll see 3 tents there. It's a radio tent, the social tent, and the closest tent to you as the audience is the one of the sleeping tents. We had 5 of the Arctic Lavo tents in total. The camp evolved with antennas, so you'll see on the right coming up poles with air antennas. Originally, at DIV, we could get the WRTC, and we had 15, 20, and we had 2 dual banders on 12, 17. And just as a side note, I think it was my opinion that 12 meters was the money band. Absolutely. And manual rotating, of course. And again, things would break. So our operating schedule was 6 hours on, 12 hours off. And the 12 hours off really wasn't off because you were doing something, repairing something, trying to eat a meal, trying to get some sleep, trying to stay warm, and particularly trying to stay dry. The biggest trick to staying warm on Bouvet was staying dry because the primary precipitation was rain and fog. We would normally snow during the day. You can see kind of what we did. I think as well. Drill to put in bar. Mass are the WRTC style, but they were in aluminum, so they were custom made for us in Italy. And so they tilted up, and they had 2 anchor points, and then they were guyed at 2 levels, and then the guys were out either to very large boulders, or they had to be hammer drilled into rebar, and then it was guyed up, and then it was cranked up not very far, maybe, I'm thinking 10, 12, 15 feet maybe. So it wasn't like we had these, huge superstructures of antennas you'd find at home. The camp, that kind of gives you an idea of the camp there from the aerial view, copter pilot. Of course, amazing part, half a dozen people. My worst is say with Ken. Snowing. Okay, it's on my snow pants and my down jacket. I'm ready to go. Well, then it turned to rain. It took 3 days for my winter gear to dry inside the tent because it's just so wet, and I was soaked. And we all had, our hands, by the end of the DXpedition, many of us had frost nip. Myself, I had frost nip for a couple weeks. I could feel the effects on my fingertips. My joints in my hands were sore and achy just because we had to do the work with our gloves off the whole time. And there wasn't a person in the camp that had a dry glove. We couldn't find a waterproof glove that actually worked. That's Caesar operating inside the radio tent. So thanks to ICOM, we 610 set up in the, and then thank you, Flex Social. People would come in to the social, had those, I should say someone was there, pardon me, operating FT8. So we always had stations on the air. It was really important to constantly keep stations on the air. So Bob's got a video here of sideband.
This was probably my best run day on 10 meters. And this is from Oscar Yankee 1 Fox Radio, the club station in the Faroes.
So the other picture there was the actual radio tent set up. So camp life, this is a view looking to the camp from the 3Y0J location. It's kind of hard for me to see. I don't have a pointer, but you can see kind of like that highest peak, I'll call it. We were just kind of below that on that flat. And so as I mentioned, we had clear takeoff everywhere in the world. You know, a lot of people were really concerned about, well, you know, you're going to be in a good area, so on and so forth. This was great. And those of you who remember some of our, I'll call them our sales pitches before the expedition, the original plan was to set up 2 camps. So there was going to be a lower camp and an upper camp with a North America focus. Well, on the recon flight, it was pretty obvious that the lower camp wasn't possible because it was fully populated with SEALs. So where we ended up being was at the upper camp that was originally intended to be just the North America focus. It was everybody focus. And it was a great location. I mean, it was a great location. So this may be a video just to kind of give you, this is kind of a nice day of kind of the fog. So this was taken from our helicopter landing zone. So in the foreground is a dual bander 1217. Fog precipitated off the glacier was a very common occurrence. The wind is pretty calm this day. I think one day we did experience 25 meter per second winds, which is about sustained, not gusts, sustained winds, which is about 55 miles per hour. It was crazy. I mean, it was either nice or it was super crappy. There was no in between. So this is, we did have snow, so this is a morning. You'll see in the front here we had water jugs. The green jugs are our fuel. So what we would do is we had a fuel depot with the 55 or 210 liter drums. We'd manually crank the fuel into the 20 liter or 5 gallon jerry cans. We'd carry them up, and then we'd fill the generators up every shift. So there were times just normally every 6 hours where we'd have to go off the air. Like if you're in the middle of a QSO wondering where the hell did they go, well, we had to fuel the generators because we didn't want them to stop. So we tried to keep that controlled. We used that as a time to check them out, to make sure everything was okay. And it was always challenging to do that in the wind and the rain at 2 o'clock in the morning with your headlamp on. It wasn't really the most exciting job on the island. Again, so we've got Donato IK2 EGL. I always get his call wrong. I'm sorry. EGL. I want to get it right. Operating here, he's operating QO100. So this is in the social tent. You'll see the dish, the 10 gig dish that we're able to set up inside the tent to keep the dish stable. If we'd have put the dish outside, who knows if it would have worked. It would have just, it could have even blown away if we didn't tear it down, tie it down correctly. You can see here on the bottom picture, there was actually like a ridge with a cliff, so we actually had to climb up. It was about a 10 to 15 foot ridge, and this happened to be one of the high points of the dipoles I talked about on the first day that James and Alex set up. And then here is setting up one of the monobanders, getting it ready to go up. That's a 20 meter monobander. And I think in the background is the 10 meter monobander. So again, social tent, sometimes it got really crowded. It was kind of the only warm place to be because none of the sleeping tents were heated. So we had literally 2 heaters. We had one in the radio tent, so the amplifiers and the radios and the heater would kind of keep the radio tent going. And in the social tent, it was body heat and another electric heater and the water kettle. So we would heat all our meals were, as Bob said, were MREs, freeze-dried meals, add hot water, ready to go. Stir it up, wait 7 minutes, and enjoy. We did have one day, we had a special meal. It was the last time the helicopter came on the island before we boogied out. It was on a Tuesday. We talked the crew into making pizza for us. So the heli made 2 flights that day, and even the second flight was an ESP flight for them, and they brought us pizza. So that was actually the one day we had a hot, like a fresh hot meal. And then, of course, antennas were constantly being checked and tuned on, especially the 160 meter antenna. Vadim was a rock star, UT6UD. Anybody that made a 160 meter Q, can you raise your hand? So you could primarily thank Vadim for that. Send him an email or a message and thank him for your QSO. Yeah. So, mission accomplished. I think everybody has seen the team photo. As always, there's a story behind this photo. So we took 2 days to evacuate the island. The first day, we ran 11 flights in under 2 hours. We had 4 passenger flights and 7 cargo flights. And then we had to stop because the weather conditions were too bad. Day 2 on Sunday, the weather opened up a little bit, and we ran 7 flights and got everybody else off the island. So we had 2 passenger flights, 5 cargo flights. The island was off. And then we found out, the captain's like, you guys need to hurry up and get your crap stored because we've got a huge storm system coming in. And if you don't get things stored up, we're going to sit here for 2 to 3 days until the storm passes. So naturally, we were motivated. And one of the last things we did was take a picture. So does it look windy in that picture? Because it was really damn windy and it was freezing. And we're racing to get this done because we don't want to spend another 2 to 3 days on the boat watching the wind and the rain and the snow at Bouvet. So we were really highly motivated. And this is our heli crew. I can't say enough good things about Ultimate Aviation, our helicopter pilots, and our helicopter engineer. They made the DXpedition successful. The only way on and off Bouvet was via helicopter. That's it. These guys, they integrated themselves with the team. They're our friends. They're our teammates. They had skin in the game. The lead pilot spent time researching Bouvet, becoming acquainted with amateur radio, the previous expeditions to Bouvet, the pros and cons, what worked for them, what didn't, everything that was in the public domain. These guys were ready. These guys fly in the Congo. I mean, they showed us videos of park rangers in the jungle of the Congo with guns, you know, running out of the helicopter looking for poachers. The other heli pilot, he was going to go fly in South Sudan 2 weeks after he got back to Cape Town. I mean, these guys are good, and they showed. I mean, again, they made the DXpedition a success. So I think I'm going to turn it back over to Bob at this point, and he'll kind of wrap things up. We're still doing pretty good for time.
So, of course, we weren't happy or anything. After we got all of the men and one woman back on board, it was time for celebration. The fellow in the upper left-hand corner is Martin. He's from Norway, and he was one of the 2 private parties that came along, and he too was integrated into the crew. And one of the nice things that he did was bring 3, I won't call them magnum bottles, but pretty good sized bottles of Bouvet champagne, which is really, really good champagne. So we popped those bottles of champagne, and you can see the team gathered in what was the officers' lounge, and there was champagne and beer. The photo in the lower right-hand corner, the fellow in the green apron was our cook. And I gotta say, you know, for an industrial expedition ship, it was really pretty good food. Not to be outdone, the guy in the white T-shirt was cook number 2. So he did a lot of the prep of salads and, you know, that kind of thing, dishwashing. And what he's holding there is a platter of what he called donuts. Those babies were about the size of a hoagie roll. You'll notice in his right hand, he's holding a cake icing device. That was filled with whipped cream, real whipped cream. He jammed that baby in and he filled every one of those up, and we each got a donut to celebrate with. And I got to tell you, they taste pretty good with champagne. So we're back at sea. Thankfully, the journey home was a lot smoother than the journey down. I affectionately tell people that I suffered from Glenn Johnson disease on the way down. 3 to 4 of the days that I was at sea, I spent a lot of time in my cabin. And this is what we looked like coming back into Cape Town on Saturday morning. We arrived 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that. And if we were motivated to get off the island, we were a hell of a lot more motivated to get off the ship. And remember, I said at the onset, the worst possible combination, having all of the gear in the back and the container in the front. There are no passageways, no aisleways on deck to get from the back of the ship to the front of the ship. And if you noticed, there's this big cabin structure in the middle. The passageways are an ample 24 inches wide-ish, 2 flights of stairs that were narrow and extremely steep. And we boosted every bit of equipment, every mast, all the coax generators that weighed 190 pounds. We had all of those forward and packed in the container. And I think Dennis was one of the last men to leave the ship, and it was about 4:30 in the afternoon. The hotel room was a blessed sight.
The shower was a blessed sight
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. I mean, Dennis didn't mention it, but it goes without saying, other than the swimmers, none of us bathed for 14 days plus. It was okay because we all smelled the same. And not far from the hotel, there was a mall area, and at the mall there was this huge field house looking kind of building that had varietal restaurant, I guess I'd call them booths in them, so you could choose what cuisine you wanted to eat. And we did. The only common thing was beer. Everybody had a beer that night. So to give you an idea of results, we said 100,000 Qs plus. I don't expect you to read that. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the breakdown by mode, with the green being digital, the kind of bluish CW, and the purple phone. Upper right-hand corner, Qs by band. Those of you that worked 160, there were about 550 160 Qs. Those of you that got a 60-meter Q, you're a lot more unique. You're probably one of 50. And you can see the breakdown at the bottom by continent. And clearly Europe led the way. That was not by design, guys. Any of us that were running human modes spent a lot of time asking, North America only, please. North America only, please. And of course, one country in Europe that's shaped kind of like a boot didn't follow that exactly the way we would have liked. Similarly with digital versus human modes, I had gone on the expedition. I'm a phone operator by nature. You wouldn't want me working CW. And I had hoped to be able to get on regularly on sideband. We were on the island about 2 weeks total, so 2 shifts a day, 2 weeks. Should probably have had 40 slots or so. I ran 2 slots of sideband and everything else digital. And I got to tell you, a 6-hour shift going click, 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 not real cool. But, any of you DXers and contesters know rate, rate, rate. And I think the best rates that we were seeing in human modes when propagation was good, DQRM wasn't there, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we cracked 300, but we were north of 200. The best rates on digital were between 500 and 600, and that's why you see the preponderance of digital there. So at this time, we'd like to do a little bit of special recognition of some people that were critical to the DXpedition, and I'd like to ask representatives from DX Engineering, ICOM, Rig Expert, ARRL, Indexa and NCDXF to come forward. Yep. Dennis is going to present a flag with our logo on it to each of these organizations, signed by all the operating team. And without them, it would have been impossible. Thanks, guys. Of course, the operating team, a key ingredient, and I would ask any of the operators that are in the audience to please stand. There were 6 of us from North America, and unfortunately, none of our European or Slavic counterparts were able to make it. Pilots. You know, it's damn lonely in Bouvet. You could never be alone, but you didn't have the comforts of home. You didn't have the operating tools that most of us have in our shacks. So we had to rely on pilots. So I'd like James to stand up, KB2FMH, and all of you that are pilots, we're pilots, please stand. A vital link for us in knowing how are we being heard, the band's not as good as you think, or the band is better than you think, and you should shift here, DKRM here, you know the drill. I'd like to ask everyone in the room that made a contribution to the DXpedition to stand, please. Oops. And lastly, just a raise of hands, how many of you worked us on at least one band slot? Fantastic, thank you. Not to be redundant, but these 3 corporate partners were absolutely invaluable. Ice Tugs provided us the Argus. The crew was fantastic. My favorite crew member was Alec, the bosun, little short guy, 5'6" from Indonesia, and every morning he'd greet me because my role was kind of as load master to help plan and execute getting people and equipment on the island and getting people and equipment off the island. And there were lots of things that kind of snagged along the way. And he'd greet me and say, "Hi, boss." And anything I asked for, I had within minutes. Dennis mentioned Ultimate Aviation. If you noticed in the shot, the 3 guys held the flag in front of them. I'm convinced that they had to, let's just say, protect the size of their midsection. Really, really good guys. Myhausen, not a group that you would normally recognize on a DXpedition. For those of you that aren't familiar with doing a sailing trip, the captain and the ship owners really can't do a heck of a lot in port. The captain shows up, he radios in, they send another guy out to drive his boat in and park it. Anything that we had shipped to South Africa had to make it to the ship, but it had to clear customs and in some instances a police inspection. We had some additional things that needed to be purchased in Cape Town, like the Jet A1 and the gasoline and a variety of ancillary things. And my housing arranged for all of that. And I think the most valuable thing that they did was they greased the skids, because they knew everybody in the port. They knew who the right guy or gal was to go to, what strings to pull. Without them, we wouldn't have sailed on time. The balance of our expedition sponsors, corporate sponsors, and special thanks to the foundations and large clubs. Without that funding, Bouvet would not have happened. So with that, we've got about 12 minutes for Q&A. What do you got?
Who's got the microphone?
Start here. I'll make my way back. Not a question, but a comment. Carol, K4SAF, and I, W0JMP, have the fortune to be able to be on the radio 24/7 while you guys were there. So we took shifts, and I don't know what it was, fourth day or so. She comes in, wakes me up at 2:30 in the morning. I got him. And so then I'm groggy, and I have to figure out how to work you guys again. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Steve, November Sierra 4 Papa. I've been an amateur for 50 years, and Bouvet has been this unattainable Everest-like goal. I live in South Florida, where propagation absolutely sucked. Even the big guys couldn't hear you. I got my 2:30 in the morning, and the whole neighborhood heard me. Thank you.
I will say one of the things that I did as the generator lead was monitor fuel, and we were concerned about fuel consumption. We didn't put all 10 stations on the air, and within a couple of days it was clear that we had plenty of gas, so we were QRO the whole time.
Hi, I'm Dave. I actually made my contacts out of my South African call signs. That is 1 Bravo Victor Alpha. And I guess a question and a comment. On the comment side, thanks for all the support for the Cape Town Amateur Radio Club team as well. Really appreciate that from you guys. And then secondly, how many countries did you end up doing QSOs with all up?
Adrian, do you know? 159. 159. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bill from Virginia, and I was fortunate enough to work you on a couple of bands. I have a question about which radios did you use for human modes, and which did you use for FT8 and digital modes?
We use the same radios for everything, the ICOM 7610s, except the Auroras that Dennis mentioned that were in the meet and greet tent, and those were running into one of the 1217 dual band antennas with filters, diplexers. So we were in band more often than not with those radios. Got one over here.
Quick question for you. Given the way you've described the expedition, was there at any point, perhaps in the middle and perhaps to the end, when someone may have said, "Let us never do this again"?
So that's a trick question. So everybody on the team stayed on the island, and that's really important. Everybody worked together. I think the answer is we're glad we did it. We felt successful. We were a great team, but I don't know that anybody wants to repeat it. I'll put it that way.
I think the strongest sentiment for repeat. That question comes up of repeating at every presentation I've done, and this is about the 10th or 12th one since we've been back. And my answer is, after I tell them about how I was sick and how I got norovirus and how tasty the MREs were and how windy it was, and about my one teammate that decided to hang his outer gear above my sleeping bag, and I woke up one morning completely wet, I would say I would go back in a heartbeat to an expedition that was similarly important, similarly challenging, and similarly planned with the expedition leadership team that we had.
Having been a former pilot, the whole time the expedition was going on, I was wondering what would happen if the helicopter broke down.
We'd have been screwed.
As I mentioned, the SEALs took over the beach, which was our backup plan.
Get the microphone to him.
We're going to be just right.
Yeah.
Here's an anecdotal story about how the pilots, these amazing guys, got their license. They do not have flight simulators in South Africa, and do not send them to the States or to UK and so on and so forth. They don't have money for that. So what they do this theoretical training. They kind of get on flights. They see what the trainer does and so on and so forth. And then they take the control. And after a while, after they kind of know how to sort of fly, they know there's going to be a moment when the trainer is going to switch off the engine, and they have to land safely. So if you do this kind of things and you're capable of that, then you're going to fly in Bouvet, and you're going to have no problem.
I will say for me, the testing moment was the day that we evacuated the island, and we were in a hurry. And the number of flights that we did either day was more than we got done in the first 2 to maybe 2+ days when we got there. And those of you that are pilots, I'm sure you're used to flying the pattern at your own home field. These pilots set up a pattern that they flew religiously. Everything was great. They went out, flew the downwind, flew the base leg, turned for final, and about 50 feet behind the stern of the ship, sitting in the back seat, I'm watching this stern go up and down and up and down. And it looked to me like it was 6 feet up and 6 feet down. It wasn't that much, but it was moving around a lot. And those pilots were able to adjust for that. There were some obstructions if they landed long, so they had a high incentive to not land long. They were as good at picking up sling loads with nets or dropping those babies on the way back. They were just like hitting a bullseye.
Piggybacking on the last question from over here about the helicopters, I noticed I watched one of the videos that showed you all installing the rotor blades on the helicopter, and I noticed the first 2 went on without a hitch. The third one, they was having trouble getting the bolts in at the last moment, and I often wondered, did you take a spare blade in case you had dropped that blade in the ocean?
If they'd have dropped the blade, we'd have been screwed. The blades are balanced for the machine. There's 2 pins that hold it. And at one point, there were 5 of us assisting with the blades. One of the other team members was helping the mechanic with the pins. The 2 pilots were on the end of the blade, and I was in the heli operating the rotor brake.
It's because my station, your signal was so weak, and there's always mountain toward northwest, North America. What was the takeoff angle?
I don't know, but I mean, there was no obstruction for miles for us. I mean, it was wide open. 4.5 degrees? Okay.
Once again, thank you very much, folks, for doing this. Peter, W2IRT here.
Just a quick question, wondering what would you do differently in terms of radio now, not in terms of the voyage itself, but in terms of what you discovered, radio conditions, not so much propagation, but things you would do differently, either coming up next year for where you're going or going down the road. Were there any challenges that you faced that you were not expecting, and how did you overcome them? Thank you.
You want to answer?
Go
ahead. I think the one discovery that I had was ham radio equipment wasn't built for this stuff. The constant pounding every day of wind, you know, when we buy beams and stuff, we look at, so what's the wind load, what can the tower carry, what's the wind survival rate, and that's a one-time event for most of you in the audience. There, it's a 1-minute event, and there's literally no margin for error. We lost, I think, 3 antennas while we were there, and at least 50% of the antenna failures were human caused. That would be the other thing. You know, we could have had better knots tied, or more secure feed line, or we could have handled the feed point differently, and so forth. The non-radio thing that sticks out to me was, and Dennis touched on it, we had windows of an hour or 2 where we thought we would maybe be able to get the heli up and down. And sometimes those prevailed. Other times we only made 2 flights. And we were not able ahead of time to practice getting the right stuff onto the net in as fast a period as possible. And if we could have done that, life would have been a little bit better at the beginning.
Okay, good deal, guys. Take about a 10-minute break, and we'll start up with Desecheo. Remember, I see 705 raffle tickets available in the back corner. Thank you. Oh. Yep. AV guys, they're recording. You can stand anywhere. So if you guys like to pace back and forth, you can do that. That timer will be set to 55 minutes. It'll be a countdown time. Yeah, including questions and everything. 55 minutes. Yeah, so you'll be able to watch that. Video was working for them. Yeah, no, exactly. No laser pointer or mouse? Try. I don't like. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Can you see it? Yeah. Oh, you can see it. Okay. Yeah. It has a laser pointer, but it doesn't work on the monitors. Yeah.
No, we'll use this reflect everything.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Yeah.
Back in the day, they used projectors, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, not anymore. And then, yeah, they do a good job with the video this year. That's your presentation. Yep. And then you'll be like subset down in the bottom corner. YouTube. Yeah. Some people ask me. Yeah. I don't think they're live streaming. I think they're getting ready for that next year. So, yeah, exactly. So that'll be cool. I say like every time they Yeah. Oh, no, definitely. No, they're doing good. Okay, let's get everybody sitting down. We're going to go ahead and start here.
Ready for it. 20 days after, 50 days after. That was.
Because I was starting to get disappointed. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to be able to.
You got him on everything? You got him on pretty much. Except 2 meters.
But no, not from up here. Okay, let's go ahead and start. So you got plenty of time. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with the Desecheo expedition. If everybody can quiet down so we can start. Thanks, guys.
Beautiful. Thank you, Brian. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for the invitation, Brian. It's good to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to present you about a little trip we did to an island very close by to home. So here's the question. See, I saw this post on Facebook a couple months ago by Ken Ramirez, KP4AA. Why can't we completely self-contained FT8 station with vertical antennas and solar power and battery be just dropped off on an island, installed in the top 50 DXCC, and then leave it operating and go pick it up after a year? And it's funny, Ken posts this because he's not an FT8 guy. So he's anti-FT8 kind of guy. So, when I saw this thing on the loop and on the Facebook, and I said, it's coming along. So why it's just a concept, but let's try to prove it and let's try to make it work. So we have KP5 is the first ever a self-sustainable, fully remote operation. At the time that we went on the air, it was the 14th most wanted entity in the world, 13 in Europe, and the second in Far East. We'd like to dedicate this trip to an honorary member, Lou, N2TU, Silent Key. I take this very deep to my heart because Lou was a part of an Indexa board member and a mentor of mine, and his guidance and to be able to get the permitting process and everything, was very instrumental. So wherever he's at, I hope he's watching today and enjoying a great presentation and a great trip that we did for him. So where is Desecheo? If you look on the Puerto Rico map, a couple miles down, it's an island up here on the, about 11 miles off the west coast of Puerto Rico. And where is NP4G? I'm on the opposite side. So a couple years ago, I went to the farthest DXpedition in the world, Bouvet 1.0. But this time I went to the closest DXpedition from home. So I could actually go to a DXpedition and go back and sleep on my same bed the same day. I mean, I don't think you'll be able to do that any other time in my life. So that was a real treat right there. I'm sure my wife will be very happy about that. So basically 11 miles west of Puerto Rico, the first DXpedition, 1978, KP4 Alpha Mike. That was the first time a KP4 call sign was used. Do you guys know when the second time the Puerto Rico call sign was used? Any ideas? This one. So it took us 50 years to get a KP4 call sign to a DXCC entity that's right there in our backyard. And actually, 2026, it's the 80-year anniversary of the KP4 prefix. So we're kind of like celebrating a lot of things in 2026. And also, it's the 50-year anniversary of the Desecheo National Wild Refuge. So actually, our expedition was supposed to be in 2025, but due to the government shutdown and everything that happened, we had to push it back a little bit. So I think everything worked out pretty well at the end. So it all started 2023. I got back from Bouvet. I went over, meeting some friends, trying to get myself back to life. I get a phone call from Danny, KP3DR, who's here in the audience somewhere. Where's Danny? There you go. Back. You're too far back, man. Come on. Say hello back to Danny. And then Danny's, he's a ham for a while. He got reactivated after Hurricane Maria. He lives in Vieques. He's part of this radio club. And he says, oh, this, DXCC stuff. I'm like, what Bouvet, learning about all that stuff. Oh, I didn't know Desecheo was an entity. I've been to Desecheo. I mean, what do you mean? Yeah, I work with, EPA. We do the cleanup of, the ammunition and all that stuff. I know those people. Yeah, I've been there. Okay, so let's get the ball rolling. So I went over to Vieques, spent a day with him and Alberic, and we're trying to brainstorm the thing and how do we can get this going. And then we figure, what a good way to honor these guys who were, there at the beginning by using their call sign on the air for Desecheo. So that was pretty cool. See, we didn't want to use like a one-by-one type of call sign. We'd rather make sure it stays there in memory for everybody. So why is it so hard? So, it's a federal refuge. So back at last activation, 2009, K5D, great job by those guys. And when we go to apply, the lady, they're thinking about that. They go through the files. And the good thing is that the current director was not the one from back then, so everything was fresh. And then we're going through the process, and they say no. And what happened? So what happened is that in 2017, they declared the island free of invasive species. So after years and years of work and a lot of money spent, everything's clean there. So now you have the new birds are starting to flourish, the new fauna. They got rid of all the rats, all that kind of stuff. So they're very, very, very sensitive into bringing a K5D type of operation. And I remember I met with this lady, and they reject you, of course. And then they give you a 20-page summary of why you cannot do it. And part of the process is that, you get an audience with them. And I said, talk to the lady, okay, we'll follow the protocol. And then she said, oh, I'm actually on my way to Vieques for work or stuff. Well, would you like to meet in my office? So here we are, my home turf. I told my staff, cancel my patients, 11 o'clock meeting, be sharp, office clean, everything's sparky clean. And I met with Silmarie Padron, and I started talking to her. She's telling you, we can know, why, the reasons. And then I remember Lou's words, and he said, Otis, when you meet with this lady and they tell you no, you're going to shut up and listen. And she's going to go over all the reasons why you cannot go there, and then you're going to ask her one question. So, Silmarie, let me ask you, so we cannot do all this stuff, so what would be a low-impact operation? Well, something that you don't sleep there, you don't eat there, you don't do number 1 or number 2 there, you don't cook there, none of that stuff. And I said, if you're able to do something like that, would you be open and consider a permit? And she said, yes. So I go there and I call my very good friend Easy, that we've been partners in a couple of times before. And I said, Easy, that remote stuff that you've been working on? I think you got to speed it up, buddy, because it might be an operation and a chance that we can get to it. So he's going to tell a little bit about the magic behind the K5 stuff.
Okay. Well, basically, after Otis asking me for that, I have been working in a project. It's a self-contained unit, weather tight, that you can basically live on the weather clemency. And basically, gonna do some details. We have some pictures of the. Can you see the mouse? Okay. This is an internal picture that we took. I didn't took the time to take, professional pictures. So this is a view of the inside. As you can see here in the bottom, the RF stage, when we have, by the limitation of the loading capacity on the boat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we cannot bring like a huge casing. So I have the designs variables pretty limited. In this case, we decided to include 2 radios in one Pelican case. And on the top, you can see all the components needed. In this side, we got the regulators. The system runs on high voltage DC. So as you know, when you have high voltage, you have less current, which just means you have less losses. So we run the system in this case for 28 volts, and you have to regulate all the voltage for every single device that you're using inside the case. In this case, we have 2 regulators. You have 2 radios, you have 2 computers, you have 2 set of fuses array. You say, did you see a pattern here? Yes. We have to do everything as a redundancy. That was the key of the success of the 60-day operation. Why 2? In case something happens or fails, the other arrays take in. But if both of the equipments are working at the same time, you duplicate the rate, which it was our case. We have most of the time both RF modules working. Also, I don't know if you see here below that white box. That white box is a secure link through our console. In this case, the only internet available that we have was Starlink. As you know, Starlink, in that area, they don't provide fixed IP. So we have to secure a link between the bots and our console. Well, your house. And below that, we have a regular computer. In case the other computers fails, you have a regular Windows computer that you can remote in. If you need to do some services inside the consoles, you log in like a regular computer. That's the radio part. Here, I don't have any detailed picture about that. I'm sorry for that. But here is the condensation controlling unit. Yeah, condensation in this type of project is a variable that you need to control, because if you get condensation, you're gonna have short circuits or malfunctions. So can anyone tell me what's you know what dew point is? So what variable do you need to control in order to avoid dew points? Can anyone tell me? And then? And the other one? There's 3. Pressure. Yeah. So inside the box, we have a solenoid kind of valve that create positive and negative pressure inside the casing. You move the dew point of the system. You control the temperature using convection. So the internal air is a pretty dry air. It's like 15% humidity, pretty dry. And the other one is the humidity. Before the deployment, you need to make some steps. We use silica pellets. I work in the biomedical field, and we use that for MRI equipment and sensitive equipment. They are not the regular silica package. They are pellets, like cylinders. The absorption capacity is 20 times their weight. So you have to open the units in order to set up. In the island, we have like 85, 90% humidity. By the end, we open it. So you have to open in order to activate the system. It's a main breaker inside. We carry the pellets in a vacuum sealed package. So you open the case, drop the pellets, and close the system, and wait for the system to stabilize. The next one is the power. The power is the same configuration, same radiation system, same humidity control system, with the difference that we have a battery bank. In this case, the battery have to comply with the requirement of, the wildlife stuff. The best chemistry for that is lithium iron phosphate, because you don't have electrolytes, you don't have leakage, or and now you can see that you have 2 MPPT controllers, and you have 2 batteries, and you have 2 computers, 2 sensors. So the redundancy continues in the other case. If we lose a battery bank for any reason, like over temperature, over current, the other battery is gonna still there. If our MPPT fails, the other one's gonna take the operations. Here is the brain of the system. The brain is a single computer board with a GPU on the top. And in the middle, you can see the fuse distribution box. Here is a solid state switch that shut down the power to the other bots. If the system decides to shut down the system, or the manager here, he have his own console to control everything. For any reason, like the battery is not, the state of charge is too low, or whatever reason, lightning, storms, or he has to shut down the system, just click a button. I'm gonna do backwards, okay? Internally, this is like a diagram or block diagram of the system itself. As I'm explaining, we have the RF subsystem that consists in 2 flex radios connected through their proprietary protocol that is available for developers. We can communicate with the main computer through that protocol. What we got from the flex, we got the SWR, we got the power, the forward power, we got temperature on the PA, and the fan data. Why the fan data is important? Because you need to regulate the RPM on the heatsink. If you have the fan all the time in 100%, you're gonna draw more energy, and saving here is the key. We have to save a watt. We have a camera that, besides provide surveillance for the field, it provides visual data. The power system that I explained, it consists in flexible solar panels that they are pretty lightweight, so it wasn't an issue in space and weight. And the BMS. The BMS is the battery management system. It's integrated on the battery. I didn't put the MPPT, but the MPPT is an important part. Since Oris told me about the project, we tried like 9 different models of MPPT. Most of the inconvenience that we present with commercial model is the spurious on the DC bus. So you got birdies and noises that you don't want. So we decided to use a brand, a Taiwanese brand, that have the empty space on the output for filtering. So you can calculate your own filters and put it on, solve the components. So you can filter that unwanted frequency that you don't want in the DC bus. The environmental sensors, this is a very important part. That include the internal sensor inside the case and the weather station outside. You guys can ask, well, why you need a weather station, because we have Google or AccuWeather. There's no weather station in Desecheo. So you can have it's like a micro weather, right? You can have a sunny day in Puerto Rico, mainland, and Desecheo is raining. It's like cloud over Desecheo. That's affect the power produced and the humidity in the system. I have to read the temperature inside the cases, the temperature outside, in order to the algorithm to calculate how it's going to control the pumps and the circulation. Humidity, pressure, wind speed. Why you need wind speed? Well, you can calculate, you can predict by software if there's rain coming. Measure the weather data. And of course, rain, if it's raining, but we have to take some decision to shut down if it's thunderstorm coming, it's a shutdown operation. And solar radiation, because you can estimate what is gonna be the production that day. Here, you can see the output elements. In this case, a radiator that circulates glycol, it's like coolant, which has to be like organic, because if you drop it on the island, you can contaminate the soil, and it's gonna be bad for us if that happens. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, the heater, we don't need the heater at all, but it's installed inside the unit. If you have a cold morning or cold weather, you need to compensate. But the heat from the radios and the computer was enough. And the pressure control is what I talked in the beginning. It's a positive and negative pressure to compensate pressure inside the case. The output telemetry, I don't know if you follow the website. I don't know if you follow the website. You have all the data displayed in real time. So you can see battery status, you can see temperature of the cases and everything. That was possible by the MQTT. And then our interface by RHR that you send all the audio stream and frequency data to their system. In this case, as I told you in the beginning, we use a Starlink. That was the only internet available there. Okay. Inside the computing, we're using a small, tiny AI model that learns the pattern of the operations. Weeks before the deployment, we went to our friend's house, Kenny, to deploy the unit for 1 week for a stress testing. In that testing, we capture data on the model, and the model learns the weather pattern because we was like 30 miles? 30 miles from the deployment site. Also the operator behavior and everything. That is safe in an AI model, and then when you operate again, the AI decides which sensor to open, to close, which fan to run more RPM. But the last word is his console. He can like override, if it's the model phase, he can override the decision taking. This is basically what you see in the Hunter or main screen of the Desecheo 2026. You can see here every bank capacity here, the voltage, what is the status of the battery, frequency, temperature, humidity, and here is important. This is our main variable if the condensation risk is high or low. Thank God every single day was safe. We also have feedback with our WhatsApp group. If something fails on the unit, or if you're an operator and take advantage of the button and put like full throttle on the power, the robot send you a message, hey, lower power, please. Doesn't matter the time. This is his console. In this case, we was using Node-RED with the AI model. And this is the message that you have. It's a sample, what message do you receive on the WhatsApp group. Last thing here is beside the artificial intelligence or whatever, everything is hard code. AI can fail, so electronics engineering at the beginning, at the end is the key. So everything is hard coded. If we lose internet or if we lose the link, the system is gonna keep running hard coded. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Izzy. So one of the things that we did, we wanted to make sure that this was very interactive, so you'll be able to get a feel of know where we are, what stations, and we are. So one of the things that Izzy made for me was he made this the Latigo Management Console. Anybody in Spanish know what Latigo means? Whipping, right? That's right. So he came up with this acronym, very fancy, but he really made it up for me so we could keep whipping on the operators. So, and then we got a little, if you look closer, you got the little icon there, just the whipping. So that was Bob's idea. So we I want to honor you, Bob, right there. So we had a big problem. You got the first rib, by George Wallner and his team. Great stuff. You put it there. It works high power, but you have to go there and refuel it every day. The next one that came along was the rib in a box that Greg is around here somewhere in his team. And we actually took that one down to Juan Fernandez to test it. But there was one big problem, because if a user goes in there, he starts playing around with all the numbers and stuff. By the time the next operator comes along, it's a different radio. So we needed a way to take control of that. So I reached out to my good friends from RHR. I've been working with the team for about 10 years on my home station. And I said, let's bring your console to operate a DXpedition so that we have control how to police our operators to make sure they don't change anything so that everybody plays with the same radio as we go along. So we set up the test station at KP3 Mike. Easy arrived, so we fed him really well with a churri. That's a Puerto Rican treat. We went over to KP4AA on December early. We started training, preparing the equipment, testing it, and then do some more work and things like that. And then, these guys work really late at night. You really can't see in the picture, but there's some beer behind those ribs, and that's how we fuel these people to make them work. So we figured, let's find a place near Desecheo so we could test the equipment. You guys can test us, we can test you. And then we found this site up on a hill, and it's concrete. We wanted to test the anchors. We wanted to taste, how it holds up on the weather, everything like that. So we got up there. We started prepping everything, putting the equipment. I wouldn't tell the DX community about this. I mean, we're working behind the scenes. This is a picture of, on the left, of the antenna farms at KP4AA. If you need a Puerto Rico multiplier on a contest, it will be Kenny for sure. And then, we're testing it. We had a visit by the Fish and Wildlife. That's two of them, Ivan Gerandi on the left, and Nahira. Nahira is what we call the mother of the Desecheo. That's her baby. And they came over, they gave us some feedback, clean here, check this, make sure you don't bring, bug spray, everything. We have to make sure we follow their biosecurity protocol. This is a view of Desecheo from our test site. So we're 30 miles away. And what we wanted to do was that to make sure that our operators can practice with this new console, but also give you guys a chance to test your signal propagation and know where to find Desecheo. So we had a meetup that afternoon at Christmas Eve, and we went through our checklist. I remember asking Lee and the guys, do you guys see any deal breakers? And we went through our checklist. There was none, and we said, all right, we're going to go mainstream. So I took this idea from Glenn Johnson. He said, why don't you release it on Christmas Day? Make it a Christmas gift. So Christmas Day, you had the easy clause. Put that up on Facebook. Everything went online. And we said, we're going to Desecheo. And the next post was when, and we kept it secret. So then we actually got on the air. This is Eric, MP3A. He was actually in a cruise ship, sailing back during his holiday. And he was operating CW from the ship while he was cruising next door to Desecheo, operating the Cabo Rojo test station, KP4ES. These are some of the operators that we had. Eric, he was the CW lead and contest. Felipe had been to Desecheo before. KP3J, Jose, also helped. Tim, MP4TT, and 4GN. He was somewhere, I saw him last night. He was in the Philippines, so we had an extra operator who was different time zones away from most of us, so we were able to maintain the station. Now, I really wanted to make this a Puerto Rico expedition, so I brought a bunch of other friends, MP3DM, MP3IR, Rafi, KP4 Whiskey, great CW guy, Angel Padilla, Angel WP4G, he's here somewhere, I saw him, yep. And you gotta thank Angel for being the 6-meter beacon, because whenever 6-meter was open or anything like that, we were watching it, he'd be the one doing the alarm, so we definitely thank Angel for that. And he was the one responsible for giving you the 6-meter contacts. How many of you worked 6 meters, Desecheo? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Angel, for that. I think that was sweet. I don't think anybody expected that, none of us either, so that was pretty cool. Some of the Vieques team, Alberic, Marilis, WP4MTS, she's the only Y on the team. Danny back there, and also Jose. But we also needed reinforcements, so we brought a bunch of guys back from previous operation. Hal Turley, who's been to like 175 DXCC entities, right, Hal? No, not quite there yet. And then Mike as well. They both went with us to Juan Fernandez, and then Francesco in Italy, and Dercel out of Chile. Also Ray from RHR, Lee, right here in front of us. We needed people in different time zones. And Bob as well. That's a picture of Bob actually at Desecheo, a little while ago. And Don Greenback, who also helped us out. So we got everything ready. December 29, we shut everything off, brought it back down. We tried to make some improvements, improve the inclination, put the connectors. This is Manu. He's gluing our PVC together. And Manu is a pretty cool guy. I mean, this guy is a surfer, photographer. I mean, he takes pictures, videos, all that kind of stuff. He's vegetarian as well. So we all made the executive decision. If we have to leave some guy at Desecheo, it will be him, because he'll be the only one able to survive over there. So final checks, easy, working hard here and getting everything done. We had to watch everything, get it all cleaned up, make sure we're compliant, and we packed, ready to roll. And then January 12th came along, and we're ready to roll. So we spent the night in Aguadilla there. 4 in the morning, everybody up, and then get our equipment loaded onto the ship, and we headed out to sea as we got the sunrise over Aguadilla in Puerto Rico. Took us about 50 minutes, 55 minutes to get there. Seas were calm, everything looked very, very nice. We got to the island, and then as we sun coming over, we started to make our way into Bahía Los Botes, which is the little indentation there where you could actually climb. So from there, you know, it was about a 800-meter walk over to the helipad. It took us about 2 hours carrying all this stuff back and forth, and over the heat is as early in the morning as we were getting everything there. Going over the mountains, over the rocks, climbing everything. And then this is what we originally planned to do. The idea was to have our solar panels away from the trees, away from the mountain as much as possible, get our Starlink in there, and also get as much separation from the antennas that we could get to improve our, you know, our interference. And this is all feedback that we got from you guys while you were working KP4ES. Then we got our Starlink connected, and this is the official, probably first live selfie from KP5 in history. Thank you very much. Yeah, and then we're setting everything, tying everything down, assembling everything. Here's Manu strapping down the house there with the what? The dog house. Yeah, we call it the dog house, but it's the easy house we used to call it. Then we get everything ready. And here I'm basically doing nothing, just holding the umbrella. But see, easy works under pressure. So I always gotta, I gotta keep him on my side, So, we're setting up the coolant system, getting everything read up. And then we install the Chutena. Anybody of you guys know what the Chutena is? It's, So I gotta tell you the story. But when we went to Juan Fernandez, we got there. It's like a Saturday, and everything's closed. And things say always, mañana, mañana, tomorrow. So we go there, we don't find our spider poles. And we tell, our host, who's like, where are they? He said, oh, mañana. You got to wait till Monday till they, they open it up. So we're talking with our driver guy and said, okay, we need your help. What do you need? So we need a 20-foot long PVC pipe, something like that. You might have spare around somewhere. So he says that, you know what? I think I might have what you need. So jump on the truck. We drive over to his place. He goes under the house, pulls this PVC sanitary tubing, and that's what used. Yeah, are you sure it was used or? Now, how was it used? Yeah, okay. Now, question for, did you wash your hands after that? Okay, it's not melting. So what we did is we put that in there, we coiled the wires, got it going, and we were on the air like 2 hours after we landed on the island, so that was pretty good. And we had the rib on it to get it work. So we said with the concept was, it does work very well. Let me reach out to DX Engineering. Maybe you could buy the Chutena from them. So this is the upgraded version. We got all components from DX Engineering. So basically, it's a coiled wire up there. It would cover all the bands, and that's what we got to get all the bands in there. And we got back after 12 hours on the island and doing our thing. We're still at Desecheo at night, having our dinner there. We all look burned out, and this is what the Chutena looks when you have it hoisted up there. Worked pretty well for a Chutena. But then this is pictures from the side. This is what our camera looks with the Starlink. We have the casing. You could see more of the solar panels here, and because of the solar restrictions, solar power, we can only run very low power. If we try to run high power on both radios, we just drain the batteries, and we couldn't really operate much. So then, we're packed, ready to go. Final testing. Our HR people, we said, all right, guys, give it a run. So we ran KP4AA, was at his home. He worked on every single band, on every single mode, except FDA. He's not an FDA guy, to make sure that everything worked well. And after that, let's bang it. And I think Lee, you were, where's Lee at? Lee, you were the first guy to operate Desecheo, right? 1,000 Qs in like 30 minutes, something like that? Pretty much, yeah. So we were on the air. And then we actually did a live with Tim Duffy at DX Engineering from Desecheo, which was pretty cool. And after that, we got everything strapped up, ready to go. This is what the final layout looks like. We had a 6-meter halo, the RDUs. And then we started operating. So the first day was like, guys, just operate. No schedule, do whatever you want. Let's stress test the thing and let's see how it works. But by second week, we needed to put schedules in it, make sure we get some time. And we went week 3, and then we went week 4, and then we went week 5, and then we went week 6, and then we went week 7. And then on week 8, after 50 days, that's when we had to go home. So this is, we also did a lot of live demos with some clubs, which was really cool. Some of you, Southern New Jersey, Northern California, DX Club. And it was actually what we wanted to do. This was an expedition for the little guys. I mean, you're big guys who are chasing on us all about, okay, that's fine, but we wanted to make sure we got as many new ones that we could. So we did these meetings. I remember doing Bob's Club. I asked, okay, we do the demo. Okay, anybody has not worked Desecheo yet? 2 guys raised their hand. One was like a technician guy, very young guy. So, it's late at night, 10 minutes not open. We'll take care of you later. So this guy comes up, okay, let's, okay, sure, you need Desecheo. Can you do like 30 FT8? He's like, no. Okay, can you do CW? No. Okay, what can you do? I could do 80-meter phone. Okay, we have not operated 80-meter phone in like 2 weeks. So what? You know what? Okay, go to the radio, turn it on, and we worked the guy. He was the first 80-meter phone contact for like a month, because we want to keep your big guns waiting. And then as soon as we worked him, he went on live stream, and then we got the huge pilot. We just went back to our regular schedule. Sorry guys, but we look for the little guys. And then this is what the console looked on our end, as we were doing the demos, and this is the pilot. We just was outrageous right there. So we did some contesting, CQ160 and an ARRL DXCW contest. We got the record for KP5. Good job, guys. Come on, cheer up. So I think 160 we did 11 contacts. 11. I mean, the Shitena at 50 watts not really that great, but we got the record, which is really good. But our DXCW, we think we did about 2,000 Qs, something like that, 2,500. Yeah, 1 million points. So that was pretty decent for considering we're a QRP. This is an aerial picture from NA7CW. He works with the Coast Guard. He would fly over, and I ask him, hey, take us a picture of the unit. We want to make sure it's still there. And then he was graciously enough to take this picture. But we're always considering your feedback. And we got a lot of feedback from Europe. At the beginning it was all North America, and they said, North America, the money, okay, even though it's free for everybody. But we said, let's bring our gear, and let's just tear down that little mountain there, so it's even better for Europe. We got to make sure we get them on the log. So they're very happy about that. This is Francesco, the Italian guy. He was very, very good because he would wake up at, he's like, oh, Europe's asking for like low bands and stuff. Okay, Francesco, we're all sleeping. It's your job. So he woke up early. He got him in there, and then we finally were able to work some people. Working 2 radios at the same time during the late evening hours. We actually did some FT2 as well for the first time on a DXpedition. I had the opportunity to work Francesco on FT2. I would not recommend it yet. Doesn't copy anything, but it's still work in progress, so we make sure that eventually, if it works really well, FT4, FT8, that combo, which should be really good. So it's not always sunshine, actually. This is a very good day at Desecheo, but then you get the storms coming, and then all of a sudden, you don't even see our camera there. And there were some days we had to turn off, go QRT for extended periods of time. We just don't have enough juice to be able to operate on the day. One day, I get this picture from Easy early in the morning. He's like, Otis, I think we have coolant spilling. And I'm like, well, it was raining last night. Let's wait it out. So, a little puddle of water there or something. And you really can't see the color on the coolant, so we're kind of worried. I'm like, okay, let's give it a few time. And then after the sun hits, it dries out. Okay, we're still in operation. The system's working, so we didn't lose any of that. But it was very good. So sometimes we'll get the KP5 ops. They will be, complaining. Like, oh, this is not working. Please reset the stations, things like that. And then the battery alert is, 100. Something's going wrong. And then what do? As soon as whoever one of us was available, we'll go out, check the camera, and then we see that something that's not really working well. And we had a lot of fun. This is AI created. We did not have fire on the island, I'll tell you that. But we had so much fun on that WhatsApp group for 50 days. It was just incredible. We're giving each other a hard time. And then we get another problem. We get an interference. It's like somebody else is going on in there. Okay, let's go back to the camera as well. And we have some guest ops on the island. Actually, when we were on the ship on the way there to retrieve our equipment, and it's 5 in the morning, it's dawn, and we're just waiting it out. We went over and I said to Naira, the biologist, I'm like, Naira, I have a really question. I need your consult with you. This is really concerning. We've been really thinking about this. So what would happen if we go there and under our house, there's a bird nest there? We can't touch the birds. I mean, that's prohibited. So does that mean we get to operate longer? And she's like, no, I'll handle that. This radio is coming offline today. Okay. All right, so she was good. And I'll tell you a little secret. When we landed, we finished everything. I mean, she was watching us. And I told her, we want to do 100,000 queues and 20,000 uniques. And she was watching Facebook and all that stuff. And she was like, you guys were getting beaten. I mean, you guys, you know, and then the time came for the extension. And, you know, weather was bad. We couldn't really go there and pick up our stuff. So we went over. And she said, you know what? When we saw that was happening, I talked to the ranger guy. And it's like, let's just give him an extra few days. So they gave us 20 extra days of operating it. So I really have to thank her. Yeah, we got to cheer him up. And then she was, she really wanted us to hit our goal, so that was fantastic. Then we're working, you know, there's some power struggles. We get this in the news, February 27, that the U.S. grants a permit to have a cable connection from Dominican Republic, from Easy to Puerto Rico. And you know, what a great news. But what if they could just leave a little outlet for us so we can, you know, keep, see, we're using your feedback, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, we thought about even bringing a nuclear reactor, but that was still, maybe Desecheo like 5.0, maybe a couple years from now, we'll worry about that. So we can't hear Desecheo. It's really frustrating. What's going on? Let's go check the camera. So we brought in some reinforcements. So Flex Auroras that we're going to, you know, we got this forklift upgraded our radios right there on the spot. And it was very hard, to be honest with you. 50 days continuous operation, but the hardest part was just following up with our lives. When you go into the expedition, you're there. Either you're sleeping, you're operating, you're just there. But here we had to do our work life and going around everything. This is a picture of my dental ortho clinic at home. And I had the two monitors, the club log. See how we're doing? On the right side, we had the console, so you know the guys are operating properly. You know, they're not blowing circuits, they're running low power, that kind of stuff. And it was very hard. My wife says that, you know, the Desecheo was 54 days. I was gone from home. That was tough. But she says that this was even tougher because I was home, but my head was not home. So, you know, I would wake up at 4 in the morning, you know, I'm, okay, let me check the guys, and I see there nobody's on. And I'm like, okay, so I get off my radio, I operate. Then as soon as one of the other guys shows up in the morning, okay, then I go back to my normal routine. So that was very, very difficult. But one day, out of nowhere, we reached 100,000 queues, which was our original goal, which was very, very cool. So we did, thank you very much. Consider we're only doing low power. So we did a little group call. This was unannounced, and you know, Manu there is asking if this was actually a bot call. So we got a couple people. We're just, you know, celebrating all over the place. Make sure we you know, celebrate on milestones. So it came time to pick it up. We liked Desecheo so much, we went back there for dinner that night. We got back to the island, brought a lot less equipment, got everything loaded up. This is some of the damage that we found. Our solar, our wind recording device and all that, it got destroyed. Manu was able to do some 2-meter contacts with the local folks in Puerto Rico. A lot of them, when the K5D came along, I mean, you guys got big guns, propagation's not there. So we said, you know what, we'll give you 2 meters. So we got there, be there at that time, go to Cabo Rojo, point your antennas, and we will be there. And we got about 30-something on you know, contact. So of course the Gentry, KP5 Gentry for Paul, he's somewhere around. But you also, with the camera, you get the behind Gentry, which is a new one. It was easy actually from Florida, taking pictures, and it was actually taking pictures automatically. Every time somebody moved, it would actually record, and we did some of that. So at the end, 109,000 contacts, 20,000 unique, we got our goal. 50% human modes, 49% FT8, so we actually did more human modes than non-human modes. Total 154 DXCC entities, everything with less than 50 watts. At the end of the day, you know, this is KU Bob Alfin there at K5D. And I figured let me do some honor to this guy and trying to recreate that picture of him at the island. That was a fantastic operation back then. But of course, you know, we put this picture on our WhatsApp group, and what do you think the ops is going to do? They're going to make fun of me. So a little bit of AI, and then I got wearing the little, and I got my whip this time. So I'll tell you the whip story, because when we're in Juan Fernandez, you know, he's very, very, I mean, I've never met an intelligent person like him in my whole life, so I'm really proud to have you as part of the team. But he will get there and you start to work on things, he kind of like gets distracted, and Hal comes along and they're selling, and I'm like, easy, come on, like let's think it through, let's work it through. And you'd be talking, he'd be like, oh, here comes Otis with a whip again. So we started playing with that on the WhatsApp, and they caught it really quickly. So this is what we did at the end. So 10 meter was our money band. 747 contacts on 6 meter, which was very, very good. And you know, CW, 35,000, 20,000 phone, 50,000 on FT8. and everything and all these contacts with less than 50 watts. North America, 45%. Europe is, so North America #1, Europe 43%, very, very equal. So we paid attention to the Europeans, especially in our mornings, 10 meters. I told the guys, FTA Europe, 10 meters, 12 meters, don't change it. We need to work the little guys, and you would see our unique count just starting to increase. And this was all being done with less than 50 watts. But we're still taking Europe's recommendation. We decided to move Desecheo to the Mediterranean to make sure that, they could work us on the low bands as well. So, we tried some, AI was fun. Where's Steve? Steve, I don't see there we go. So Steve, all this fun stuff that you did was just, we had a crack. Every morning we just get in this AI graphics memes, and then we just had a lot of fun. Like they always do, Yeah, the whipping stuff always continued. And then it came time for QRT, we picked up our stuff. And then at the end, we get some messages. This is Bob. I'm very happy, 45 years. He was he operated a lot, and he felt like he was actually on Desecheo, playing with us and enjoying. Of course, Darcel is giving me the whipping again. And then Lee from Australia, thanks for the experience. And I tell the guys, quick note, guys, I'm tired. I need to blame back. Let me go to sleep. Keep on whipping. That's how we do. And then we started getting some more messages. Hey, radio 2, please lower your power. And then the RDU will be turned on. And then you get easy, who's coming for the shift? Battery case started warming up. And then we're having fun because even though we're already QRT, we're still sending the fun messages throughout our chat, and we're just, it was kind of like PTSD. And and then because it was 50 days of this stuff constantly with everything else. We had some fun there while he was recording us while we were retrieving the equipment. But at the end, some of the guys were thinking we're doing April Fools, like we actually never shut everything off and we're still in Desecheo playing around. But I apologize to my teammates. I'm sure they're having nightmares of PTSD because whenever an op would come on, it would automatically be at 50 watts. And what do you do, guys? Remember that low power is your friend, exactly. So either they had to lower it, or if they don't, I'll give them about 2 minutes, then I'll send a WhatsApp group, low power is your friend. If they don't reply, I send a direct WhatsApp message, low power is your friend. And if they don't reply, I call them up. And if they don't reply, I disconnect it from the radio. So that's what the Otis whipping is all about. So I got, very important, this is the first 100% solar power DXpedition, 100% no human intervention. Top 14 DXCC entity to provide free instant LOTW, which is a sweet treat. This is the most queues for a 100 watt and less DXpedition, and our average cost was 15 cents a queue. So compare that to our colleagues from Bouvet. We're kind of cheap, Yeah, just roll that over a couple points and you should be right there. So thank you very much. This was all free thanks to DX Engineering to provide a lot of the equipment. They upgraded Shitena. Also, Northern California DX Foundation for their contribution, $10,000 grant. Also, $10,000 grant from Indexa. Thank you very much, guys. And even with this, our total budget is probably going to be anywhere around 15,000, 17,000. We're still finishing up that. So each our foundation is going to get a refund. And I want to thank these two people in particular that were very instrumental. Steve, that he worked all there you go, Steve. So he worked all the reports, answering emails, taking care of you guys, make sure we get the information over. And that was just outstanding. When we were going on, getting to the extension, I remember I called him up. It's like a Saturday, and I say, Steve, you know what? I need to speak to you. And I usually text him. So when he gets a call from me, it's something very important. And I say, Steve, I think we might be getting an extension. What do you mean? I promised my wife we're going to be over for Valentine's. Sorry, Margaret. But I said, let me talk to Margaret. Maybe I can convince her. But at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, it worked out pretty well for them. This is automatic now. What's going on? Help me out here. What happened here? Something's wrong here. Am I running out of time? That's why it's... So, ¿qué pasa aquí? Okay, so, and then the other person I really want to thank is Charles, our QSL manager. I will just leave it there. I'll just go by one. Yeah, so very thanks to Charles, our Hall of Famer inductee as of last night. This guy will wake, he'd be awake 24/7. I mean, I would text him at 10 at night, it'd be 3 in the morning in the UK, he would just be there. He would be in the hospital with his wife. He was still fixing y'all's logs, making sure everything got answered. And I also want to thank my deployment team, Manuel, WRTC, who is a very, very awesome guy. Osvaldo, he's a great guy also from Puerto Rico. And of course, Kenny, that opened up his house for us to have fun for 50 days pretty much. And also very much I have to give very, very big thanks to my partner in crime, Easy, for being the brain behind this stuff. And thank you for your commitment and supporting all those whipping throughout the 50 days. So this is a joint venture, KP4 deployment team with the Dominican. Thank you very much to the Fish and Wildlife people for giving us the opportunity to prove that low impact operations are possible. And this could actually open up the opportunity to places that are very restrictive and very sensitive. So certainly thanks to them. And also, if you have your phone, everybody's got their phones. I want you guys to pull out your phones if you can, 1 second, because none of all of this would not be possible without the help and support of you guys and with the Mañana DX Foundation. So go to their website, find the information there, and then let us make bigger and better ribs for the future expeditions. Thank you very much. So we have 5 minutes for a question, Brian. It's pretty good. Any questions? Go for it. That's a very good question. Now, let me ask you, I'll tell you this. When we finished the operation, when I was working the permit, the lady asked me, how about Navas? And I said, you know what, let's work on this one. Maybe we'll bother you in about 10 years for that. And okay. But tell you what, when we finished this one, and we're all celebrating with the ranger, and they asked us, saying, hey, when are you guys going to do Navasa? And I'm like, well, maybe about 10 years. And he said, oh, great, I'm retiring in 7 years. Oh, no. Maybe we could do it about 6 years because we want you and our team to go there. So, Korea, I'm in the Caribbean. I got to ask other people for that one. But what's really is that we'll work on Navasa really well. We could actually go there, leave it there, come back 3 months later, pick it up, and it'll cost a hell lot of less than how we normally would do them. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm K3 Zulu Mike, and I want to thank you for answering my CQ in the CQ 160 contest. Imagine
You're
my,
very welcome. You're making them
imagine my
jealous now.
surprise. By the way, your Shitena, or whatever you call it, and 50 watts were perfectly Q5 on the saltwater coastline of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. More questions?
Yes, quick question. Do you think that the weather, the rain, helped actually clean up the solar panels so they can last longer? Because that's one of the problems with the solar panel. They get dust on them, and then their efficiency goes down.
Yes.
Can you comment on that?
Yes, it's technical. So when we did our test, we had 8 solar panels. We had 12 at the end. What we would consider upgrading would be to have more system, maybe more low voltage. Now, these are specially designed, so as soon as there's some rays, even though they're not direct, we'll start charging. Of course, it's weather dependent, so if there's raining, clouds, it's not charging. It's like a corrugated surface. It's like tiny mirrors. So we would actually, we could see when it was sunshine because our system would report that, we're getting some sun there. Dusting? Oh no, we had the inclination. It was fine. We didn't have any problems with that. Yeah. Back then, Scott, right? Yes, Scott back then. Yeah. Yes, 6 meter from Ecuador. Yes. Thank you, man. You owe me a beer tonight at the Hope.
Hey guys, I'm plagued with the call HC1MD stroke 2. I'm plagued to have that slash in the call. You guys had the slash. And if you love the antisocial modes, FT4, FT2, FT8, we can't complete a QSO.
Yes.
So I was calling you. I tried. Some of the software programs do work, believe it or not. I tried, and it was pretty obvious we couldn't do it.
Yes.
So I had to drop my slash to work you, and then much to my delight, about 10, 12 days later, found you calling CQ on 6 meter CW.
There you go.
So I made a real QSO on 6 meter CW.
Yes.
And then also the FT8 dropping the slash portable too. But hopefully at some time in the future, I talked to Joe about this K1JT, hopefully something can be done to resolve that problem, because you've got stateside hams that get their A/AG and they're in their call and they can't complete. And it actually slows down the QSO rate.
That's a limitation of the software. We worked with our development team, Rock, and he actually mentioned that the alternative would have been to use a 1x1 call sign, which I really did not want to, because I wanted the MP3 VI, the Puerto Rico call sign, to remain on the books for this one. That's something that could definitely be worked on in the future. And now we did see a lot of people that were doing that would actually email them and tell them, hey, drop that call, work us, and then contact our QSO manager, and then he'll fix the call sign and all that. So we wanted to make sure we got them on the log as well. We're good. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take about a 5-minute break and then we'll start up with the next one.
Oh, yeah, so you'll have 55 minutes. So, yeah, we just needed like 10 minutes or something like that to do the drawing. Yeah, and so I have a timer up here. It'll be set to 55 minutes. Yeah, you can watch that countdown. Yeah, or I also have a clicker. Like, kind of depends on how you like to. And they're filming, and you can walk anywhere up here. Like, depends how you like to present. All right. Some people are more animated than others. Yeah. but yeah, okay, so to advance, you just... Yeah, it's that big one. Here, the big one, okay. As long as it has focus. Okay. So like if it doesn't go forward, you probably just need to like click on it to make sure. Okay, so she started what, 12? Yeah, so about 5 minutes we started. Okay. We started a couple minutes early, and then like I said, I'll reset that to 55. Okay. Do you need a lot of water? No, I'm good. I get that. Okay, yeah, and then it'll start flashing like that after 55 days just to try to catch your eye. Okay. And just to try to be. All right. Yeah, they've been good attendance so far. It helps that it's raining. Yeah, exactly, I know. But I like to believe it was your guys' content, so that's what I'm telling everybody. Okay, very good. I'll start 4 minutes. Yep. Last year, I know we got one of the guys. Somebody that's not included. Just buy a ticket. You're gonna try to get a hold of Ray? No, Bill tried. Like it doesn't work. He doesn't seem to care enough. So like like we just think he wasn't able to get hold of him. He doesn't seem to care anyway. So exactly, that's all we do.
Don't forget to buy a ticket for the IC705 raffle. All the proceeds go to fund DXpeditions. And we'll be starting the next presentation in about 2 minutes. Okay, if everybody can start clearing out and sit down, we're going to go ahead and start the next presentation. Okay, here we go. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Paul Ewing, November 6, Papa Sierra Echo. We've just seen two really great presentations on DXpeditions that were very well planned and very well executed, and everything seemed to go pretty well. Well, I'm here this afternoon to tell you about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Sometimes on DXpeditions, things don't go according to plan. We often feel that a fellow named Murphy follows along with us and tries to defeat us at every opportunity. So I'm going to tell you about some of those experiences. So my group is called the Intrepid DX Group. You might have heard of us before, and I wore this special shirt today so you know who I am. Even the visually impaired will know who I am. Okay, so how did I get started in this journey of doing DXpeditions? And I think I've done about 15 of them in the last 15 years. It started out, I was just a VHF and UHF guy for a while, and I became a DXer. And then I found some fun activating a lighthouse about 75 miles from my house called Point Pinos Lighthouse. And the Park Service and the Coast Guard were really cooperative. And we'd do Lighthouse Weekend there, and it was really fun. And then we kind of advanced on. We started activating Alcatraz Island, which is not an IOTA. It's inside San Francisco Bay, so it doesn't qualify for IOTA. But again, the Park Service would cooperate with us, and we could set up and just have a really great time. And we were using basically a rib and solar power from the roof of the prison building there. We just had a ball. The wind would try to blow us off. We were using just a buddy pole antenna, and it was just incredible to operate from there. We could actually work Europe on 20 meters. So I started seeing all these people having fun going on DXpeditions, and I thought, wow, that would really be fun. I would really like to do that. So I reached out to some DXpedition leaders at the time. This is back in 2008, 2009. And I said, how can I join you guys? How can I get invited? And they would ask me, well, can you do CW at 40 words a minute? No, sorry, I can't do that. Have you won any contests? No, I live at the base of a 4,000-foot mountain. I can't compete with anybody. Okay, we'll get back to you. So I decided to start my own DXpedition, and in 2010, America was kind of busy with a war in Iraq, and I was very close to some of the military guys. And being on the West Coast, we knew that the soldiers in their downtime were active on HF, but they only had 100 watts in a wire, and we just really couldn't work them. So I said, why don't we go there and bring our Yagis and our kilowatts and just give everybody a fighting chance to work Iraq. So we did that. And we assumed that we would be safe. We were in a very friendly area of a little corner of Iraq up by Iran and Turkey called Kurdistan. And we mainly went there because the need on the US West Coast was super high, and we just wanted to go there and make folks happy. So we went there in April 2010, and we learned some things. European pileups are really challenging. When we were in Erbil, Iraq, to work North America, we had to beam right over that country that looks like a boot. Oh boy. I learned some words I never knew before. We also learned that rig selection and antenna placement is very, very important. We first tried setting up our antennas where they were pointing at each other. That doesn't work. I'm here to tell you. Cross-station interference was really an issue, and we learned very quickly how to work through it. So you can see our QSL card there from our team, and I think we made 54,000 QSOs in about 8.5 days of operation, but we had a lot of fun, and that really sort of lit a fire that we wanted to go somewhere else. So the next year, we made an effort to go to Kabul, Afghanistan. I got a license, T6 PSE, and we were going to operate from the Hotel Intercontinental, which is up on a hill there in the northern part of Kabul. We recruited a team member, Jim McLaughlin, T6AF, who was very, very active from there. And unfortunately, he was killed in action by an Afghan soldier just 2 weeks before our arrival. But all of our gear was there, and his military cohorts said, hey, you know, Jim really wanted you guys to come. We got all your stuff, just come. So we said, okay, we're gonna come. And then the morning that we were taking off to fly to Istanbul and then on to Kabul, that was the day that Osama bin Laden was captured and killed. And we saw people upset about that on the streets in the Islamic world, so we thought, uh-oh, we better not go there. It's really turned out to be a good thing. It was really tough to decide not to go at the time, but 2 weeks later, the Taliban blew up our hotel. And you can see the news story right there where the attack on the Afghan hotel is taking place. Well, that's where we would have been. So it really worked out that we weren't there. And we've thought about trying to go back, but just really it's not in the cards. So the following year, we decided that we were kind of watching the breakup of the country of Sudan and the lower part of Sudan, which was going to become the Republic of Southern Sudan. And I had been in touch with EA5RM of the Tifariti gang. They had done a very successful DXpedition to Palestine that year as E4X. And they were also watching Sudan split apart. And we formed a friendship and a partnership to activate the new country together, blend our teams. Basically, he brought 7 guys, I brought 8 guys. And we operated for 21 days from South Sudan and made 121,000 contacts. That was a really great partnership with Tony and his team. Unfortunately, Tony's now a silent key. But we had a lot of fun. Murphy visited us there as well. We had a lot of challenges to work through, mostly around man-made noise, particularly on the low bands. You know, South Sudan's a very poor country. There's a lot of little putt-putts and scooters and everything going around and just enormous man-made noise. So it was very challenging on the low bands. We also had a lot of RFI in our shack. When we got on 80-meter CW, and Krasny, K1LZ, was our 80-meter CW guy, and we were transmitting, we would see the logging program on our screen just stop. It would just pause. And Krasny's going along making QSOs, and the logging program has got RFI in it, and it's just not doing anything. So we had to fix that. And so again, Murphy, always riding along with us. The following year, in September, October 2011, we went to Rotuma Island. And our first really big challenge was that our leader had packed a container full of tables and chairs and fans and generators and Yagis and everything we would need, and it was shipped to Fiji. Well, when we got to Fiji, the container was still on the boat, and the boat was still out in the ocean. Not only in the ocean, but in the middle of the ocean. So we had no equipment. We had some radios and amplifiers that we carried, along with some coax. But we had to go on an enormous shopping spree in Fiji to buy tables and chairs and fans and generators and whatever we could buy and bring. And then we jumped on a boat and made the 3-day voyage to Rotuma. We overcame a lot for that DXpedition. It was really tough, but it was really fun. We chartered a scuba diving boat from Fiji called the Island Dancer, and we did pretty well. Despite all the challenges, the trip was fun. It was productive. Here's our QSL card. It was a really big team, and we all bonded really well and had a really great time. So in 2012, well, before we immediately made plans to do Conway Reef. But before we did that, Dave Collingham, K3LP, who's now a Silent Key, sadly, he and I went to Mount Athos with the intent to try to get permission to do a DXpedition from Mount Athos. And if you haven't heard anything about Mount Athos, it's a really, really weird place. First of all, only men are allowed to go there. You can't have white shoes or a white belt. You can't have any meat products there. You can't bring any beef jerky or beef sticks or anything. The only females that are allowed in Mount Athos are cats, and their sole job is to eat the rats. So I came up with sort of a novel idea, and actually a group of Greek hams went with us too. We were going to partner together. And I had approached them with sort of a novel idea. They'd had horrendous fires in Mount Athos that year. It just seemed like the whole place was burning up. And I saw the really antiquated fire equipment, and I just suspected that their radio communications equipment was probably in really sad shape, which it was. So we went there, we met with the police and the fire chief in the little village called Carriers. And we said, we've got a radio sponsor, ICOM, and we can fix you guys up with a new communication system. And we'd like to come here in 6-8 months down the road and set up some tents in your parking lot and do amateur radio. And they said, you could get us some radios? We're like, yeah. They said, because we really don't have anything. So we had an agreement with the police chief and the fire chief, and we were going to work through ICOM to get them mobile radios for their fire trucks and handy talkies and stuff like that. Well, on our way out of Mount Athos, we made a courtesy visit with Monk Apollo. You can see Monk Apollo there in the center of the picture. Nice guy, not very talkative, didn't say a whole lot. But 2 weeks after we visited with Monk Apollo and we left Mount Athos, we were told no DXpedition, cannot do it. So we felt pretty bad. The Greek hams have been trying for decades to get permission. And the monks asserted that our RF signals would QRM their daily prayers. And so we were told no non-monk activity will be permitted. So, and interestingly, going to Mount Athos is like going back in time like 1,000 years. It's really, really something. So since we weren't going back to Mount Athos, we decided we'd go somewhere really easy and fun and just make a bunch of QSOs. So we were in touch with Sid May, Echo Tango 3, Sierra India Delta, who was a retired British or Scottish engineer living in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. That's a mouthful. And Sid invited us to come, and by day we would do technology lectures and mentoring in the university there in Addis Ababa. And at night we would operate mostly low bands from the college, the club station. And so a small team was put together. You can see us there in our nice little nifty green shirts. And so we ended up giving about 40 students several lectures on ham radio and technology in the US. And a lot of them had been studying, and we actually, we were VEs, and we actually did a US licensing session there, and it got about 45 of the kids got their general class license. A couple even got their extra class license. And we were hoping that that would help them with getting their own Echo Tango 3 licenses in Ethiopia. That didn't work out. The government there really doesn't want individuals having licenses. But we made 37,000 contacts, and we had a good time. It was a little rough because we would lecture and mentor and do testing during the day, and we'd stay up all night operating. But it was fun. It's one of those things you kind of do. The following year, we partnered with some Russians. This was when geopolitical events were a lot different back then than they are now. But we partnered with some Russians, and we went to Yemen. This is in May of 2012. And Yemen was number 5 most wanted at the time. It was really rare, had not been activated in a long time. And we actually all met up in Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, which is a no-go zone now. You cannot go there. The Houthis would take care of you quickly. But we partnered with the Russians, and we ultimately made 162,000 contacts. And it was a fascinating country to visit. We actually flew from Sana'a to an island off the coast of Somalia called Socotra. And here we are. Here's the team in Socotra at our hotel. We've got a big spider beam Yagi up there. It was a very challenging partnership. I'll just leave it at that. The Yemenis were very friendly, but Al-Qaeda was threatening in the region, and it was kind of getting kind of scary. We had some prohibitions. We were not allowed to work any Israeli stations, although we worked many of them, and we logged them as 4L. We'd tell them 4L, 4DX, you're in the log, we'll fix it later. You know, hint, hint. And so some of them got confirmation. Very interesting place. Lots of lessons learned there, more about dealing with politics and dealing with Russians. The following year, we sent one of our team members to Somalia to get a license and plans to do a DXpedition there. We got the license 6 Oscar 3 Alpha. We set up the website. We were announcing that we were going, and then suddenly another group announced that they were basically going before we were, and it kind of just got kind of complicated and a little tense, and so we canceled our plans. We've since made good friends with that other group, and they had quite a history in Somalia already, and they basically were trying to finish up some of the business that they were involved in. And so we're friends now, and everything's fine. But a couple things we learned, there really needs to be better coordination between teams in planning some of these operations without stepping all over each other. DXpedition teams always have good intentions and goodwill, but sometimes we're a competitive bunch, and we tend to keep our plans secret and hope that nobody gets there first. Sometimes that happens. The other thing we learned in Africa, bribes is how things get done. Government officials expect a payout for any consideration, a license or import permit or what have you. And the way it usually goes down is they'll have a desk drawer. They'll sit at their big desk and they'll tell you, and they'll say, I'm going to step out of my office for a moment, and they'll open their desk drawer and tap it. And when they come back, they expect it to be closed and some payola in there, and they'll come back and they'll look and see if it's enough, and usually it is. And that's how it works in Africa. It can be $500,000 would probably be the going rate nowadays. So it just depends on what you're willing to pay. And all of the African countries squeeze you. In fact, when we went to Eritrea with Zorro, I asked Zorro JH1AJT, I asked him, Zorro, how did you get this license? So many people have been trying. What did it cost you? And he said, let me start figuring. He said, well, I'm sponsoring their Olympic team to come to the Tokyo Olympics. There are 20 of them. I'm paying for all their flights, hotels, meals, everything. And I said, so you're talking like 200,000? He says, don't tell my wife. So Africa's expensive, a lot of hidden costs, a lot of hidden costs. So in September 2012, I partnered with YT1AD, and we took the Rotuba team to Conway Reef, and it was very highly needed in Europe, but unfortunately we had very little funding up front for this DXpedition. But we went there, we used the Island Dancer dive boat again from Fiji. We made 75,000 contacts in 7 days. Had a good time. It was really interesting. It was freezing cold there. At night on Conway Reef, which is an island about 800 miles south of Fiji, you would not expect it to be cold at night, but it really was. That was a big shock. But we had a big giant team, and we had a great time, made a lot of QSOs. We ate, the boat crew had nothing to do during the day while we operate, so they would catch fish. And we just had these really great dinners with, fish cooked right over an open wood fire. It was just amazing. The following year, in 2013, Zorro JH-1AJT brought a small team to Myanmar. Myanmar had not been activated for a number of years, and so he was able to get the license for X-Ray Zulu 1 Japan, and we went there and operated. Oh boy, the pileups were just enormous. We had a great team, a mix of Japanese, American, and Brazilian operators. This was my first experience dealing with the over-the-horizon radar from Russia and China, and they call it the Dragon in Europe. And when it comes on, it just wipes out all the bands. There's really nothing you can do. Take a little break, go get a cup of coffee. It just makes you deaf. And it was maddening because it would come on when we'd have a really good long path opening to the east coast of North America. And then the radar would just start up and wipe out every band. So we really couldn't overcome it. We just had to be ready to go when it would stop. And it would go for maybe 15, 20 minutes, take a break for a while, we could operate, and then it would come back. So that was my first experience with the Dragon. Myanmar was a very pleasant, very friendly country to operate. In fact, the capital of Myanmar is Yangon, which is a big giant city. It kind of looks like what Bangkok would look like, but it's surreal because it's very quiet. And they have a lot of strict laws in Myanmar, including the fact that it's illegal to honk your horn in the capital, Yangon. So there's all these tuk-tuks and scooters and everything going around, and it's just eerie quiet. You don't hear any horns or anything. It's really, really interesting. One of the things you have to do when you want to activate rare and remote countries, you have to go do what I call DXpedition missionary work, or planting seeds. You can't get permission for the hard entities through remote control. Sending letters, sending emails, bothering consular staff or ambassadors, it doesn't work. You have to go there. So in 2014, my friend Dave AH6HY and I made our 9th visit to North Korea. He had made 7, and this was my 2nd visit. And we met with government officials and had some very productive talks. So that year we focused on North Korea and Iran, and we had very good meetings, and we were working with a North Korean general who was incentivized to bring tourists to a new coastal tourism village that they had created. And so they really wanted us to come. So we made some really big strides, both in North Korea and also in Tehran, where we were able to meet with ministry officials. So here's my little group, AH6HY and another W6 guy, W6DR. When we went to Iran, we discovered from the ministry officials that this was going to be a pay-to-play operation, and they were taking bids on who was going to get a license. We learned that the previous week a Belgian group had been there, and we actually talked to them on the phone, and they really wanted the license really bad. And we already knew from our experience in Iraq that it was very costly to bring all your radio gear, your amps and everything from the west coast of the U.S. to the Middle East. So we actually wished the Belgians well and said good luck, and we're not going to bid. and we're just going to play tourists, and you guys have fun. So that eventually became the Echo Papa 6 Tango. Okay, so that was an example of goodwill between groups that decided not to compete with each other, and we've made a friendship and we're still in touch. So things are good there. I'm sorry? I don't know. We didn't bid. We just said, okay, we're out. So no, I don't know. In March 2015, Zorro JH1AJT asked me to be his co-leader and take a small team to Asmara, Eritrea. And Eritrea is a very weird country, and people actually compare it to being like North Korea in Africa. Everything is very tightly controlled. The government controls all the media. You have to get a permit to even come to the country. You have to get a letter of invitation and a permit. And then if you want to leave Asmara to go to any other part of Eritrea, you have to get a permit to do that as well. Everything's super tightly controlled. But we brought a team there. Eritrea had not been on the radio for a long time. We stayed in a hotel that had formerly been an intercontinental hotel, but it was kind of, it was a bit dated and whatnot. But we had free run of the rooftop and all that. We were able to set up everything. And we had just massive, massive pileups there. Again, beaming over that country shaped like a boot to work North America. And as a North American, sometimes you can't really get a sense of what the DX is hearing or not hearing. And we were hearing those fellows in the country shaped like a boot really well. And they, I treat those pileups as kind of like a teapot that's on a stove and the burner's up high, and it's always kind of boiling over, and sometimes you have to let off the steam. You might work 20 of the guys from Europe, and then maybe work 40 guys in North America, and then kind of flip-flop back and forth, because you got to keep letting off the steam or the pot's going to blow up. And believe me, you don't want that. In January and February 2016, we got this really crazy idea to activate these very, very cold polar remote islands called South Sandwich and South Georgia. And it was actually not very difficult to get the permits to go to those islands. We were only permitted to be there and camp on each island for 8 days. And that's because 8 days was the mean interval between storms. And the storms there are super violent and unlike anything else I'd ever experienced. In fact, both islands, we got chased off by storms. They were just relentless. But I partnered again with K3LP, and we had 13 men. We chartered the Braveheart and Nigel Jolly and his team. And at the time, South Sandwich was number 3 most wanted, and South Georgia was number 8 most wanted entities. So we were active for a little over 16 days, and we made, I think it was 135,000 contacts combined from both countries. Now, it was very challenging to do fundraising back then. 2016, the economy was shaky. Our goal was to raise about 225,000. Our boat charter was 550,000. I'll never forget that number. It's locked in my brain permanently, because when Nigel told me that's what it was going to cost, I fell on the floor and hit my head. I'm just joking about that part. But we raised 161,000. So when we left to go to South Sandwich, I was $50,000 in debt with Nigel. And I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't think. I was just like, I'm going to go to jail. I just signed a contract and I'm short 50,000. But we made a lot of QSOs, and the DX community rewarded us, and we were very successful. We paid off all our bills and everything. I didn't go to jail, and we had a great time. Some of the things we learned there was what can go wrong will go wrong. You have to bring the spare to the spare. For example, we brought 5 DX Engineering heavy-duty Roan push-up masts that you would push up about 25 feet, put a Yagi on top of it. Well, we had a situation, we were using yellow nylon rope for our guy ropes, and that was a big mistake. I didn't know it, but yellow nylon rope will stretch when it's got winds of 60, 70, 80 miles an hour blasting against it. When it stretches, the support structure just falls down. And it was a good thing our tent had a window in it, because we would hear our pilot just really kind of fade away, and we'd look out the window and the Yagi was on the ground. So we'd go pick it up, and we were just doing this regularly, picking up antennas. But these heavy-duty Roan push-up masts would basically snap right above where the guy lines were attached, and they would just fold over. And so of the 5 that we brought, none of them survived the full trip. It was really, really something. The Force 12 antennas that we had really held up well. That was a high point for our trip. Propagation was very fickle. We had a CME in the middle of each island visit. And, but again, the global DX community rewarded us for our efforts, and we're really happy. So I have here 137,000 contacts in 16 days. That was really something. So in May 2016, after 9 visits to North Korea and a whole lot of effort, we got permission from the North Koreans to bring a team of 18 men. We were going to operate from Wonsan, which is this coastal community that they had created for Chinese tourists that basically never showed up. So things seemed pretty straightforward with the North Koreans initially, but they would go south. Let's see, we'll go back. Basically what happened was a couple things. The North Koreans absolutely insisted on secrecy of our plans until we were QRV, until we were on the air. We're not really sure why, but we tried to honor the secrecy, and that didn't work. A blogger learned about our activity and kind of spilled the beans on the internet, and the Koreans got a little bit weird. And then really kind of the final straw for us was, again, just as we were about to depart for North Korea, they contacted us through our Chinese emissary that was working on our behalf. And they said, oh, when you come, you need to bring a suitcase with 50,000 euros in it, which at the time was about 65,000 US dollars. Well, I was a little short. We talked to some people, we talked to the foundations, we talked to some international lawyers, we talked to some advisors, and ultimately we couldn't raise the money, and we decided it probably wasn't a good idea anyway. We didn't know if we brought the money, whether they would just take it and let us operate or take it and send us back home. There was just no really way to know. But basically what we did learn from the North Koreans is that they are not honorable partners. They're dishonorable people. I had learned from another ham, a doctor, Dr. David Bornstein, who had previously gone to North Korea and provided medical equipment with the stipulation that he could do some operating. And they accepted his medical equipment, put him on the next plane out. So that may have been our fate as well. We'll never know. But now, people ask me, why don't you keep trying? Well, President Trump wisely created a travel ban for Americans to go to North Korea. He knows them well enough to know that they're kind of sinister. So Americans holding American passport, you cannot legally go to North Korea. So it's not worthwhile to make any efforts to activate a place that you can't go. There's lots of other places. In January 2024, I had the pleasure of joining the TX5S Clipperton Island team. This was organized by the Perseverance DX group. And for me, it was a real pleasure to see how other groups plan and organize. These guys are well organized down to every detail. It's kind of like a machine. They just really have a lot of really good processes and stuff. And we had a lot of fun from Clipperton Island. I think we made 115,000 contacts or something like that. Everything worked perfectly. We used Elecraft K4Ds. We had 2 Starlinks. It was fantastic. It's a great time. In February and March 2024, we went to Tuamotu Island, which is a little 7-acre, well, we went to Pigeon Island in Tuamotu, which is sort of a ham-friendly island. It's 7 acres, really hard to get there. You've heard the name of that movie, Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. Well, I mean, it's just really crazy how hard it is to get to Tuamotu. Airfare there is scheduled but unreliable. You just never know if your stuff's going to make it, if you're going to make it. One of our team members got COVID on the way there, so he had to turn around and go back home. But we were productive, and we made 62,000 QSOs. We had some problems around food. There wasn't any. The reefs around the island had been heavily bleached by the sun, and the sea life was very poor, so the fishing wasn't productive. So we were eating canned fish and canned sardines and stuff that was imported from Australia. And we were eating a canned tuna that really kind of seemed like it was cat food. Yeah, it was rough. I think I lost some weight on that trip. And we had ordered hundreds and hundreds of liters of bottled water, which when it showed up in the port, the government seized it because they were having a bunch of South Pacific dignitaries coming to Honiara, which is the capital in the Solomon Islands. And so they took our water. So while we were in Tuamotu, we drank rainwater that would fall on this old rusty galvanized roof and then go down these really dirty gutters, and the filter was a rag, and then it would go in a tank that when you looked inside the tank, it was green. So we all spent a lot of time in the bathroom. And there were times where you had to leave a pileup or a QSO because you had to run to take care of business. It was crazy. But anyway, we made it. We survived. In 2023, we did the Intrepid Syria Goodwill Tour. Dave AH6HY and I visited Damascus and met with government people there, trying to get permission to activate Syria. I know there's other groups trying as well. And we believe that at some point we'll be successful. We hope to announce that at some time. In August 2025, I also went to Turkmenistan. I toured the country. My wife came along. Turkmenistan is currently the number 13 most wanted country. And I'm not quite as positive that we'll get permission there. People compare Turkmenistan to North Korea. It's controlled by sort of a cultish type government. They control all media, all access. It's a very, very strange place. Not mean, not sinister, not dangerous or anything like that. It's actually a very, very wealthy country with huge oil and gas reserves, but amateur radio is not on their list of priorities, so I don't know about that one. This is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan, very modern, clean building. I spent a lot of time visiting them there. So this is the Ministry of Communications in Ashgabat, made some visits to there as well. So they're very big into modern, clean architecture. So my wife and I did some traveling around the country. Their highways are filled with wild and domestic animals. You can see the camels here. The camels own the roads. They like the warm pavement. They lay down and rest, and it can make it kind of tough to get around in a car. Here's my wife with a local Turkmen lady. Here's some local Turkmen people at a shrine. So, and the guy here on the right side, he was my driver. I hired him and his little minivan to take us around. So, very interesting country. I would love to activate it, but I just don't know. In October 2025, I went back to Iraq. I visited the Iraqi Amateur Radio Society and tried to renew my Y9 PSE license and organize another DXpedition to Iraq. But I learned that there's some complications, the Iraqis say they're not issuing any foreigners licenses right now, although they did issue an Italian guy a license recently. So I have a feeling they're sore at us because when we went there in 2010, we worked Israelis, and that's a bone of contention with them. So that may be payback and why I didn't get the license renewed. So my good friend Heatham YI1 UNH, he was part of our 2010 YI9 PSE team. He was our interpreter and just an all-around good guy. So spent some time with him and in Baghdad and really had a good time. So it was fun to go to Baghdad and take in their culture and see some of the sites. This is Saddam Hussein's palace, and you can go visit it. It's full of graffiti and whatnot, but it's just incredible the style and the manner in which he lived. So in closing, I want to tell you that U.S. Fish and Wildlife controls the rarest of entities, and we constantly have a dialogue going with them. They have their reasons for what they do or don't do. We're going to continue working on Echo Zulu and Yankee Kilo as our main focus. And over the next decade, we'll continue to try to activate the rarest and remote entities. So I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any. Oh yes, sir.
Funding and various funding sources. You talk a lot about funding and various funding sources.
Yes.
Who you're reaching out to say, hey, I want to take a radio trip, and can you fund this for me?
Yeah, so there's an application process. So we always reach out to the Northern California DX Foundation, INDEXA, the German DX Foundation. Those organizations always provide what I call cornerstone funding for your operation. If you're going somewhere rare enough that people want, they will review a budget, a proposal that you submit to them, and they'll sort of judge your need and what they're willing to do. And then of course there's clubs all across the U.S. WDEXA here does a fantastic job supporting DXpeditions. So you look, and in fact it's productive to look at other DXpedition websites who were recently funded. Like look at 3Y0K's website, and you'll see some clubs and organizations that you hadn't even heard of, and it doesn't hurt to reach out to them. And so, you know, you kind of just throw it out there and see what comes back. But it's scary when you're dealing with like multi-$100,000 or even $1 million boat contracts where once you sign that contract, you're on the hook and you're kind of at the mercy of the goodwill of the DX community. So as a leader, you have to sort of pay your dues. When they ask you to give a presentation to the club, you better say yes. You know, you have to continue to promote what you're trying to do and just, you know, be a good solid figure. Any other questions? All right, well, I think there was one over here.
Nope, over here.
So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife controls most of the rare and desirable entities, in my case, in the South Pacific. So we have made inquiries about Johnston Island and Curie and Midway and Wake and whatnot, and there's a dialogue, but in fact we've made them aware of the recent successful technology implementation at Desecheo, and propose things like that. So you just have to keep the dialogue open with them and keep it contemporary and be willing to be flexible. They really see their job as keeping us smelly, germy, peeing and pooping people off of their islands. So as Otis explained, if you can negate that, where you just run out there, set up and leave, that solves a lot of their worries. So that's the ticket to success, I think. I mean, I love the tent and generator style DXpeditions. Those are really fun and really fantastic, but they may be on their way out, at least for fish and wildlife possessions. Is there another question?
Yeah, right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Paul. I got here late to your presentation, but I started following on my Logbook of the World account and seeing how many contacts I made with your previous expeditions, and it's just wonderful to see all the contacts I've made. And just thank you for your efforts over the years.
Well, thank you. We've been having a lot of fun. In fact, recently I sat down and looked at the QSO totals for all of our DXpeditions, and it was about 1.4 million QSOs total. So that's a lot of QSOs. But we've been doing it for now. We're in our 16th year now. So, but we're very happy to do it. We've had a lot of fun, and we want to continue until we're just too old or feeble to do it anymore. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, Aves Island.
Yeah, Aves
I have
Island,
to admit,
yes.
I haven't really done anything towards Aves Island. One, I don't speak Spanish. Two, up until very recently, the relationship with Venezuela was strained with the U.S., and I didn't think they would be very approachable. Things seem to be changing very quickly in Venezuela, and if I spoke Spanish, I would probably be working on it. So any DXpedition leaders, Adrian, I know you don't speak Spanish, but yeah, Aves Island would be a good one, but I don't know the language, and would be complicated. So, well, I want to thank you guys. Stick around because they're going to raffle off an ICOM 705 here. So who wants to win? I do. Thank you, everyone.
Yep, as Paul said, we're going to do the IC 705 drawing now. Again, ICOM donated the radio, and the proceeds go to fund DXpedition, Southwest Ohio DX Association.
We're going to get a few more buyers. Okay, we're going to, a few more.
Just a couple minutes here. Yeah, did everybody put in their stubs? Any? Nope. Okay, here we go. WB2WGH?
Yep.
Do I have that right? Ticket number 952. In the crowd? Okay, we will hunt them down and mail it to them.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Does that also have a laser beam? It does have one, but it's used. Okay. I also have some audio clips in some of these. So some of the presentations have some audio clips in them. Will those automatically play through, or do you have to do something? They should play through. Okay. All right. But you won't be far away, will you? No, I'll just be at the table. Okay, in your tent. Good. Okay. I hear you. Okay.
We do a very quick and highly important test.
Highly important test.
I want to see if I get HDMI.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, go ahead. All the USB ports are used?
Reacting? It's thinking?
Which is?
Just the fact. I built this in Google Slides. Okay.
Why on earth would, never mind,
Well,
go on.
because-
No, go on, go on. You built it in Google Slides, and?
I made it available. Google Slides has a local presentation mode. You don't need the internet. It's here. It's here. Okay. This, I don't know why I'm not seeing this there. This is reacting correctly on here, but I don't see it. I cannot. This is something I just learned. See all these things to download here? That's where PDF is. That's where PowerPoint is. And this is not here for some reason because of both. So, I have to figure out how to get this up there.
Okay.
So it's the AV guy. There's an AV guy.
There's an AV guy.
Let's see. The AV guy. Basically, that's my point is that's the only way to make it.
Okay. The AV guy is right there. Guy with the hat,
Walking across?
lumbering
Yeah, okay.
across. Okay. Is that the HDMI connector? Yes, it is. Okay.
No, that's the solution. That's not the problem. The problem is he plugged it in. The solution is you.
Okay. Okay. QRX.
Toodly-doo. Okay, load them up, put them on the desktop somewhere. Okay.
Okay, that's not gonna work. Dun, 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 dun.
have USB stick for me?
The laptop?
Oh,
I didn't think I needed a USB stick.
it makes it a lot easier.
Oh, I was expecting an HDMI. Does that not work?
That works with considerable difficulty. It took about 10 minutes for getting K1IR stuff.
USB stick in this is not going to work.
Why can't you put a USB stick in it and just copy it
Work
over?
laptop won't let me.
Oh, okay. Okay, we will get.
What's the issue?
Here's the HDMI cable. Yeah. So fire up your laptop and then plug this in and see if it actually shows on the screens. If not, we may have to. There was some magic incantation that Mr. AV had to do to get K1IR's laptop to talk to it. Ah, okay. You had much better luck than IR did. Great. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
We're starting at 1:30.
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll be, I have a couple minutes of intro stuff.
So, I'm just changing the slide on the laptop. Yeah. Is that the way it works? Or have you got a clicker?
There's a clicker, but I don't think it'll talk to the laptop.
This is the transmitter, isn't it?
Probably.
Okay.
Oh, no, please. So you'll have to pick it up or lean down and click it or whatever. In the meantime, give me back my. Okay. In the right place. Okay. Okay. You are the last one. 2:45, between 2:45 and 3. Hang on. Wait a minute. I found it, but I moved it. Now I can't find. Oh, there it is. RTC, this one? RTC Dayton 2026, version 2. Got it. Okay. Okay, looks good. Stand by. You go. Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this on? Sorry, I can't hear you. Is this on? All right, I guess we can get this show on the road. I don't have any housekeeping items. There should be housekeeping items. Okay. Welcome to PowerPoint. Dun, 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 dun. Welcome to the 2006 Dayton Hamvention Contest Forum. This is a big presentation. This has one slide. So here's today's agenda, but there are a few little hidden surprises here that I think you might find entertaining or at least amusing or embarrassing, and take your pick. Enzo AX couldn't be here this year. It's one of the few times he's missed Dayton in his lifetime. I'm assuming he's live streaming, so let's all say, "Hi, Ward!" Hi, Ward! Okay. When I found out Ward wasn't able to come, I said, well, you know, we're going to be missing some sort of entertaining stuff, so could you send me some entertaining stuff? So instead, he sent me this. And this is audience participation. You ready? Knock, knock. Dishes. Dishes the FCC, open up. We think you're running high power. Yes, there's more. Sorry. Knock, knock. Kenya. Can you QSY our net's starting on this frequency in 5 minutes? I don't have a day job. I'm retired, so this is all I got. Okay, so here's the program for today. These are all really terrific talks, and you're going to learn something. You're going to be entertained somewhere in the middle. I have a few other little goodies I'll throw out. But these are all sort of current things that are going on in our wonderful hobby of radio sport and radio contesting. First up, where I'd like to invite Mark, M0DXR, to come up. He has a few words he would like to say about, come on up so you can plug in here. There's a little thing going on this summer called WRTC 2026. Mark is the chairman, and like all good chairmen, he's going to update the troops on what's actually happening. So you're on.
Thank you very much, Doug. And once again, it's a pleasure to be here to give an update, provide an update on WRTC plans taking place in 51 days, Lee, and 4 hours. It's become a daily routine to check the WRTC homepage just to see what that counter is looking like, and the pressure's growing, but the excitement is also. So I'd just like to spend the next 20 minutes just to provide a bit of an update on how things are going, what to expect, and share a little bit about what we've been doing in the last 12 months since we were last here, and what we will be doing in the next 2 months. Bit of a recap. I get this messenger message from K1DG in December 2022. Have you ever considered maybe hosting WRTC in the UK? And that was a sleepless night for me. And since then, as they say, the rest is history. We put our bid into the sanctioning committee in April 2023. And then we were announced as the host for 2026, which was formally announced at the closing ceremony in July of 2023 of Italy. Our qualifying contest began in October that year and concluded in March 2025 with ARRL SSB. We did our test operation last July in the IARU HF Championship. And then we sent out our team leader invites in August, followed by referees in September, and then here we are approaching the event. We have all of our competitors now, all confirmed. We have a lineup of 50 team leaders and 50 teammates. Pretty hard for you to read, I'm sure, but they're all on the website, and you probably are familiar with many of those already. We're extremely pleased to have 4 youth teams aged under 26 at the time of the contest. And also we have our returning champions, V3DZ and UW7LL. Well, we know that the competitors are taking it very seriously. Lots of plans are going in for operating strategy, hardware design of the stations, so that they can maximize their competitive edge. We have 50 referees from all around the world coming to help. And as you can see, this is the list, and we've tried to get a good international spread of referees. The referee handbook was released a few days ago to help train and guide those referees on how they can help ensuring we have a fair competition. I mentioned our youth teams. These were the top 10 youth qualifiers. Well, there were 4 places for the team leaders, but as you can see, some of the youth operators were actually selected as teammates for the other teams. So, for instance, we have DL30N and DJ4MX were selected as teammates, which opened up additional team leader spots for the youth teams, which is superb. We have our 2 sponsored teams with familiar faces there, Adrian and Mike, and then Cesar and Presmek. We've been focusing very much on this level playing field thing. And just as a reminder, we are putting on a games to generate a level playing field in the same geographic region using identical antennas, the same output power at 100 watts, and other conditions as well. We have some very interesting history to build upon and to use as a point of reference for our event. The real field day style was introduced at Russia in 2010, and then again in Boston in 2014. And that was highly successful, and we can use a lot of that useful information. Again, in Germany 2018, where the OC selected spider beams and dipoles for the antennas. The Italy was not portable, but operating from fixed buildings, and that was successful. We decided to go portable purely to try and minimize any potential noise and give a very level playing field as much as we possibly can. Our sites, we actually have 57 sites, all confirmed. Obviously, 50 of those will be the prime sites, and then we'll have backup sites built and ready should anyone need to be relocated. Our headquarters venue is to the west of that region of Suffolk and Norfolk at the venue of Y Boston Lakes. It provides good access to London, and we have travel plans coming in thick and fast so that we can line up our transportation help. The area offers flat terrain, and we've verified all of the sites to be consistent, and we've been very fortunate to secure sites at some very high-profile estates in the area around the town of Thetford in Norfolk. We're going for the cluster arrangement, which, as we've been saying from the outset, will help tremendously with our logistics, deployment of spares, and also volunteers. And so you can see the rectangular shapes there represent the main cluster areas around Thetford where the sites are located. This is Euston Estate, which is kind of the central location for our sites, and it will also serve as the headquarters for the hardware and volunteers. An impression here of the flat land, and it's specifically why we selected Suffolk and Norfolk for the sites. We verified the sites by performing terrain analysis. We've looked at the signal strength readings from our test operation last July. And we've also, very importantly, verified that all sites have good cellular coverage for the 4G data transmission back to headquarters for the live scoring and live QSO stream. So we tested, as I said, during 2025 IARU. We ensured that the sites were 500 meters from one another so that we could get a true sense for the interstation interference. And we're trying to position the stations so that they are situated such that they're not beaming to one another in the main directions. We've published the logs to make the propagation knowledge a bit more available to those who are maybe not familiar with UK conditions. When the hardware arrived from Italy, the container, which contained 50 masts, 50 Yagis, 50 sets of the 2 dipoles, 50 rotators, etc. And we are in the process of pre-assembling as much of that kit, as much of those antenna elements as we possibly can to ensure the smooth and slick deployment and build. And there's a lot of coax. And we're very grateful to Messi and Poloni who have provided additional coax for the additional stations that we need to build. So we did our trial. These are some pictures from the trial. You can see one of the LZ WRTC antennas going together. We used some of our volunteers that will head up the build teams for this July so that they could become familiar with the equipment, the actual equipment. We're in the process of changing the color of our gazebo tents. We learned that the white color was a little bit too harsh in the tent. It generated some glare, and that was exactly what we wanted to achieve from the trial, to learn things just like that. And this is a typical site. And we'll be using the Honda generators, which have been used before, and we know that they are very reliable and don't generate anywhere that we could find any noise whatsoever. So we're procuring 55 brand new generators. We did some analysis, as you can see here. These are the 5 stations plus an operation from a nearby station, just for a bit of comparison. And we were very happy with the consistency of the signal strengths on the 5 bands. The 20, 15, and 10 meter bands is a little bit more difficult to gain certainty just because of the different beam headings that can be in situation at any one time. But on 40 and 80, they were the much more consistent ones, and we positioned the antennas north-south on 40 meters, east-west on 80. So here we have a typical station configuration layout. And again, I appreciate this is probably a little bit difficult to read, but there's an awful lot going on here. And the teams have a very big task of not only designing this, but bringing it to the UK. And we've offered some solutions around that should they be taken up, such as we have a freight forwarder arrangement so that kit can be shipped ahead and end up at the headquarters Y Boston. But in some cases, operators choose to bring their own equipment with them. And we're planning for ample space in the transportation that we offer to be able to transport that up to headquarters. And then, of course, onto the sites. But yeah, a lot going on, and we've tried to be very careful about making it clear what WRTC will be providing, what the interface points are, what the operators need to bring, and what the referee is responsible to bring. And that's where you see the color coding here on the diagram. So we will be obviously collecting the logs from all 50 stations. Using the WRTC computers, they will be transmitted back to headquarters over the cellular network so that it allows that real-time scoring on the World Radio League WRTC customized platform. There will be an opportunity for the competitors to test that interface at the headquarters. We'll have a specific area set up for the operators to plug in their laptops into the WRTC computers to ensure full successful connection. Our power meters are ready, and those of you that have operated WRTC before will be familiar with the arrangement. 3 LEDs, red, amber, green. Amber is probably what they'll be aiming for. Exactly 100 watts. Anything under that will be green, anything over that is red, and the referee will be instructed to ensure the power comes back. We brought on Golf 7 Uniform Romeo Papa, who is a very competent media individual who does, he does all the RSGB media at our national convention, as well as many other live broadcasts for the RSGB. So he has a full setup that will be coming to headquarters. He's built a team, a very, very competent team, to cover all of the on-site AV, and that will be interviews with competitors, referees, and judges taking place during the event. And then we're going to have an evening broadcast every day of WRTC so that others can keep up with what's going on. And then, of course, we have the World Radio League coverage during the contest itself, which is proving to be very exciting. And I'm going to ask James Cribbs, N0WRL, to come up just for a couple of minutes and explain what he's been doing and what WRTC's WRL platform will bring us.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is James Cribbs, N0WRL. I'm the founder and CEO of the World Radio League. We started out in 2023, and we really got our start primarily as just a very basic web-based logger as well as a POTA logger. We quickly became very popular in the POTA community, and since then we've continued to grow, and we've developed into a real software suite for a lot of ham radio applications, much beyond just the POTA logging, but POTA logging, analytics, real-time contesting, and we've been really working very hard to bridge the gap between a lot of the newer hams as they move into more of a contest focus. But coming into WRTC and meeting with Mark starting more than a year ago now, WRTC had very particular challenges that really required a custom software solution to be built from the ground up. Of course, it is real-time contesting at the highest level and on the biggest stage, which means that you're thinking about integrity, reliability of the contest. But whereas a lot of times with real-time contesting, your actual logging devices can be connected directly to the internet. That is not the case with WRTC, which required us to come up with a unique software solution, which I think everyone here is going to be very, very excited about. But a little bit about us. We've been growing pretty fast because from the time making this slide, we're at over 70,000 users. We've had tens of millions of contacts running through our system today. So what we've developed for WRTC is a Raspberry Pi that we've installed custom software on that's acting as a UDP sniffer, which allows the competitor devices to be completely offline, but take those packets of data. We actually have them store a complete copy of the logs stored on the Pi, and then as the Pi broadcasts those to the cloud for the real-time scoring, we can ensure that those packets are received, and if they're not, we still have the data on the Pi, so we can get all of that data reliably to the cloud. That's all to say, this is going to allow us to provide an awesome esports style dashboard that will really energize and excite both other contesters who are watching, but we really hope a lot of the larger ham radio community who can actually get to see a little bit more about what contesting is all about and have some beautiful analytics and statistics to look at as we go. And another thing that we really needed to customize was the sort of integrity-related features and ensuring there's very particular things like auto spotting to keep that level across all the playing field, ensuring that if one station, for instance, loses their ability to take advantage of the auto spot feature, we have to ensure that all competitors can now no longer spot. We have to ensure that there is not a way to link station call signs to competitor call signs, trying to avoid the sort of cheerleading effect, if you will. We're going to be creating some beautiful data visualizations. People can track their favorite teams and have some bio information, some videos, and a live video experience that's embedded on the scoreboard as well. So they're both watching the scores, you're kind of seeing some play-by-plays, maybe being able to track differences in strategies between the teams as it goes. We have a table out here as well. Like I said, I'm James Cribbs, N0WRL with World Radio League, and looking forward to collaborating with you, Mark, and the rest of the team. We've successfully tested all of the loggers up to date, and we've been running a lot in test environment, but I'm sure you guys will hear more and more in the next couple months before the competition. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, James. Just a bit about the headquarters. For those of you that are coming, we secured the Y Boston Lakes Resort, which is about an hour and 15 north of London, easily accessible and a very pleasant venue. And we've been working very hard with the management at Y Boston to ensure that everything is exactly as we need it for WRTC. There is a brochure. I won't go through all of this, but we've set this brochure up, which is on our website, gives all details of how to get there, all the facilities at the resort, excursions that we'll be running. We're going to go out to Bletchley. We're going to go to the Duxford Imperial War Museum. We're going to go to the seaside. There's Warwick Castle. So there's plenty to do for the visitors. We're running the Ham Widows Ball once again, a very successful event where many will be, I'm sure, delightfully entertained with alcohol and refreshments. So there's plenty to do for visitors and spectators, and we want to make sure everyone feels welcome. Quickly on volunteers, we've obviously had to reach out to volunteers. This was one of the key risks for us when we set out the bid at the beginning, and we did some very careful research on volunteers and who would be prepared to step forward. And we have an excellent team lined up who will be taking care of the station building, which is headed up by Chris Kirby, Golf 4 Fox Zulu November. And then we have also headquarters volunteers arranged, and then site managers who will be looking after probably 2 or 3 sites each, and we can achieve that due to the close proximity of the stations being just 500 meters apart. And then we have our drivers who will be assisting to transport referees and competitors from the airport to Y Boston and then out and back to their sites. And we're extremely grateful to everyone that has stepped forward. Thank you. Our supporter coin program is drawing to a close. Thank you to everybody that has shown their support, and I hope you enjoy the bronze, silver, and gold coins. We do still have some available. Stop by at the WRTC booth in Hall 1, or maybe we'll see some of you tonight at the contest dinner at the Hope Hotel. All tents have been sponsored. Once again, thank you to everyone. Your banners are in production. They will be displayed outside the operating tent at each of the 50 stations. We've got a very close working relationship with the Radio Society of Great Britain, who have been assisting with our negotiations with Ofcom to secure the call signs for the operation. Very pleased to say that has been successful, and we're ready with a good number of available call signs. And as I reach the end, just like to recognize our sponsors. We have tremendous support from a whole range of sponsors. Yaesu being our prime sponsor, Moonraker Platinum, and our IT partner with WRL, ICOM, DX Engineering, Flex Radio, Momo Beam, Elecraft. They all offer tremendous support for our hobby, and it's so refreshing that they step up and support WRTC. And bronze sponsors you can see on the screen here, each one of them are providing invaluable contribution to us, and we're extremely grateful. Clubs, what a tremendous support level we've received from clubs. Thank you very much to everyone. We couldn't do this without you. We're still on the final push to reach our financial target. We're on track. There are no major concerns. There are a few assumptions around that. We still need to do a final push. So if anyone can help, then please do. We're looking forward to a wonderful games, and we hope for those of you that are not coming in person that you will support WRTC. You will follow it on the WRL platform, and also, of course, get on the air, work the stations, as many as you can, across as many of the bands and both of the modes, and then be sure to download your certificate for your WRTC QSOs. Thank you, and have a great Hamvention. Thanks, Tucker.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. And as he said, there'll be some additional things going on at the contest dinner tonight, and additional opportunities for you to support the cause. This is our Olympics of Ham Radio, so this is our big showcase. Wow, why did Mark, what did you do? You broke it. Oh. That's all right. The next guy doesn't need this anyway. He's going to steal the HDMI cable. But before our next speaker, this is an FT8 joke. Knock, knock. 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 Okay, let's switch modes. Let's try an EME knock, knock. But you have to watch the cues here. Knock, knock. Moon bounce. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. So you have to do EME a lot to actually understand that joke. Okay, so we had, wow. Why don't you come up and get your stuff plugged in up here? I just noticed that our first presentation was about something starting with a W, and the second presentation is going to be something starting with a W. We have K3LR and K1IR presenting what's going on with the Worldwide Radio Operators Foundation, the WWRF. And as soon as we get this plugged in down here, with any luck. This is a genuine plug-and-pray operation. Look at that. Glory be, our prayers are answered. Please welcome Tim Duffy, K3LR, and Jim Idelson, K1IR.
Thank you, Doug. I serve as chairman of WWRF, and I'd like to welcome you to an updated presentation of what's going on with WWRF. WWRF was founded with the mission of saving the CQ contest platform. So the CQ Worldwide, the CQ WPX contest, CQ RTTY contest, the CQ VHF contest, that entire suite of contests was saved when CQ Magazine folded. And that was the prime directive, the primary mission at the time, but WWRF has become much more. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Jim Idelson, K1IR, our Deputy Director for Outreach, and he is going to give you an under-the-hood look at WWRF. So please stand by.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Doug? Yes, I joined WWROF recently after an invitation from Doug when we were doing some work on his EME station last fall or summer. I knew a little bit about WWROF, but I got to learn a lot more as we discussed the organization and how I might be able to help out. It's a pretty interesting story. I'm going to tell you a number of things about the organization and what might be happening in the future. If you leave here with only one thing in your mind, it's this. It's that WWROF is the only organization whose mission is to look after the global health of contesting globally to ensure that it has a long-term place in our world. This is important. As Tim mentioned, around since 2009, only about contesting and with a global focus. So today I'll talk about that story, how it came to be in a little more detail. I'll talk about how WWROF views the contesting world, and then talk about a little bit of a communication that we've started with this community. We don't believe that we can do it alone. We're not here to issue edicts about contesting. We're here to learn and to help and to be a facilitator. And a little bit about where we could go next. So that story. I pulled these images. These are shots of, this is 2007. This is 2008 issue of CQ, and CW results from the 2007 contest are in this issue. Note, if you all remember, some of you remember, 11 months between the event and the results. This was an incredible asset that the community had, and the team that was running it at CQ, or in conjunction with CQ, was really concerned about, will this thing survive? We built a really great thing. Will it continue? How will it continue? And they recognized that that continuity wasn't going to happen by itself, and they were doing, incredible work in all of these different areas, building the infrastructure, the log processing engines, leading, helping people to run, to operate at high quality and with ethical approaches. And the bottom line is this idea of stewardship. Okay, that's going to be a very important theme throughout this discussion. the depth and breadth of experience in that team is pretty incredible. We have the contest directors who each know their contest backwards and forwards. We have and they're all operators. They're not just behind the scenes people. They're people who are in the contests and winning the contests, some of them. Lots of volunteers who have been on board for a very long time. You can see on the right there the note from Bob Cox, K3EST, who was the contest director at that time, noting all these call signs. Do you recognize any of them? There are a few very familiar calls here: K1DG, K1AR, K3ZO, K3LR, K5ZD, and the list goes on. They got together, and while they were wholly committed to the CQ effort, they felt that an organization with some independence, but with that mission of ensuring the life of contesting in our community would go on. They formed WWRF. And I put this note at the bottom just to give you an idea of the class of organizations that WWRF might be like. Tapper, the Tucson group, is really all about digital. And they advocate and they make things happen in that world. NCDXF, obviously, in the DXing world, has that role. WWRF is those things for contesting. As Tim mentioned, CQ, it became challenging for the CQ internal business team to pay enough attention and apply the resources necessary to do the parts of the job of running the contest that they were committed to. And the WWRF team started to realize that this was an issue and it was time to step up as WWRF. So over a period of time, and it went on for a very long time, the responsibilities shifted. And by the way, this is a very friendly relationship. And it remains that way today. The operational functions moved over to WWRF. It was slow. It was calculated. It was all done very smoothly. And the result was that nobody out there in the community who operated a CQ contest felt any of this happening in the background. 2023 was the year that I guess the last CQ magazine shipped. The contests were alive and well in WWRF hands. All of the log processing, everything was going great. And as I said, CQ contesting never skipped a beat. But important to note that while all I've been talking about is just keeping it going, a lot more happened over those many years than just keeping the contest going. They improved dramatically. Processes, improvements, improvements in the scoring, scoring and ethical stuff, rule validation. Here's a few of the things. Faster delivery of results. What's our, for worldwide, from the day that entry deadline for submission closes, roughly? What's that? 48 hours. And we have the initial scores up on the website extremely quickly. Okay, so WWRF had kind of taken this thing through this incredible transition. The people on board were the same people that were there all along. They had proven to themselves, and not advertised to the community though, that they were a team that could make things happen. And they recognized that there was an opportunity to do much, much more. So let me talk now about this idea of what it is that we think we're supporting in WWRF. Think of contesting not just as a calendar of events, but as the interactions amongst all of these different constituent or stakeholder groups, with us as operators at the center, all of these different parts of the community work together to build the environment that we operate in. And failures or problems or opportunities in any of these can be really impactful. We also don't live in a static world. This ecosystem is changing all the time. On the left, I call them headwinds, things that are challenges for us. Things like changing environment for operators building stations, antenna restrictions, the changing demographics. Anybody know what we're talking about there? The impact of technology on the way we communicate with each other, the internet and all of that. That's has had pros and cons for contesting. We have all the issues of how we are assisted or not assisted, and on the other hand, we can have virtual teams that are all working together and anywhere in the world in a competitive situation. On the right, things that are enablers for contesting. The ability to do, well, obviously all the digital modes and remote. And down the bottom there, AI. We got somebody over here who did a little AI that's on the air. Tina? Okay. The CQ team and the CQ family of contests has been a proving ground and a test bed for innovation right from the very beginning. Worldwide came about in 1948. That's a long time ago. And it was an answer to other contests that were regional in nature in some way. There was nothing like a global, everybody works, everybody contest. So that introduction in itself was a major innovation. CQ and eventually WWRF have continued to innovate and add these new things, these multi-single and multi-multi, things that we are familiar with and participate in all the time today were innovations from CQ. More recently, innovations from WWRF include these categories designed to help inspire new contesters and enable new contesters to operate and compete with on a level playing field with somebody else, not necessarily the team that is in the top 10 list in the results. We also addressed the new FT8, the whole WSJT world, with a contest designed to serve that community. So rather than continually trying to bring operators into traditional or legacy modes, we went to where they live. And that contest is doing very, very well. So let me run through what the portfolio of WWRF looks like today. A lot of things. So there are these 7 major contests, but several of them are multi-mode, so they have multiple weekends, and we almost treat them as separate contests. So it's really 11 contests. Millions of QSOs per event. It's amazing what the back-end processing led by our technology team does in that short amount of time between submission deadlines and the release of results. And the awards. Awards are a huge project. We have, so you know, awards come in 2 flavors. There are plaques that have to be shipped, and as you know today, certificates, which are delivered electronically. That wasn't always the case. We put stamps on thousands and thousands of certificates over the years, and with Randy Thompson's help, have automated that process. It's really great to see after the contest, people posting their electronic copy, their electronic certificate in social media and talking about the contest. Here's another thing that you probably didn't know about. As a sub-part of a segment of the IARU radio sport competition every year, there's the headquarters stations who are battling on their own. And there was a time when there was some back and forth between some different countries who all had headquarters stations about how the rules were being applied. And WWRF kindly stepped in and said, hey, we are an independent organization. We support everybody. We'll take on this role of adjudicating the headquarters competition. So this is, again, think back to the ecosystem picture. Supporting contesting wherever it makes sense, wherever we can add some value is what we're about. CQ's, Contest Hall of Fame is under the umbrella of WWRF. It's primarily the contest directors who do the evaluation of the nominations and selection of the new inductees. We have a relatively new site to WWRF. It's the history site for WRTC. WRTC has been run nine times, is that right? 9. And every time there's a website that gets created. There's a lot of photos taken, there's audio, there's video, there's great stuff. But after each of those events, there's an erosion of those things. The website goes down, the assets, the artifacts that represented that big event start to disappear. What this site does is capture all of that. And we have, in the run-up to WRTC this year, we are aware of some stories of people wanting to know what happened X, Y, and Z at previous events. So this is an area of preservation of what has happened in the past that WROF wants to invest in. WWROF has acted as a fundraising partner for WRTC. We've made it a lot easier for US-based hams to make their contributions and get their 501c3 benefits in doing so. And we've also done a lot of marketing. We've done presentations and helped the teams wherever they are, the hosting teams wherever they are, handle the large volume of opportunity for fundraising here in the US. This is a big one. Most of you know this. This picture on the side is thousands of machines all running DOS 3.1 and checking your every QSO. This platform really has been improved constantly. What it represents is a couple of things. One is just the raw processing power, the ability to churn through all the queues quickly and help with the adjudication of queues, but it's also got all the rules, and it's got the validation rules of all kinds embedded. So things like spotting data from the weekend, monitoring data from the weekend. These things can all be fed in to help ensure that every QSO is a legit QSO. Cabrillo logging standard. You all know it well. It's obviously integrated tightly with the back-end log processing platform. Excuse me, WWRF maintains this and we have a documentation part of the website which anybody can refer to, and we have lots of questions that come from logging software developers who need to make sure that they're going to be compliant and handle everything they need for all the contests that they support. Again, more broadly, we're interested in the same things that all of us are thinking about around how are we going to have more ops in the future. WWROF has invested a lot of money through fundraising to support youth on the air camps. These are camps that expose young people to a broad range of amateur radio topics, including contesting. And we were just talking about them this morning with our board member who's deeply involved with Youth on the Air. What he reported was that this has a lever effect. It has a multiplying effect. Each of these kids who comes out of this experience talks with others, becomes a leader, And so while we have 10 or 15 who participate in a particular event, their reach is much broader. So this is a powerful program. A very different space that we're invested in is KC2G's propagation tools. This is a real-time view of what the MUF is where you are around the world and on the frequency that you care about. So you're able to put in some parameters about your station and about the other station at the other end and make a determination if right now you can work XYZ station at a certain place in the world. Really, really powerful stuff. This thing is being continually developed. We may invest more here. The developer is integrating new sources of data to help improve the quality of the results. I think this is my last one. KP4 generator project. This one is completely outside of the contesting world, but contesters are solid, committed citizens of the amateur radio community at large. And this was an opportunity to help out. We had a contester friend, colleague in Puerto Rico who helped us pull this together. We got how many machines? What? Six generators that went into Puerto Rico to help with the communications, help keep radios on the air in the early aftermath of the hurricane. Okay, what's next in contesting? I mentioned earlier that that we want to help make things happen in this community, but we want it to be driven by the community. So what we did recently is a quick survey. The survey actually happened over the last 2 or 3 weeks. We took the entire list of CQ or WWRF sponsored contests, all of the entrants in those contests, all the unique entrants. Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay. All of the unique entrants, and we selected a group of 2,000 of them, and we polled them on how they feel the health of our community is. We got a response rate much higher in the U.S. We learned most of the people responding, as you might imagine, are our most committed contesters, right? So over 30 years of experience in amateur radio. Again, more than 30 years in contesting. How often are they on the air? Very frequent in the survey was once a month. So very high frequency, and we had each respondent self-assess their skill level. We asked we asked this question, which is a very standard question. You've heard it in follow-ups to services that you've received, products that you've purchased. How likely are you to recommend participating in amateur radio contests to another amateur radio operator? It's on a scale of 0 to 10. Only 9s and 10s are considered your best supporters, promoters. Okay, we had very high performance here. We had some people in this passive range. We would like to give them some things to get their perspective or their opinion up, and we have a few detractors. I've included some quotes here. We'll have this online. I won't go through and read them. And another thing we asked was, how do you think contesting can improve? This is pretty interesting. You'll note, let me just, I noted that this naturally fell into several groups. I'll zip through them. Newcomer onboarding. I just met Butch here, talking, who has been learning CW through CW Ops and has been self-motivated to learn contesting. He does not have a mentor. He does not belong to a contest club. This is a big deal, and this was an issue that was recognized across all of the experience levels, everybody in the survey. The next group is just the idea of increasing the number of active contesters, getting more active or known contesters to get on the air and to participate in the events. And then, of course, there's the youth piece. This one I thought was a nice grouping of those who just feel that innovating, changing, adding, modernizing the contest is a good idea. One thing that's not on this list is add new contests. It was very, very low on the list. There's a feeling right now that we have enough. Some of them are very kind of carbon copies of each other. The idea is that what people seem to be looking for is the ability to choose a different contest and do a very different experience. We've invested a lot in ensuring that rules are followed and that that there's enforcement. And there's a significant part of the community who has that on their mind, and we'll continue to invest there. Okay, so top few things to conclude. Contesters are pleased. There's a need to innovate. We need to do more recruiting from everywhere and continue our emphasis on fairness. I'm getting towards the end here. The team, you know, what is WWROF is two things. It's the people who contribute their time. We have a volunteer team of about 25 highly dedicated people. Maybe I can ask, can I have all the WWROF people who are here stand up? Yeah. All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Last thing I'll talk about is funding. Many of the programs, many of the things that we do are really all about the hours of effort that the volunteers put in. But there are others that require funding. And please consider donating to WWROF. You can suggest areas that you would prefer your donation to support, and you can donate in a number of different ways. If you're an officer of a club, talk to your team about putting together an annual recurring donation to WWRF. Almost done. We're going to have a new website that'll be coming soon, and I'd love for you to click on this QR code, and the survey that I talked about before, it's still open. Fill it out, and at the very end, there's a request for your call sign and your email. If you put it in, you'll be added to our list, and we'll keep communicating with you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, while he's unplugging and switching, I'm going to try another one of these. But this one is limited audience participation. So most of you, cool your jets. This is a 2B SIQ knock-knock. Are you ready for this? And if it doesn't work, blame Ward Silver. If it works, I'll take all the credit. Just stay right there. You don't have to change frequency. You're okay. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Fred. Who's there? Let's start again, shall we? Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Fred. Let's start again. Fred, you should watch me for the visual cues here. Okay. Ward. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Radio. Bean. I've been waiting for you to sign your call, you lid. Radio not, here I come. That really didn't work out quite as synchronized. Phone 2B SIQ is very hard, I've been told. And now I have empirical evidence to demonstrate that that's true. All right. Let me try one other thing. Wait a minute. How do I... I think this will work better. And now for something completely different. So has this happened to you? Your run frequency gets clobbered by some idiot with splatter or key clicks. Or people tell you that your shiny new radio has splatter or key clicks. Wouldn't it be nice to have some agency to investigate these on-the-air crime scenes? Well, help is on the way, following in the steps of CSI Crime Scene Investigator, CSI Miami, CSI New York, and CSI Vegas. We now bring you CSI Newington. Get it? The Clean Signal Initiative? You with me here? Work with me. The ARL Clean Signal Initiative. Join the team as they bravely create benchmarks and standards, drive transmitter design improvements, promote awareness and education, publish the truth, and make or break new products. Watch Rick, George, David, and the whole team use advanced forensic lab techniques and state-of-the-art lab gear to make signals great again. So watch this fall on your favorite streaming network for CSI Newington. That was a lot easier than the silly 2BSIQ thing, trust me on this. All right, let's get back to business here. Let's do this, and let's do this. Okay, so a few months ago, as I was trying to figure out some interesting topics for the forum this year, I noticed on the YCCC email reflector that N2WQ was doing some innovation on the cluster networks. His first thing, and what showed up in the program here, was he was integrating propagation information into the cluster feeds. It has gone way beyond that, so here to tell you about it is Rudy, N2WQ.
All right, thank you. So I must say, having been to previous Daytons, I was really surprised that I was invited to deliver this presentation, because the bar is very high, and honestly, I didn't really think that my cluster was anything special. And I think it is important, first and foremost, to understand why I did it and why any other ham in my shoes would have done exactly the same. So I'm a very avid contester. I don't do many contests. I probably turn on my radio 3 times a year, but I really love the hobby. I really love the adrenaline rush of contesting. And when I do, I'm exclusively assisted. I believe that this gives me much higher rates, a lot of, I mean, it really boils down to high rates in adrenaline rush. So I've abandoned an assisted many years ago. But I always felt that the clusters were pretty dumb. They would present a bunch of spots without much intelligence behind it, and more importantly, didn't really help me make better decisions with respect to whether or not I should change should chase any particular multiplier or change bands and any of that. And last but not least, and that was really also very personal, I actually operate 2 clusters myself, one of each flavor, DXpedition and CC cluster, and I felt that for a number of reasons they were really behind times, and especially in the case of CC cluster, or commonly known as V7CC, because of the declining health of its author, there hasn't been any development, any maintenance for a long time. So I said, okay, if I'm that much unhappy, if I want to make all these changes, I might as well start from scratch. So that's exactly what I did. Now, what worked in my favor is I'm not a programmer. Last time I wrote a single line of code was 1991, maybe 93 or so. But for the past 4 years, I have been working with AI daily. I've been doing literally all of my work. And I said, okay, well, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to partner. I'm going to hire myself AI to do all the work, and I'm going to focus on the contester experience. I'm going to focus on the strategy, on the architecture, and ultimately, the partnership should work. So, in a nutshell, what are the key benefits of the cluster that I have built? So the first one, it was very straightforward. Everybody was asking me, are you ingesting data from this source? Are you ingesting data from that source? So I did exactly what people were asking for. If there is a data source out there that distributes spots, I will go and get them. Currently, this is RBN, both flavors, the CWRTY feed as well as the digital feed. DX Summit, which is really a combination of general cluster spots as well as some unique human spots that are unique to DX Summit, and PSK Reporter. Oh, and of course, other peer clusters as well. So if there is anything out there, I'll go and grab it. The second one is advanced analytics. I really believe that data can transform pretty much any discipline, ham radio included. We're swimming in data. For the most part, we're not using it. So I went on a mission to make sure that that data is being used. And as we go through the details, you will see exactly how it's being used. But it is being used to determine the accuracy of call signs on the band map. It is also used to apply call corrections to calls that are busted, correct frequencies, and extremely extensively in calculating path reliability, likelihood between any point A and point B. And last but not least, for those of you who don't hang out on various cluster development reflectors, it's probably going to be news that there is a lot of pride in, oh, I run my cluster on a Raspberry Pi in my socket drawer. And you can see this impacted and visualized in N1MM Logger. When you pull down the cluster selection list, you will see that a fair number of clusters are highly unreliable. So from the very beginning, my goal was, well, if contesters are going to bet their scores on the cluster, this thing needs to run 24/7. As a former AWS guy, to me, that was a no-brainer decision. All of my clusters have been living in AWS for the past 3-4 years, and they're available 24/7. So I'll repeat this slide twice, just because sometimes people lose track of where the presentation goes. The first question is, how do I get started? So you get started by going to cluster-n2wq.com, port 8300. This is for Telnet. Again, it is available in the N1MM Logger as well as the Xlog. There is very little customization or setup that needs to happen. If you care about seeing propagation calculations, all you have to do is set your grid. 4 or 6 digits are fine. There is really no need for any greater precision. And set noise is to define your environmental, your noise for your environment. Is it quiet/rural? Is it urban, suburban, industrial, and so on? And with respect to filtering, the filters are pretty much in pseudo plain English. You can pass and reject. There is a fairly extensive list of attributes for which you can pass or reject. And if you run out of ideas how to set up a filter, help is always there. And since I'm an AI guy, I also created a chatbot. So if you go to help.n2wq.com, you can have a conversation with the chatbot, and the chatbot will help you set up your filters. And even if you're a developer, you can actually start diving into the code and figure out how things are working. But anyway, another personal aspect of what heavily influenced the direction for the cluster is I describe myself as a run and pounce operator. What this means is a little bit of both running an SAP. And the way it works in practice is I run, and very quickly through the keyboard, I go up and down the band map, and I spend literally a fraction of a second deciding whether or not I'm going to pounce. If I hear a character which matches what's on the band map, I feel very confident that I can pounce, and I pounce. But the underlying assumption here is that the call is reliable and that is the correct frequency. Otherwise, I'm going to make a fool out of myself working some random guy that is not what's on the band map. So that very heavily influenced the requirements for how the cluster should present information to me, or anybody else for that matter. So in the most practical and pragmatic terms, I decided that the cluster needs to answer two simple questions, although the answer, or getting to the answer, is not that trivial. The first one is, can I trust the call, right? Because there are fair number of busted calls, either because skimmers didn't decode them correctly, or fat fingering, or deliberate manipulation of the band map. For whatever reason, there might be bad calls out there. And the second one is, if I were to leave my run frequency, is it worth it? When I go on the other frequency and I try to pounce, am I going to hear the DX? Am I going to hear the spot? And likewise, what is the likelihood of the spot hearing me? So to me, these are the existential questions that the cluster must answer when I'm in my run and pounce mode. And by the way, I found, talking to other people, I found out that I'm not the only person doing this. I thought that was weird and that was not very common, but evidently it is not that uncommon. So this is what a tagged or tagged enhanced spot looks like. I will draw your attention to the second line where you will see two additional symbols, the greater than and the V. Those are examples of the first one being, can I hear the DX and can the DX hear me? What is the likelihood of the path being open? And the second one is, how much confidence do I have that Papa 5 portable N1K is a real call sign and is actually spotted by multiple sources. All that information, by the way, is exposed to the logger. I'm a firm believer in as few windows on the screen as possible, so the same information is available in the AMQ window as well as in the band map. So let's dive a little bit deeper into the different tags that I previously showed on the screen. I'll start with the call quality tags. Full disclosure, I started with the prior knowledge of CT1BOH's quality tags. And they're very simple. They've been around for a while. And what they do is they literally count how many spotters spotted the DX versus how many didn't. And I believe that this is a good starting point, but again, given today's availability of various sources of data, it is rather basic and most of the time not particularly accurate. So I've built on this. You can read the definitions of the spots, or the tags, I'm sorry, and basically they build on the confidence collected through different means. Question mark is, we have no idea what this spot is all about. Nobody has ever seen it today or ever. Most likely, P5 is busted. The next level is S. I took Bill's concept of the super check partial and actually turned it into Bayesian probability of whether or not this is a likely call. The cluster keeps track of any and all calls seen in the past 385 days. There is a logic why 385 days, and keeps track by call as well as by mode as by band, so that we can determine how likely is Papa 5 to be on 20 at that particular time. The others are not that exciting. P and V simply measure the percentage of spotters that are confirming that call on that frequency. That's basic math. The C one is interesting, and that's an idea I lifted from my V7CC cluster, which is attempting to correct busted call signs. So there is tons of analytics that is happening behind the scenes to determine whether or not a call should be corrected and what that correction should be, including calculating or analyzing the behavior of the spotter on a historical basis. I look at the past 365 days of RBN data and how that spotter has behaved in terms of both producing correct call signs, as well as there's a concept of confusion, which is what are the most frequent characters that the spotter is confusing. So all that gives a fairly good picture of what the likely candidate for the call correction is. I've spent, well, the computer has spent countless hours running backtesting on RBN data, and at this point I feel pretty confident that the correction is approaching 90% accuracy when it does happen. So the second aspect that I defined in terms of quality of spots is the path reliability. Can I hear the DX? And if I pounce, can they hear me? So this is where really heavy-duty science, again, comes into play. Every single data source that presents a signal-to-noise ratio report is normalized to base FT8 level. So if I see an FT8 spot, it stays as is. If I see a CW spot, it gets normalized to FT8, and so on and so on. And the reason this is absolutely existential is because without the ability to compare signal-to-noise ratio data across multiple modes, it is very, well, it's impossible to actually build these global propagation calculations. The second one is, or the third aspect is geography. So in ham radio, we use Maidenhead grid locators, which are great for ham radio, but they're terrible for geography. So I stole a concept from Uber. Uber basically has divided the entire world in little honeycomb cells. And the reason they're particularly useful for our purposes is because each honeycomb is exactly the same size. They have different dimensions based on what type of resolution you're looking for, but they're uniform. So unlike grid locators, you can say, I'm in this honeycomb cell, and you have a pretty accurate idea of how big the honeycomb is and how many spots you're either originating or hitting that area. So we use all that data, we dump it into a fairly large number of buckets. On an average day, the cluster maintains at any given time about 120,000, 150,000 combinations of source and destination, and keeps track of the data in both directions, from the spotter to the DX and from the DX to the spotter. And the reason is very simple. Propagation is not as simple as it doesn't really matter in what direction the path is, the signal is traversing. It does need to factor in the directions. So all these calculations at the end of the day produce that tiny little symbol that says, for my particular station, that particular spot has low, medium, high, or unlikely likelihood of being turned into a QSO. I really appreciate the two major loggers, DXlog and N1MM, that very quickly embraced the idea and made the data available in the respective AMQ and bandpass windows. I mean, no, it's not bandpass. The band map, exactly, thank you. Windows, because again, I'm a firm believer that less is more. The information needs to be presented where the eyeballs are, and who has the time to be staring at a stream of scrolling spots. So this is a very simple example of what the propagation paths look like in the AMQ. They look exactly the same in the band map. When you mouse over a particular call sign, you will see it at the very end. One very important and very deliberate decision. Again, I don't want to waste anybody's time, so I felt that it is better not to show a path reliability tag as opposed to show a bad one. So when the cluster is really not sure whether or not there is path open to P5, it will remain quiet. Now, I'm working on improving this capability. In some respects, I'm kind of limited that there aren't enough spots or there aren't enough pairs around the world to fully describe what the current state of the ionosphere is, but we're getting there. Currently, about 80% of spots or requests for prediction get resolved. I also wanted to do something for simple, small pistol type of stations. I'm sure many of you, before any major contests, if you're members of a club, get bombarded with the same email. How do I set filters for XYZ? So I decided that one way I can alleviate this problem and end the madness is by creating a simple filter that is called pass nearby. And what this means is it looks at, going back to the idea of the honeycomb cells, it looks at your area and says, okay, these are all the spots that are originating from my area. I will show what these spotters are spotting with respect to DX. That's one part of the path. And the second one is, well, on the DX side, who is spotting my cell? So very quickly, without any sophisticated filters, you can see what the path between you and the rest of the world looks like. I will close this with, again, emphasizing that this would not have been possible without taking full advantage of AI. I did not write a single line of code. This is 100% developed, tested, tested to the nth degree. I probably have more code testing the code than the code itself. Extensive backtesting, documentation, without the help of my slave codecs. As I started from the very beginning, I believe that we haven't even scratched in what's possible in ham radio using data on a planetary scale. So I'm always ears for new ideas, how I can improve operators' life and efficiency and ability to drive higher scores through the cluster. There is nothing that's impossible. I would say probably the limiting factor is how far can we go while staying within the logger interface before developing yet another dashboard. So going back to my starting point, if you do want to give it a try, cluster.n2wq.com, port 8300. It is in the two big loggers. Take full advantage of the AI chatbot. You will find it incredibly helpful, answering any and all questions that could possibly come to your mind. I've tested it. I've had Codex test the chatbot itself, and I feel very confident that this works really, really well. So there you have it.
Thanks, Rudy. You know, I've noticed, especially on Sunday afternoon in most DX contests, that the whole screen, the packet screen, is loaded with a bunch of busted calls. So I'm glad that we're applying artificial intelligence to solve the problem of naturally stupid spots. All right. Okay. What else we got here? I don't know. We got, oh, you want a knock-knock joke? Oh, jeez, no. God. All right, what have I got here? Hey, oh, here we go. Knock, knock. Hiram. Hiram, been here for 2 hours running Europe on this frequency. You got a QSY. All right, one more. Knock, knock. Turnip. Turn up your speech processor. You're only 10 kc wide. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Well, over the past year, if you haven't been hiding under a rock or gone completely QRT, you may have noticed that CQ9A has been tearing it up. There have been several long-standing records broken from that station, and we're delighted to have here the builder and owner of that station to present. Please welcome Valerie Zitkovich, Echo Whiskey 6 Whiskey, also CQ9A. Joining him for moral support will be Bill Faring, W9KKN.
Hello for everyone, CQ9A here. First of all, I am honored to say thank you for my terrible English. I promise I will improve for next time. But right now, I will speak about my journey from little guy in the Soviet Union to CQ9A station, to the owner of CQ9A station. Okay, let's go. My name is Zitkovich Valerie. Call sign Echo Whiskey 6 Whiskey. I was born in Belarus, and I'm owner from Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha and CQ9A station. And for next 20 minutes, I want to take you on journey from, as I said before, Soviet kitchen, where I built my first radio this hand, to station in Atlantic Ocean on 1,000 meters upper, and which did and can broken worldwide record in contest. It's not just about contesting, it's about my life and how contesting play a very important part in my life. Okay, let's go. How can I switch sides? Where it began, you can have a look, me, very young, maybe about 12 years old, maybe age 14. My first QSO was on club station in Belarus, Echo Whiskey 6 Whiskey United, and my first call sign was Echo United 6 Mexico Lima. In Soviet Belarus, I was a teenager, and at that time we didn't to buy any radio equipment, and if you at that time wanted to make your show, you should to study radio knowledge, and you should to understand how you can build radio equipment by hand. At the time we have just homemade radio equipment. It's USSR, yeah, you know. Next. And after my teenager years, I come back to contesting in 2014 maybe, when I got my short call sign Echo Whiskey 6 Whiskey, and I built a little station in village, maybe 2-3 towers, 1 amps, 1 radio, and in 2015 I broken worldwide record in CQ Worldwide. It's a rookie category. Because I have a personal call sign just 3 years, no more. And after that, I continue did contesting, and in 27, maybe in 2016, 2017, I am really understood that I need made a great station, large station for my contest activity in future, and I'm begun to build Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha station. It's one of the large stations in Zone 1-6. And in 2021, I founded a Belarus contest team, and my great success was in 2022 in Aero HF World Championship. Our team, Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha, took first place in this contest in multi-single category, and we broke a European record. And I need 10 years from personal call sign to world title, one step at a time. Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha. It's the main reason why I stayed in here today. Because it's a very unique project for Zone 1-6. It's 17 towers, maybe 40, maybe 45, I don't know how many antennas. Each antenna is homemade antennas, and I need 3 years for constructed Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha, and Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha have 6 or 7 operators places, and stacks on every band, stacks Yagi for each direction, and I haven't any sponsor, no grants. I'm for construction. This I had learning, engineering, how I can build it. I improve my skills in antenna modeling. I know all about ISNAC, about MANA programs, antenna modeling programs, and it's one of the reasons my success, because I'm learning all about radio equipment. Another reason of this success, because you know, for build large station you need money, and I totally understand at the time that I need to make much money for this station, and I began development my own business, and I'm investment 10% of my salary in contest station and 90% to my family. Why I speak contest is part of my life, because with contesting I improve life of my family. Understand? 10% to contesting and 90% to my life, to life my family. Yeah, let's go. Inside check Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha. It's one of operator place. Little bit about our technical. Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha station have 3. It's multi-single station. Have 3 operators on run. Each operators listen own direction. Main direction is especially United States, because so many people. Another direction is Europe, and third direction is Asia. 3 operators listen, each of operators listen own direction. And also we have 3 in band position. 3 in band position, it's another 3 guys which have same great antennas, but distance between main antennas to in-band antennas, it's about 400 meters. I don't know how many miles. It's about 1.200 feet. Yeah, around. And our in-band guys can make QSO on large antennas also. It's our main secret. And also we have 2 multiplier stations. And let's go next. We did our own technology, and we call this technology interlock, which unique architecture for us. For example, 3 runners listen 3 directions, but only one can transmit at moment. In band position have, as I said before, own dedicated antennas, and run an in-band station physically can't hear each other noise, no any interference between 2 stations. For example, one station listen own correspondence, and in band can listen own correspondence. When in lock, which operator have in lock full call sign, click on paddle or click on TX and make QSO. And one signal and one signal on TX on a time, but never silent moment. It's like 48 hours full transmit. But one operator transmit, next one, next one, next one. And this is technical development in Belarus and improved in Belarus, in my country, became the foundation of my next station, CQ9A. In July 2022, as I said before, IORA HF World Championship, multi-operator, single transmitter, high power, 6,377,959 points. And it's a continental record. It's very important for me because zone 1-6 in Europe also, it's not Great Britain, no France, it's near Russia and near Ukraine, near Poland. It's very difficult. We have closed short time, make QSO with US, short time, make QSO with Japan. And it's very great achievement for me from zone 1-6. And when I got this result, I totally understand that I make more. I make maximal result in my land, but I want more. And I make decision, make jump to zone 3-3. And I choose from between Madeira, between Canarian Island, between Delta 4 station, which place will be best for me, and chosen Madeira. Why Madeira? First of all, Madeira is Portugal. It's a democratic country in Europe, and also it's Africa zone 3-3. 3 points from 3 points from QSO with Europe, 3 points from QSO with United States, 3 points with Asia. It's a very cheater zone. And another, I have place on 100 meters in mountain, top on mountain. It's very good because, as you know, mountain is the best tower, and no need very high tower in my place. 10, 12 meters, it's enough, because the total height is about 1,000 meters. And also I have salt water around, very great propagation. The band usually is always open on 10 meters, on 15. And also I have a large part of land where I installed antennas for HF band, especially for 80, especially for 160 meters. But the technology I use to technology like with development and in Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha. I'm so sorry for English again. Okay, why I moved here? Another reason because also very good climate, and also it's a very safe place in Africa for my family, for study my child, for education my child, and this reason I choose Madeira Island. Okay, right now about CQ9A. CQ9A also have a structure, technical structure like Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha. It's 7 operators places, 7 element Yagi on each band. The top altitude of station about 1,000 meters, and electricity and totally at all we can operate 24 hours, 7 days a week, no any problem. The same technology like Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha, but better geography, better zone for contest. And the first peak in May 2024, when our team and I with my guys built a station. We built only HF antennas for 160, for 80. The first success was Delta Japan 1 Cherry Whiskey. My friend Dmitry set up worldwide record on WPX contest, CW, on 80 meters. We tested our antenna system on the 80 and totally understood that the station have a great location because it was very easy to install worldwide record on 80 meters. But after that, the great fall waiting me. All summer we made station. We made quickly because have a plan. Really, I haven't planned to make secure worldwide CW contest, but so much membership Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha came to Madeira, and we decided to make a contest. And I don't know about it. At middle of contest, our interlock structure is filed, and for a brief moment, 2 transmitter on one period was on TX. We didn't see it, and we found it 1 month later, maybe 2 months later, in log review, and we have disqualification, and as very hard result for us, 2 operators, I am one of them, and Search Echo Uniform 1 Alpha lost our WRTC right to be in this contest. But I am found power to get up and move on next level, on next stage. And in spring 2025, we very easy won CQ worldwide WPX contest. Multi-single SSB. It was 7 operators, 3 Italians, Fabio, Max, Carlo, you know, it's famous call sign, Rolly Lima Yankee for Alpha from Lithuania, Jen from Belarus, and one guy from Poland, and me. First place in the world, and for me, after our fall, it was very important to get this result. And I thought at the time everything will be okay. And 1 month after our WPX contest, my friend KP5, you know, came to Madeira, single operator, and took part in also WPX contest, single operator, all band high power. He got 19,886 points, and he set up a worldwide record in WPX contest like single op. It's very great. You can see Plaga. After that, our next step was again Aero HF World Championship. 2 disqualified guys, I am and Serge, make a multi-single team, only 2 person, and compete with multi-single station in the world with team. Each of them have 5, 6 operators, and we with only 2 operators can win this contest, like multi-single op. And also very great result for us, and we make our own WRTC. Okay, and my another greatest result, it's CQ worldwide DX SSB contest is last year. It's the biggest contest in the world. 11 operators on the station, 5 Americans, 6 European, and we broke very important record, Cherry Norway to Alpha Alpha. I know all about that record. I know how many at all Russian guy spent for stand up that record, and it's very hard. It was very hard teamwork, and for us it was very interesting to try to broken this record, and we try and we did it. Let's go. Why it worked? Why it worked? Because first of all, we used our unique technology. As I said before, 3 operators on run. 1 operator did the United States station. Another one listen European station, and another South American station. Another reason, geography, as you know, it's zone 3 points QSO. And third reason, it's our antennas. Great antennas. Most of them is homemade antennas, 6-element Yagi, 7-element Yagi on each band, 4 square system on 80, full size vertical on 160. And another our discipline. After the fall, we built a triple round of interlock, and I know if we lost one ring of interlock, we will save because we have two more. And engineering win contest, not luck. Another reason why it works is human side, because we have very qualified operators, and also we have very motivated guys. You can have a look. It's during contest we lost one antenna, and it's about 30 meters, and no any problem in hot fixed antenna system. Without this, we can't break this record. Thank you, Tony Echo Whiskey 8 Alpha DX for his work, because he fixed our American Yagi on 20 meters. Okay, another reason was also that was the fusion US plus Europe, US guys and Europe guys under one call sign. American guys can make very great QSO rate, and European guys can make very great QSO rate with the European station. We did like American guys made American pile-ups when was time European pile-ups. American we switch, and European guys made European pile-ups because you know, for Americans very easy communicate with Americans. For me, it was easy communicate with guys from zone 16, 14, 13 from Europe. And another site we have, it's very important for, we have just 1500 watt, not more. We have rice, chicken, and orange juice only. Yeah, absolutely. And it worked. It worked because we have the best operators in the world. We have the best antennas in the world, maybe. We have the best technology, and we have very great motivation for try to broken record on 1500 watt. And you know it works. And also, it's the final of the 2025 years. It's the battle which we hosted at Chris, KL9A, the battle of 3 Titans, Dan and 6MJ, at Echo Florida, 8 Radio on Canary Island, Cruise KL9A at CQ9A station, and Brazzo Echo 7DX in Colombia. 3 great operators, 3 top stations. Of course, so won one of them, but I'm very happy that I was a little part of this activity, and for me, it's very great prepare station for Chris, and did all that Chris won. Okay, and also I am wanna say very great thank you these 2 guys. One of them 67 years old. It's Echo Uniform 4 Charlie Kilowatt and the Echo Uniform 4 Alpha. This guy station really was grow up with 3 persons, me and 2 guys. 3 person can install it maybe 10 towers, 10, 12 towers, and about maybe 20 oh. It's great. And this guy helped me. They was on island about 5-6 months, and without these guys, no CQ9A, no Echo Whiskey 5 Alpha, no world records. And at the final, the door Echo CQ9A is open. You know, so many words records records are still unbroken. You can have a look in secureworldwide.com, and if something of us have a plan to broken records, you can tell me. I'm open for communication and for all activity in future. Thank you for your time, for my heart speaking. Sorry again, and see you in the contest. Thank you so much.
Next time he has a CW contest there, maybe he can find a better operator than that KL9A guy, you know, loser. All right, what do you think? Do we want another knock-knock joke? Well, K3LR, what? That's okay. I guess he's got a knock-knock joke. Okay, go ahead. Start it up. Who's there? Tim who? All right, fine. All right. All right, let's wrap this thing up. We've got one more presentation here, and we'll do it in real time because it's about real-time contesting with K9CT and VA2WA.
So I'm going to make some introductory comments, and then Victor's going to talk about kind of where we're at and the status of real-time contesting, and you can ask all kinds of questions after that, I guess. One thing I wanted to talk about is I'm a real proponent for real-time contesting, and you probably already heard real-time contesting mentioned for WRTC. It's been used every single time. And one of the things I wanted you to do is think a little bit. I'm not looking for an answer, but I want you to think. Can you name a sport where the results are not known at the end of the competition? We all know the answer to that. Is there a reason why ham radio sport contests are not real time? Why don't contest loggers automatically send a log to the contest sponsor? So some of the advantages, of course, it creates interest, very high interest actually. If you think of any sports that's real time, think football, basketball, there's a lot of competitor and fan interest in the sport. It actually, if you do any ham score reporting now or report real time, it actually increases your competitive level, and I'm sure you've noticed this within yourself or the people that you operate with, to operate at a higher level. One of the things about real-time contesting is that the entry class would be declared at the beginning of the contest. Thoughtful thing. Logs would be checked immediately. The winner is apparent at the completion of the competition. Data can be mined within the timeline of the contest. It's very difficult to cheat in the conventional ways that we would normally think of cheating. And that's not to say that people can't cheat, but most of the cheating is by complaint at this point. There's much less work to do for the contest manager. Some of the impediments to this right at this point is people who are determined to keep it the way it is now, because we're all of that age. The other thing is agreement on software compatibility with the RTC server, which we've made a lot of progress on, but that's actually, like if you think of WWRF, they're kind of like the UN of contesting. And there's a lot of things they can do to get everybody to cooperate. The other thing is contest managers, whether it's a state QSO party or any contest, when they want to make changes, they can actually interface directly with the real-time contest manager for multipliers, bonus stations, for instance, entry classes. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Victor, who's going to tell you about how to do this, and I'm sure many of you have already done this, but also talk about a new contest that we have.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't have too much time, but anyway, we try to do everything quick as possible. So just refresh, what is it, a real-time contesting? So that's what we all want. So we don't want to wait, as Craig just mentioned, many months just to see result. We would like them right away and right here. So how that works? Operator's logger automatically submits logs queue so as they go. So we use loggers. They have a special feature. You just need to go and to check, I would like to participate in RTC. On the other side, we have RTC server constantly running cross-log checks during the contest. We constantly recalculate the same logs, the same data, as we see some new data coming on. And that's running from the first minute of the contest starts. The calculated scores constantly publishes, and I will show you up on the next screen how. Once contest is finished, usually we provide 10 minutes for operators to go over their personal notes, make some corrections, or sometimes re-upload the whole log just to get all the results being polished on their side. Okay, so let's take a look at the current implementation. So it's always running on the website with the URL hamscore.com. There are 4 stages, and you can see which current stage is active for some particular contest. So the first one, contest is coming. So it's obviously contest didn't start it, and the next one is contest is active. Correction time, as I told, contest is finished, results are published. That's all we need. Before contest is active, as I told, we have the stage contest is coming. We need it for operators just to be sure their log set up correctly. So they can try to enter a few QSR just to see how they received on the server side, just to see personal log, verify it, and be sure so all the data and exchange are properly set up. And that's very important because we see a lot of cases when exchange is not set up and we simply cannot use those data. Okay, so now we have contest started. So as you see, it's a scoreboard similar to another online scoring projects. Looks almost the same, except one thing. So the first row, the first column of scores, it's not scores provided by the logger. It's scores provided by our constantly running adjudication service. Contest is over, so we have correction time. So you have 10 minutes, just verify all your notes you made during the contest. Do some checks. In most cases, I think it's almost for every, even big contest, 10 minutes is going to be enough just to find out all your notes, correct them, and just to re-upload log. And right after the contest is finished, we have the stage contest is finished, results are published. Means we have not only the scores being provided from the adjudication system, but all other numbers, starting from cursors, number of cursors, number of multipliers, bands breakdowns. The difference, those numbers are different than what you have in your logger, because this is results of adjudication. Once contest is finished, we publish all the logs publicly. We publish all the log check reports so everyone can see what's the status. Probably this is not the best one, but anyway, believe so. Once the contest is finished, you'll log into the website. On your profile page, there are two links, one to your log check reports and another one to your log in Cabrillo format. So you can see what's the status for every cursor. Is it valid or not? If it's not valid, why? And you can see if it's from exchange, so you can see which exchange being correct on the other side. So it's easy to analyze your log and just to get all the statistics you need for that. And that was about real-time contesting. But we have one more exciting news. So we started providing real-time contestings, and in real, and we had the first ever real-time contest started on February 1st, 2026. There are 3 winners: BAT Alpha, Alpha 3 Bravo, Sierra 59 Alpha, and HB9 CZF. So that time it was the first touch, sort of zero-level contest. Of course, we have no any expectation because we simply didn't know how that contest is going to be held and what sort of interest it and the participation could be. And we've been very lucky. Where is my statistics? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, we've been very lucky to see more than 400 unique call signs in this contest, and we saw more than 100 online participants. And believe me, it was real battle, even for 3 hours. So until the last second, so we see really, really exciting races. So the next one, real-time contest is going to be next Sunday, just in 1 week, on May 24. Now we have extended a little bit the contest format, so it's going to be 4 hours, and we have also added 2 new categories. Just briefly about the contest rules, so you can see on our website, just go to hamscore.com, so everything is over there. So this is, it's still sort of mini contest, 4 hours, 4 bands, 420, 15, 10, CWSSB modes. The exchange a bit complicated because we would like to have something, so you really need to receive a copy and not to use some online supporting tricks. We have also made some difference in scoring. Of course, we would like to have scored be the result of how long the cursor distance was. So we have from 1 to 4 points. scores, and it's starting from 2,000 kilometers. So up to 2,000 kilometers, all the local skills cost you 1 point. More than 2 points, the next 2,000, then 4,000 and 8,000 kilometers. So there are 4 points for everything outside by 8,000 kilometers. And multipliers, we used to have unique 4 character grids. Why we did it, maybe it looks a bit weird. It's really similar to what we have in Stu Perry, and we all love this contest, and the scoring looks really exciting. In my opinion, so we can get away by using some very rare countries and to get some advanced just by using the different location. In our system, you can just go to our cottage, which is in another grid, and just to be multiplier. So it's something similar to WPX, but with advanced usage of the DXQ, so just not only locals. So that's why we have the differentiation in the scoring. In the RTC contest we have next Sunday, so there are 5 categories. So we have multi-2 operators, high power and low power. Multi-operator low power, it's something, for my opinion, it's extremely interesting because of WRTC. That's exactly the same thing so as we saw in many contests, especially in ERO. We also have the 3 traditional categories, high power, low power, and QRP. And we have a good trophies, believe me, really costly, and but they looks great. And now we have the 5 plugs gonna be ready to go 10 minutes after the contest been finished next Sunday. And in the final, so we would be nothing without those guys who support RTC technology, and those are loggers. The first, great thanks to Tom and 1MM for supporting RTC at N1MM Plus. The next, of course, the Xlog. So the Paul, K1XM, Bjorn, SM7, Italy United Nancy. Many thanks to Bill W9KKN for helping us just to start the communication. We have also quite rare logger QRTS, and we really appreciate the Polo Italy Kilo 3 Quebec Alpha Radio did to support it. We have a pretty interesting new logger, software-defined contest as SDC logger created by a guy from Kharkov, Ukraine, United Tokyo for Lima Whiskey. Now we have just recently joined us Hamlog Online, so we recommend you just take a look on this project. Of course, it provides also online login, so it might be very, very interesting to you. And moreover, so we didn't have time just to edit. Of course, it happened recently. We have 3 more logs willing to join us by supporting RTC on their side. Except RTC contest we're providing, and this is absolutely solely real-time contest. We provide the regular contest, I could say, in parallel with the contest. What does it mean? So the contest committee organized this contest and having the traditional way of collecting logs and providing adjudication. And on the other side, so we provide this scoreboard. There are logs adjudication going in real time. Just to keep all the results be not published before the deadline for the log collections. So we need to hold and not to publish those results. But after the log deadlines, in accordance with agreement with the contest organizers, so we are published. And our point, so all the data, all the log data, going to be published to everyone. So everyone can see everyone's other logs with adjudication results. So complete, clear sharing information between everybody who in the contest. So the other contest we support, this is beautiful CWOps mini CWT. So we have service every Wednesday. So if you wish, it's very easy to set up your logger and to join us. So I see a few guys from CWOps. We know each other by names. Of course, we work 1,000 times every month, and so they use our RTC service at Hamscore every Wednesday. We also support the bigger CWOps event, which is CWOps Open. We support K1 USN slow speed. We support middle speed contest. We're also ready to go with NAQP. Of course, the K1 USN use absolutely the same adjudication module as NAQP. The same for NA Sprint, so we're ready to go with it. Of course, it's really similar. We have a small contest every Thursday night. It's a weekly RTTI. And recently, we started to serve in parallel the big European contest, Helvetia. It went pretty well. Also, we have experience with supporting the QSO party. And we started with Minnesota QSO party. And I believe more are coming, of course. Also, I would like to thank you for your time. You decided to spend with us. Of course, in the same time, you have a lot of more interesting things all around in convention. And we are really grateful to our general sponsor, ICOM America. And one more thing. So we would like that's going to be the future, and we believe we see this is the future. So everything should be done in the time we're doing that. So why should we wait for months for results? And we also would like to provide the maximum transparency of everyone's activity that would reduce a lot of bad things could happen if someone would like just to go with cheating or doing some improper and unpleasant techniques. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for coming, yeah, and have a great time here.
Good job. Okay, if there are questions for any of the speakers, you will be able to find them at the contest dinner, I think. They'll all be there, and in the bar at the Hope Hotel, probably until the wee hours of the morning. And I hope that the presentations today have given you something to think about, something to talk about. And thanks for coming. Diddly-da-dee-da. Oh, okay. Just give me 1 second here. Oh, come on. All right, I'll do it this way. I said this way. I don't want
Settings, go away. Oh, there it is. Here, take the HDMI. I want to get copies of all the presentations that the guys brought on their sticks that I didn't get copies of before. That one. Good. Okay. Hey, all yours, Captain.
Okay. It's down here or?
All right.
Oh, can you put?
Yeah, you can put it down.
Okay.
Pick it up and put it down there.
Good evening. Glad to be here. When I get to be this age, I'm glad to be anywhere. So anyway, my name's Eric Nichols, KL7AJ, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about the TinySA, which is a spectrum analyzer. Last year, I talked about the Nano VNA. How many are here last year for the Nano VNA? Well, the tiny spectrum analyzer is about the same size And a lot of similarities. If you could have both a nano VNA and a TinySA, you have just about all the test equipment you'd ever need. But anyway, these are also very affordable, and they're also available online. I didn't see anybody selling them out in the sales area there, so you have to get them from the normal Chinese sites that you get this sort of thing at. Anyway, it's an amazing piece of equipment here, and just like the Nano VNA, it gives us pretty much the same performance as an instrument 30 years ago at about 1% of the cost. So we'll talk a little bit about it. This is only going to be introductory. There's also, you know, so you can make a whole career out of this thing, but we'll talk a little bit about spectrum analyzers in general and the Nano VNA in particular. So, as I mentioned, it's TinySA is a perfect companion to the Nano VNA, if you happen to have one of those. It's a pocket spectrum analyzer. Like the popular Nano VNA, TinySA is invaluable and a highly affordable tool for every ham's workshop. So very little excuse not to have one if you do any kind of troubleshooting or design work or just plain testing in the lab. The bad news, as with the Nano VNA, there's no comprehensive user's manual, and most of the sources are scattered all over the internet. The good news is, as with a Nano VNA, most of the sources are scattered all over the internet, and some of them are pretty good. So if you're looking for a single point manual, you're kind of out of luck, but if you scan the internet, there's plenty of information available on there. And again, there's a lot of features here that we won't get into today because it's a pretty sophisticated piece of device, but we'll talk about things that most of you can use. So some stuff you should have. TinySA comes with most of the stuff you really need, but there are a few additional accessories you'll want eventually. One of those is all sorts of RF adapters, connectors. So I have this whole bag I carry around with me all the time that has just every kind of adapter there is. And inevitably, even if you have the right type of connector, it'll always be the wrong gender. So if you're out in the field, make sure you have both genders of every type of adapter there is. So we'll be talking about that. And again, I'm kind of a Socratic teacher there, so rather than blasting you with everything at once, if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me at any time, because I know you tend to forget things if you have to wait till the end. So if you have any questions as I go through here, feel free to just stop me. Okay, you'll also want a nice assortment of adapters and a 1 meter long doublet antenna for doing field strength measurements. I'll talk about that. So this is a dipole antenna, and it happens to be 1 meter long. And my cubit happens to be exactly a ½ meter, so I was built for doing RF. But anyway, this 1 meter long antenna with a messenger cable on it. And this was used for doing aerial field strength measurements using a Nano VNA. I do quite a lot of that in my career. So we'll talk a little bit about the importance of field strength measurements, and something that every ham can do, especially with the advent of the Nano VNA, or rather the TinySA. Thing you'll really want is the TinySA software, and that's what is going to allow me to show some of this stuff up on the screen there. Unfortunately, the software for this is still in a state of flux, so there's a lot of settings that are not available on the software, but we'll talk about that, but I'll show you everything that we can show with the software. Pretty straightforward. And it'll not only allow you to save your measurements, but it allows you to automate some of the measurements as well. Let's see. Okay, so what is a spectrum analyzer anyway? Anybody can give a quick answer? Okay, well, a spectrum analyzer is at its heart nothing much more than a receiver, but it's got a few special features. First of all, it sweeps frequency on its own, and it'll cover a multitude of frequencies or a smaller range of frequencies. Probably the most basic spectrum analyzer most hams have used is a pan adapter. How many have used pan adapters? Okay, and how many use a smart scope on your rig there? Okay, So pan adapter has been around since at least the 50s, and not in every ham shack, but it's the principle is actually pretty simple. So basically, we have a receiver, and we sweep the frequency over a range of frequencies, and there's similarities with the TinySA and classical spectrum analyzer. So we'll talk about the classical spectrum analyzer first, and then talk a little bit about what makes the TinySA a little bit different. So here's your basic spectrum analyzer. Not much to it. It's a super heterodyne receiver, and it has a local oscillator here, which is swept by a ramp signal. And down here we have a signal generator, which generates a ramp, and that ramp adjusts the local oscillator. And it also supplies your horizontal sweep on the scope there. So as a local oscillator sweeps across the frequency of interest, it will display an amplitude that's proportional to the frequency you have. Now, back in the olden days, before we had things like varactor diodes, we used a thing called a wobulator. Anybody heard of a wobulator? Okay. What's a wobulator? Very good. Yeah, it could either be a motor-driven variable capacitor or what used to be called a saturable reactor. So a saturable reactor is basically a transformer that as you put a DC bias through it, it'll change the inductance. So you don't see too many saturable reactors anymore, but they do exist in some special locations, special applications. Nowadays, your standard sweep oscillator uses a varactor diode. So you have an oscillator, and then you have a varactor diode, and you change the voltage on the varactor diode with your sweep signal, and it sweeps the varactor diode. Now, the nano VNA, or the TinySA, is a step above that. It uses direct digital synthesis for the generator. And let's go back here a bit. We'll go into that a couple settings here. So upon boot up, the TinySA will scan most of the radio spectrum at a moderate sweep speed. And I think I can minimize this and show here. So we have this scanning basically between DC and daylight. It goes up to 3 gigahertz at the top point. So what I can do is I can set the sweep speed or the sweep range to be something a little narrower. So we can, let's just do the FM broadcast band. We'll see what's out there. So we'll start at 88 megahertz here, and we'll stop at 8 megahertz. Oh. Okay, so we have a pretty weak signal here, so we aren't getting a lot of FM stations in here at this time, but we'll try this again here. Okay, I'm showing something very different from my local one here. Yeah, let's go back to the original sweep range here. Okay, so we're sweeping now between 1 megahertz and 300 megahertz. And we have a pretty strong signal in the middle here. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but we can find out. It's 146.45, 146.46. So there's apparently a repeater somewhere there that's operating. So anyway, what we have is we have a sweep range that we can set the upper and lower limits of there. Now, one thing we need to be very careful of, which is a little bit unintuitive, is if we want to look at very close in sidebands, like of a single signal, we have to be really careful, because how do we get high selectivity? Well, we have this magical factor called the we have the bandwidth, the VB bandwidth, which is the variable bandwidth that we have. And what that does is if we have a very selective circuit, what happens is the selectivity causes the circuit to ring. So you would think that if you want to look at really close in sidebands of a signal, you want to have as much selectivity as you can. Well, that's true if the sweep is very slow, but what happens is if the sweep's across that frequency, the narrow IF, or the resolution bandwidth, will actually ring, and you'll actually get smearing between one frequency and another, so it does exactly the opposite of what you'd expect it to do. So fortunately, the TinySA adjusts the resolution bandwidth to the optimum bandwidth for the sweep speed that you have. Now there's, we'll talk a little bit about all the fine tuning you can do on that. But in general, the resolution bandwidth is probably one of your most common and important readings that you have, especially when you want to look at a single signal that's very close. Let's go back here. So the initial settings, it'll boot up with the entire range usually. So you sweep across the entire frequency range, which I showed when I first booted up. If you have a small collapsible antenna, that's a good thing to have. And it defaults to the decibels per, or dBm, decibels relative to a milliwatt at the full scale. So at the top of the screen here, we'll have a 0 dB, and that's actually where you set your reference to. So rather than, might be more intuitive to talk about the signals being larger as you start from nothing. You actually start at the maximum signal level, and you look, and then you convert the, or you look at the relative signal to that. And so if we want to measure harmonic distortion or harmonics or whatever, we pick our fundamental frequency, set that to 0 dBm at the top, and we look at what we have after that. The reason we do that is because we have extremely high dynamic range. These is like any good spectrum analyzer is capable of measuring signals down to like 120 dB, minus 120 dB, which is at the noise floor of most VHF radios, and up to a couple of dBm. So we have this extremely wide dynamic range that we have capable of it, and that's why we use a logarithmic scale. It generally defaults that each division on the vertical scale is 10 decibels. So if we have 100 decibels between the maximum saturation point and the minimum. Where are you going to most likely use a spectrum analyzer in the ham shack? Well, we mentioned some of the more common ones is a band scope. You don't generally need to scan from DC to daylight. You may want to look, if you're a contest, you might look at what's happening next door or close to the frequency of operation. Or just general operating, you want to make sure you aren't walking at anybody else. So just like the old pan adapters, it allows you to look at a narrow range of frequencies, and that's nearly what you want. So what you can do is you can set the center frequency for where you're operating, and then you can set the range of frequencies. Now, another thing to be careful of is when you set a very narrow range, the sweep becomes very slow, because what it's trying to do is trying to separate all of these closely ranged frequencies. So this is one case where if you want to set a narrow range of frequencies, you want to send your resolution bandwidth a little bit higher than you would normally have on that. Now, here again, this catch-22, when you're looking at very narrow signals, your IF is going to ring a little bit. And so it's going to be a little bit counterintuitive if you haven't worked with a spectrum analyzer, but like with everything else, practice makes perfect. Again, the only downside is the sweep can be frustratingly slow at the default settings, especially when you're looking at narrow and sidebands. And again, this is counterintuitive. When you scan the whole range, it's actually pretty fast. But the more you zero in on something, the slower the scan's going to be working. Again, you won't need to monitor the entire radio spectrum from DC to daylight in your normal ham radio operations, but you'll probably want something similar to a pan adapter or a band scope. Markers and such. Now, the TinySA has a bunch of built-in markers, which are wonderful because what you can do is you can set a marker and then it'll read out the value at that. And let's see if I can minimize this again without shutting everything down. And so we can set a marker here. If you see this particular marker here, it tells you what the amplitude and the frequency is at that point. Now, On the Nano VNA itself, I have a function here, and again, this is not available on the software. But if I go to level and let's see, on display, and then we have big numbers. So what this will do is give us big numbers at wherever your cursor is. So it'll read that off. That's really great if you're doing field strength readings. If you want to adjust an antenna out the field, you can set this out at like a test antenna out in your yard and get a pair of binoculars, and you can look at this thing reading it as you're steering your antenna around and getting field strength readings. Now, let's talk about field strength readings in general, because I probably use my SA more for field strength readings than anything else. How many knows that ARRL does not publish gain of antennas anymore? And they used to. Well, now that everybody has access to this sort of equipment, I think they're going to start publishing antenna gain figures again. Well, how do we do an antenna gain figure? What we basically do is we start out with some reference point, which would be at the middle of your main lobe. So we would set our spectrum analyzer, for example, to have a cursor at our maximum signal strength. And then as we steer the antenna around from there, we can look at how fast the signal drops off with relative to the angle of rotation. And then we can develop a plot of our signal strength versus the antenna, and then we got the classical antenna pattern that we should have. Now, another thing important when we're doing something like that is we want to move away from the decibel or the decibel display. The reason is when you're looking at decibels, it compresses everything a lot. It allows us to look at very wide range of amplitudes, but we can't see very small divisions. So if we want to do an antenna measurement and we want to see how the gain changes as we rotate the antenna, we want to basically change that to a linear scale. Now again, that's not available on the software here, but if we click on here, we'll see if we go back to amplitude or level, there's a scale that says units. And we have a bunch of different units. We have dBm, which is a default. We have decibels relative to millivolts. We have decibels of microvolts. We have volts RMS, volts peak to peak, watts, raw unprocessed data, and then VRMS. Generally, when I'm doing that, I'll use volts RMS. So what we'll do is, as we're looking at antenna gain or field strength reading, we will actually get a reading that's exactly proportional to the voltage we have, and that'll give you the most change of amplitude as you steer your antenna around something. Now let's talk about field strength in general, because this I think is something that we really miss a lot. First of all, what's the standard S9 level on a HF receiver? Was that 50 microvolts, okay? So how much voltage is that? How much power is that in a typical receiver? Well, it ain't much. It's not a lot of watts. It's on the order of picowatts. If we take 50 microvolts and put it across 50 microvolts squared across 50 ohms, which is our nominal input impedance of a receiver, it's going to be down there in somewhere on the order of 5 picowatts, which is not a lot of watts. And that's for an S9 signal, strong signal. We go down to an S1 signal, which is assuming we have 6 decibels per S unit, we're down at 48 decibels below that. And we can round it off to 50 decibels. So we're 50 decibels below 5 picowatts or whatever, which is down there in the femtowatt region. Now we say these are pretty small signals, and yet we work with this signal level all the time when we're radio amateurs. We're listening to S1 signals all the time, which is down there in the femtowatt region, 10 to the minus 15th watts. That's not a lot of watts, right? And we do it routinely. Well, field strength meter, according to the IEEE standards, is always measured in voltage per meter. What does that mean? Well, if we have a radiated signal coming from some distant point, we have 2 points in space, and if they're a meter apart, we can measure the voltage differential between that, and then we'll get a reading in volts per meter. We have a little bit of an issue with that, though, because we can't measure 2 points in space without having something between those 2 points. We just can't have a voltage by itself out here and then measure another voltage by itself. We always have to measure a difference of voltage. So if we use an antenna between that, we no longer have just 2 voltage points. Why do we have very high impedance voltmeters when we're measuring a circuit? Because we don't want to load down the circuit. Well, if we put an antenna out there and we're measuring the points between those 2 extreme points, we're actually loading down space. We have an antenna which is not infinitely high impedance, it's 50 ohms. So we've already created a very interesting issue. And if we take a dipole antenna at resonant and put a perfect load on it, for example, a receiver that's perfectly matched to 50 ohms or whatever impedance our antenna is only 50% efficiency. We transfer 50% of the power that it intercepts into a receiver, and what happens to the other 50%? Any guesses? It's re-radiated into space. This is why a Yagi antenna works, because every element in there is re-radiating, and then that either combines in phase with our forward signal or out of phase. So how do we resolve this issue? Well, fortunately, we don't have to do it ourselves, because there are companies out there that for example, when I worked in the broadcast industry, we had to calibrate our field strength meters every couple of years. So we sent them in, and they had a National Bureau of Standards field, which was basically an anechoic chamber that had a radiated field, which was very well known. And it, like I said, it's way beyond my pay grade to actually generate a field that's accurate. But then they'd calibrate the meter to that field. So then when all it came out in the wash, we now know that we had a field strength meter that when it is 1 volt per meter, it is 1 volt per meter. Now, most field strength meters you get, if you go online and get yourself a field strength meter, which is a good thing to have, you want to determine whether you're safe exposure, within safe exposure levels for radiation. Usually what's called an isotropic radiator, which is a very, very small antenna relative to wavelength. When you have an antenna that's resonant, we have the problem with resonance, okay, and it's going to be more responsive to some frequencies than other. When you have a receiving antenna, which is just a voltage source, which is very, very small relative to the wavelength that you're looking at, we aren't going to have the issues that we talked about, where the antenna actually re-radiates and actually creates disturbances with the signal they want. So keeping these in mind, we can still use our TinySA as an accurate field strength meter. If we just have a 1 meter long antenna and we put that signal into there, then we can actually measure field strength and get actual meaningful field strength readings for a meter. Again, most of what we do in amateur radio, we aren't so much concerned with absolute accuracy. We want to see, is something I'm doing, is it making situation better, or is it making it worse, right? We want to know if some tweak that we're doing is actually improving the situation or not. This is something why analog meters are so wonderful when we're doing tuning up circuits or whatever, you know. We don't want to look at a bunch of digital numbers flinging by. We want to see, hey, is the meter going up or going down? And that's another thing we look at when we're doing field strength readings. Most hams don't really do much with field strength readers, and they have an inherent distrust of an S meter. However, an S meter, if you know what you're calibrated with, and the TinySA will allow you to calibrate your S meter, an S meter is actually a very, very useful instrument. Now, I assume most of you work FT8, and what's the reading you get on an FT8 is a signal to noise ratio, okay? And that's, in terms of intelligibility, that's the important thing. How much signal do we have for a relative amount of noise? But that's great for you on the receiving end, but if you're trying to tell the guy at the transmitting end, hey, are you helping things or not, your signal to noise ratio where you're located is not the important thing. The important thing is how much gain, how much RF can he put out. And that's one case where having an absolute field strength reading is useful for the overall circuit. You can tell the other guy, hey, whatever you're doing, it's better, or it's not. So again, if you want to help the other station there, you can put your TinySA on your antenna there and have him rotate a signal, send a CW or send a carrier out and rotate his antenna, and you can do his field strength readings and his antenna pattern measurement the same way. So that's pretty slick. A few of the other things we have here, we talked about the markers. Talked about the big number. The units, again, we can make the units, the vertical scale, linear, so it's exactly proportional to the input signal and not highly compressed as a decibel scale will do for you. Anything on field strength meter I've not covered. Okay, another thing that the TinySA does is it's also a function generator. So if you need a good test generator out in the field, it actually can be used as one. And there's two ports here. One of them's for the input, and one's for the output. And you can set this thing up as both a fixed frequency signal generator, or you can set it up as a sweep generator. So sweep generators are great if you're aligning filters or even just doing general testing of a receiver. Now, if we go back to the original diagram here, we have basically two filters. The IF gain, the IF filtering, this determines your resolution bandwidth. After detection, we also have another filter, which is a visual bandwidth filter. The TinySA has an adjustable filter on the output. It's basically an adjustable low-pass filter. And this is very useful when you're doing a lot of sampling or you aren't doing enough sampling. Because it is a digital sampler, we can only take so many samples. Generally, it's 201 samples per sweep across the entire spectrum there. Well, if you have insufficient samples, you're going to have a lot of jagged edges here. So if we run it through the video filter, it's going to filter that all out. But again, like the resolution bandwidth filter, we have to be careful on that because we could run it too wide, and then we really get rid of all the stuff that we want to look at. So we want to match the video filter bandwidth to the sample rate that we have. And again, the TinySA does a lot of this automatically for us, so we can use that. Well, anyway, because this uses direct digital synthesis for the local oscillator, that same signal is also fed out the test port. So we have an extremely accurate frequency generator available, and it has you can sweep over a very wide range of RF frequencies. It's quite a handy instrument to have there. Let's see. Again, we don't have every function available on the software here. Zero span basically takes out the sweep function. It basically makes it a tuned receiver. And you can pick any frequency you want there to tune it, and it will decode it as a radio. There is an audio output on here. It's not the best thing in the world. We're primarily designed to give you a signal out on an AM signal. So if you tune in an AM signal, it'll decode that. If it's an FM signal, use what's called slope detection, or what I prefer to call slop detection. You off-tune the tuning a little bit, and then you can decode an FM signal. So if you go across an FM band or tuning an FM repeater or whatever, you can actually decode, demodulate the FM with this. Again, it's kind of thrown in as an afterthought. I believe that newer versions are going to put a little more attention into the audio output of the TinySA. However, zero span is what allows you to keep it fixed on a frequency, and then any characteristics you have of that, you can look at. Let's see. Okay, I'm just going to quickly go through some of the miscellaneous settings that we have on here, which are quite useful. Let me go back to my scan here. And let's see. Two ways you can set the frequency on here. You can set either the start and the stop range, or what you can do here is you set a center range, and so if there's a particular unit you want, you put like 146 megahertz. And then we can sweep plus or minus some range over that, or span. So if we have, let's put 10 megahertz. So then it'll sweep 146 megahertz with a 10 megahertz range here. And let's go back to continuous sweep here. Now here we see the jagged lines I was talking about of not having the well-matched video bandwidths. So I can go over to here and okay, so we have a small receiver signal here at 146. Also, I can turn on the low noise amplifier here, which is when we have signals like this, we can actually increase it quite a bit. So right now I have the low noise amplifier on. And let's see, we still have that one signal down there. It is 148.58. And I don't know what's there, but we have some activity there. I think, let me go back to the broadcast band here again. And I would expect to see more FM broadcast stations than I'm seeing here, but I guess this building's pretty well shielded. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let me go to simplex here. Let's see. And let's enter. Okay, anybody got simplex here? Oh, there we go. Okay, well, whole bunch of activity there. .7. What do we have there? 146.607. Okay, 144.53. Is there? Let's see. Do we have National Weather Service here? 162.55. Is that? Was that? Oh. Yeah, I'm not seeing that, but you're seeing a lot of FM activity here. Okay, boy, there's a probably seeing every handheld that's out there. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna have a lot of fun with this. But again, as you see, the sweep's actually pretty low here. So if you want to look at individual sidebands where you want to sweep this like several times per second there, you have to really tweak the resolution bandwidth down on there. So and again, I can't do that on here, but on the local stuff I can do that. Anyway, this is the way you learn, is to play around with this. But let me look at a few other features here. We talked about the units. We have the scale per division. We have attenuators. Now, I mentioned that you want to have all sorts of adapters and attenuators. If you're using this with on your bench there, you want to make sure you don't fry the front end of this, especially if you're using it on the low noise amplifier. So I usually have about 100 dB of attenuation available on top of what you have on top here. There's also internal attenuators on here. Scale per division, we can set the actual scale per division, not only to be linear or logarithmic, but we can set, do we want it 20 decibels per division or 10 decibels per division, whatever. It has an auto zero function, so if you're looking at harmonic distortion or harmonics of a signal, this will automatically find the fundamental, and then it will look at the, give you the readings of any harmonics you have. This can also do IP3 intermod distortion measurements as well. So if you have two transmitters nearby, and we'll tell you what the intermod distortion is. Let's see here. You have low noise amplifier. Measurements here. Okay, and measure, we have harmonics distortion, the IP3 intermod distortion, phase noise, signal to noise ratio, minus 3D bandwidth. It will also do FM modulation and demodulation, total harmonics distortion, channel power, and noise figure. So I say it's a whole test bench in one module here. And again, there's a whole lot of learning that can go on here. So any particular questions right now, we can dive a little deeper on some of the functions you want. Yes. Sure. Yeah. Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, it's also good for measuring, attenuation loss in coax. So what you can do, again, you want to have a lot of attenuators to start with. Well, you can take a measurement coming right out of a transmitter, and then you can, since it is so small and convenient, you can take it up to the end of your coax there and measure the signal level there. The Nano VNA can do some of that stuff as well. It also has it'll tell you the length of the coax, uses TDR on that. So there's, like I say, this is a very different instrument than the TinySA, but there's a lot of overlap between the functions you can do here. And this is periodically disconnecting on here. Let me try this again. Okay. We are centered at 162.45. Okay, so 147.74. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a packet frequency up here? And 146.45. So, by the way, I've compared the actual amplitude's accuracy with my Tektronix at home, and this is, for all practical purposes, just as good as a $20,000 instrument. So there are a few things that it has a little worse spurious response than some of your higher end instruments, but in terms of just absolute amplitude accuracy and frequency accuracy, it's just very, very good. So yes. Well, you know, obviously, well, again, without the documentation, it doesn't really give you the specs on that. So like I say, I've compared it to something I've known. I think that's probably what you really want to do is take one that's a high-end instrument and compare it. And for everything I've done, it's been more accurate. But yeah, as far as FCC certification or something like that, I would probably. Well, right. Well, on some of the information out there, some people have actually done that and looked at the spurs and that, and it does actually have a spur reduction. This is actually a very interesting circuit. It's a combination of super heterodyne and direct conversion. So the super heterodyne does the high frequency converter. I think it's a 400 megahertz IF, and then for the low IF, it uses direct digital synthesis for that. And that part is very clean. Where the spurs are would probably be on the high IF there. So, yes. Yeah. Yeah, the IFR is certainly a good reference for that. Right. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Right. Well, that's why I always keep a big stack of external attenuators, which are really good. And especially if you're doing relative measurements, if you're a little concerned about the linearity of it, what you do is you get a good reference point, and then rather than looking at the difference in signal strength that the SA is giving you, you just put in different attenuations to get the same reference point. And that's pretty much standard practice, even in the broadcast industry years and years ago. So you relied on your attenuators more than that. And that's why really good attenuators are worth their weight in gold, you know. We used to get these Tektronix wooden cabinets with the felt lining and all out with the attenuators, and they could be $5,000 for a good set of attenuators. But if you're doing this stuff all the time, and you know an attenuator is always going to be linear, whereas a logarithmic amplifier inside the SA, and it doesn't matter the quality, whether it's a TinySA or Tektronix high-end, you know, there's still potential for nonlinear. Yeah, I've used everything, you know, and probably the best one I have is a Tektronix, but I've had some Hewlett-Packards run through the shop too. So my shop is a continual flow of incoming and outgoing instruments. Yeah. Well, all right. Yeah. Yeah, those are all good points, and as I say, this is not the final word on spectrum analyzers. It's simply the introduction for how many have ever used a spectrum analyzer before at all? Okay, most of you have used one before. Okay, so it's good. So how many have high-end spectrum analyzers or are using something like that? Okay, yeah. Well, I say the price is, you know, 1% of the cost of probably of those spectrum analyzers you have, and it does 99% of the functionality. So one thing you can do with this that you can't do with a $40,000 spectrum analyzer is carry it up a tower with you. Same thing with the VNA. That's the main point on that, because I learned on a Hewlett-Packard Behemoth, $45,000 VNA and about $1,000 a pound. And you know, we did a lot of high wire antenna measurements there, and did this on the ground, did the 3-point calibration, and carried the coax up there. But with this, 30 years ago, to be able to carry a spectrum or network analyzer up to the top of a tower, I was killed for, So after we get old and we can no longer crawl around in there, we really appreciate the newer stuff, having had to do it the hard way, So, yes. Have a hard time here. Oh yeah, yeah. IP3 measurements. Yeah, the procedure is pretty straightforward. So if you take, you can either take a mixer to combine two transmitters with a lot of attenuation. Again, when you're doing that, you want to make sure you have gobs and gobs of attenuation. You have a pretty weak signal, and then you set the references for those two input signals, and then whatever harmonic you have, and it'll show up there. The IP3 is very well known. You know exactly where it's going to be. So then you can it'll tell you the relative to that. So really, a lot of the measurement function has simply looks for the cursor. So you have some pretty smart cursors on here and markers. And you can have a marker that either looks for the largest signal there or the largest local signal. So you can say, okay, what's the largest signal between these two frequencies? And so that's really useful for doing that sort of thing. So you have two transmit frequencies. And then it'll, yes. Yeah, there are. This is let's see. This is the Ultra, and I think they'll come off all the same factory floor in China. But yeah, this is called the Ultra TinySA, and the Ultra extends a high frequency range, but it also you sacrifice some of the lower frequency range in there. So you could, if you have the Ultra, you simply put the password in there. You go to Ultra mode. And the password is 4321 to either enable or disable Ultra mode. So there's a few other functions that are, there's a couple other things that the Ultra mode does not allow you to do, and I forgot all what they are. But yeah, the hardware version, let's see. Yes, version V045.1.1. And by the way, these are, I think I got this for like $180 or something, so it's still dirt cheap compared to anything else out there. So again, with the combination of this and a nano VNA, you've got pretty much a whole bench full of equipment in your pocket there. Yes? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that is. There is an occasional firmware update that you can do there. I think there's also some later hardware version which has improved the audio detector and audio output on there. So I'm not sure if this is the latest one or not. Okay. Yes. Power samplers? Yeah, well, I have well, what do they call them? Return loss samplers, which work really well. But usually I just have a whole string of attenuators. So if I want to look at an output of a transmitter, I'll just make sure I have enough attenuation. Yeah, well, they make attenuators for, I have a couple of 30-watt ones here that'll run there. But yeah, be very careful because you don't want to fry the front end. But as long as you're careful on that, always start really low and creep your way up until you get a reasonable signal. Now there is if you're below the noise floor, some of your measurements will be not too accurate. So you want to make sure you have adequate signal that you can actually that you're actually in the logarithmic scale if you're looking at the log function there. So you do have to have a certain base signal level there, but. Generally, with a low noise amplifier, it goes down 130 dB pretty easily. Yes. Yeah, this is the software works on there. So yeah, it's just and again, the software is a work in progress. So there's another outfit there that actually generated some software for this, but they're supposed to be putting some more of the functions on here. But anyway, it's just a straight USB port to control this and charge it, whatever. I do not know. It's the same company that makes Nano VNA, and I think there's one company with about 5 different factory floors or whatever. You know, it's the Chinese company. That's all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, let's see. Yeah. Help. Yeah. Where's the help about? Maybe it's down here. No. Oh, let's see. That's settings. No. Yeah, it's Tiny by one of 11 and Eric. I don't know who that is. So, yeah, there's probably a few other people that are developing software for it. So that might be a job for you if you're interested in doing software design. But I need to get a few or more of the functions on here, like the change to the linear mode, and yeah, this does not have the function generator functions on here as well. So. But it will save all your screens and everything, so which is really nice. So if you want to take a document a reading they have. So anyway, like I said, this is not the last word. Hopefully there's a first word for some of you, and hope you enjoyed it. Yes. Well, that's good. Like I say, any information you have, you know, I'm sure we can. There's a pretty good user group on YouTube, you know, and that's where you're going to get most of the information. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, great. Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Well, as I say, it's a learning curve for all of us. So. Well, I guess I'm about done, so thank you all very much for